British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Crown Prince. The Palestinian-Israeli issue is destined to be a dilemma. If it is easy to solve, it would not have dragged on until the 21st century. Alan Wilson thinks that, since both the United States and the Soviet Union support the establishment of Israel and have made such great efforts, should you two new generation countries do it more obviously? Don't drag Britain and France to deal with the problem within the framework of the United Nations. You can completely get rid of Britain and France and do it alone. Within the framework of the United Nations, Britain will be in a difficult position. Supporting the Arabs cannot have too obvious practical actions. Since you think Britain is already a thing of the past, you should do it more obviously, so that the Arabs will remember the attitudes of your two countries. Of course, the Soviet Union played a role in the establishment of Israel. Israel, which had been lost for 2000 years, was revived in the Middle East. It not only received strong support from the United States, but also firm support from the former Soviet Union. The Middle East fell into the hands of Britain and France again, and basically maintained the pre-war state. Britain has always controlled Palestine, and has a great influence on the entire Middle East, especially Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and even Jordan. France also has a great influence on Syria and Lebanon. After the war, the Soviet Union was eager to get involved in the Middle East and exert its influence. To achieve this goal, the first thing to do is to get rid of the influence of Britain. The establishment of a Jewish state in the Middle East is completely in line with the national interests of the Soviet Union, so the Soviet Union became a staunch supporter of the restoration of Israel. The Jews were massacred in World War II and were the weak, and they received support and sympathy from world public opinion. The Soviet Union wanted to gain support from countries around the world. Moreover, supporting Israel was not a misjudgment of the Soviet Union. The Soviet leadership actually understood that it was only a matter of time before Israel would turn to the West. It was to first intensify the contradictions between Britain and the United States and even within the Western camp, and then use the discord between Israel and the Arab world to force Arab countries to choose sides and lean towards the Soviet Union. At the United Nations conference 2 months ago, the Soviet representative Gromyko had already shown a very obvious tendency. The problem facing Britain now is that the Jews have faced the German Holocaust and are the main victims of World War II. Britain standing on the opposite side of Israel is somewhat untenable morally. This is still a small problem. The big problem is that the attitudes of the United States and the Soviet Union are consistent. That is, supporting the restoration of Israel. The bigger problem is that Britain can still make gestures with either of these two countries, but if the two stand together, it is doomed to fail. Pamela Mountbatten was still playing with a group of noble ladies, while Alan Wilson stood aside and pondered, thinking about how to get out of the eastern coast of the Mediterranean. Alan, please say a few words. The daughter of the Earl of Portsmouth just asked you if you were boring. Pamela Mountbatten came over and whispered, letting her fiancé say a few more words. Is there an Earl of Portsmouth in the UK? Alan Wilson said in a daze. I thought Portsmouth only had a shipyard. Aristocrats are Alan Wilson's blind spot in knowledge. Not to mention his previous life, he has been wandering abroad in this life alone. He doesn't know these nobles in the country at all, and there is no need to know. The First World War was a time when the British aristocracy was hit hard, and 1/5 of the heirs died on the battlefield. Then the World War came again. It is unknown how many nobles died in this world war. But there is one thing, that is, the British aristocracy has completely failed. At this point in time, it is the same as the national situation of the United Kingdom, on the eve of a free fall. Let alone the descendants of the so-called nobles nowadays. Even the granddaughter of Prime Minister Attlee became famous in a decadent way in the future. Otherwise no one would care about what the so-called descendants of the nobles are doing. Dear, whether the nobles can be saved in the future depends on you. On the way home, Alan Wilson was moved and said that Pamela Mountbatten was the one who revived the glory of the nobles. Of course, this must be done with his assistance. But those friends of mine also need to know you. Pamela Mountbatten pouted and whispered, "In the future, it can't be like today. I will take you there in 2 days. After my father comes back, I will take you to Clarence House, the residence of the Crown Prince." Alan Wilson was stunned. Although he didn't know much about the nobles, there was a limit to his ignorance. No matter how little he knew what kind of palace it was. Buckingham Palace was the residence of the king, and Clarence House seemed to have been designated as the residence of the Crown Prince after his wedding. Seeing Pamela Mountbatten nod, Alan Wilson almost slipped and asked a very direct question. If the Crown Prince is a male, and is called the Prince of Wales, what is the name of a female one? Since England annexed Wales, the King of England has bestowed the title of Prince of Wales on his eldest son. From then on, it became a custom to give the male heir of the king the title of Prince of Wales, and Prince of Wales became a synonym for the British Crown Prince. Call her Princess. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson and said unhappily, "You can't call her Prince of Wales too, right?" The two did not see any of the prince and his wife who were about to get married on their journey to Clarence House. At this time, the Mountbattens finally arrived in London, rushing back from the distant British India 2 days before the Crown Prince's wedding. After returning, the Mountbattens immediately went to Windsor Castle. All the buildings in the castle were made of stone, with nearly 1,000 rooms, surrounded by green lawns and dense forests. However, it was summer, and the current Windsor Castle can only be said to be relatively secluded, without the smog of London. The castle has multiple restaurants, as well as studios, ballrooms, audience halls, living rooms, Waterloo Hall, St. George's Hall, etc. The Waterloo Hall was built to celebrate the victory of the Battle of Waterloo. In the spacious and tall rectangular hall, the walls are covered with portraits of British generals who made contributions in the Battle of Waterloo, and a huge flower-shaped Mercury chandelier hangs on the roof. During World War II, George VI, his wife, Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret lived safely in the castle. General Mountbatten's family was very comfortable, but this definitely did not include Alan Wilson, a civil servant who lived on money and followed the Mountbatten family. He could only pretend to have seen the world. However, it was impossible for Alan Wilson to say that he was not curious about this royal castle. General Mountbatten also noticed this and asked his daughter to take Alan Wilson around. "That's not good." Alan Wilson refused with his body tensed. "This is the royal castle, a very sacred place. It's no different from an ordinary apartment, just a little bigger." General Mountbatten's face was full of long Ocean's expression. He talked about the history of several halls in Windsor Castle, then curled his lips, saying that it was nothing special. Alan Wilson, who had always pretended to be worldly wise, refused, but his pace was not slow at all. He followed Pamela Mountbatten step by step, and did not forget to ask, "Do you come here often?" "Not often. I have been here a few times, and I have some understanding of some of the arrangements." Pamela Mountbatten led the way happily, saying as she walked, "In fact, if you can come a few more times, there will be no reaction." "Yeah." Alan Wilson held back his breath and mentioned the news that Alim told him 2 days ago. "The Jedi hoarded in Myanmar has been shipped back. When the time comes, we will choose a place to build a manor of our own. It doesn't have to be as big as this castle, just the right size will do." Pamela Mountbatten stopped and took her fiancé to see the world for a while. Now she talked about the construction of the manor in the future and asked about the location. "The city is not okay, and there must be a place suitable for the manor. Let's take a look at it when the time comes." Alan Wilson actually already had a location in his mind, which was the burial place of the Hawkson treasure. But he hadn't prepared his words yet. He wanted to share the joy of discovering the treasure with Pamela Mountbatten by chance, and he used the treasure as a key to consolidate their relationship. Although the key was expensive, it was not very important to Alan Wilson, who didn't have much feeling for money. Listening to Pamela Mountbatten talking about where to go with great interest, Alan Wilson said, "Let's talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, I will definitely make you happy." "Sister," it's Pamela's voice. Princess Margaret, who was following the princess, heard the conversation of the couple from a distance and looked at her sister. "Hush." The princess winked at her sister. The couple was imagining their future life, just like herself who was about to get married. full of expectations and nervousness for the future. These two feelings coexisted. But to be honest, given the current international environment, the future of the Crown Prince may not be optimistic. I hope she can adjust her mentality. Alan Wilson did not change his keyboard politics. In order to divert the topic of where the Emerald House was built, he started keyboard politics again. Here we go again. Pamela Mountbatten said, as if no one was around. You care about too many things, more than the Prime Minister. I'm a civil servant. I will serve this country all my life. Alan Wilson said, as if it should be so. Otherwise, what do I care about? Of course, I hope that this country will get better and better. Do you think I'm one of those ministers who pay attention to the approval rating of next week every day? Those ministers are as unreliable as capital. Then who do you think is more loyal to the country? Pamela Mountbatten said unhappily. Who? Nobles and civil servants. The titles of nobles are given by His Majesty, and civil servants are bound to the country for life. These two groups are definitely more trustworthy than ministers and capital. Alan Wilson said without thinking. Okay, we should go back. I wonder if the Crown Prince has passed through other corridors. Pamela Mountbatten took Alan Wilson's hand and strolled. Don't treat the Crown Prince as if he is in front of me when you see him. Yes, ma'am. Alan Wilson did not forget to take advantage of her mouth. Sister. Princess Margaret waited until the two of them left before speaking softly. It's okay, let's go see the Lord. The princess adjusted her mentality and said to her sister. Chapter 377 Father-in-law saves me. Soon the two princesses appeared. General Mountbatten smiled and chatted with the two princesses. The two daughters also joined in. Only Alan Wilson had no political style. He stood there like a wooden stake and listened attentively. Disrespecting royal family members? That doesn't exist. Don't think that only monarchical countries have laws to deal with rebellion. Britain also has the High Treason Act. The crimes include killing the king, the queen, the king's eldest son, or those who intend to do so, raping the queen, the unmarried princess, or the wife of the king's eldest son, provoking a war against the king on domestic territory, treating the king's enemies as our side, providing assistance and rest, counterfeiting the royal seal, the national seal, and domestic currency, holding counterfeit currency on domestic territory, and killing officials or judges in the performance of their duties. In modern society, the High Treason Act has been amended to a certain extent. If it were in the past, don't think that the United Kingdom did not have the punishment of quartering. The High Treason Act was also implemented in Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Is this Pamela's fiancé? Princess Elizabeth glanced at Alan Wilson and asked gently. Yes, Crown Prince, we met in New Delhi. Pamela Mountbatten said with a knowing smile. He doesn't know much about royal etiquette, and just now he said to avoid speaking. Isn't it very happy? Crown Princess Elizabeth chuckled in her heart, and she and her sister heard it clearly. Alan Wilson coughed softly, not because of embarrassment or anything. He always felt that Princess Margaret seemed to be looking at him with the eyes of interrogating a prisoner. Lord Philip also said that, if you don't come back, this wedding will be meaningless. Crown Princess Elizabeth said softly, if he knew you came to Windsor Castle, he would be very happy. In Westminster Abbey? After General Mountbatten asked, he saw the Crown Prince nod and then said, it is my honor to be able to attend this wedding. After witnessing the Crown Prince's wedding, I will return to British India to deal with the independence of India. Westminster Abbey is the highest ranking church in the UK. In addition to members of the royal family, great figures in many fields in the UK are also buried here. Westminster Abbey is actually neither the cathedral of the archdiocese nor the church in the parish, but a church exclusively for the royal family as people know it. The bishops who exercise management and their laws are all decided by the royal family. Is it difficult to deal with? Princess Margaret asked, and it was obvious that she was much more lively than her sister. It is indeed difficult to deal with, and this is not a very acceptable task. Mountbatten shook his head and smiled bitterly. As the last Governor General of British India in the British Empire, my mood is very complicated. Crown Princess Elizabeth suddenly remembered what Alan Wilson said just now, and hoped to adjust her mentality. She sighed in her heart. It seems that the country she is in now is a country facing a troubled time. Nobles? Civil servants? This made Alan Wilson very depressed. If he was not in Windsor Castle, he would have talked to Mountbatten about making the printing press smoke as soon as possible. He wanted to talk about more than just British India. From the perspective of surplus value, British India has not yet become independent, and the cabinet still respects Mountbatten very much. It quickly suggested selling the Nelson-class battleships to Portugal and taking the loan that the Americans were about to give to Portugal. Now, every bit of money we can get is better than dismantling the battleship and selling it for scrap metal. Philip has been looking forward to his uncle's return. Princess Elizabeth chuckled. "I'm so happy that you can come back to witness our wedding. It's Milner, and of course Philip's luck." Mountbatten sighed a little. It was definitely not as easy as described in fairy tales for this wedding to finally happen. From the beginning, King George VI did not agree with his daughter Elizabeth marrying Philip. The reason was very simple. First, his daughter was too young, and second, Philip was not independent enough. To put it bluntly, he didn't have much money in his pocket. At that time, the Greek royal family was driven around, and Philip had a turbulent childhood. He was called a prince, but in fact he was a pauper. But these two are not the most important reasons. The most important thing is that Philip's 3 sisters all married German princes and had a close relationship with the National Socialist Party. George VI's think tank gave advice not to marry. There would be no benefits and even big trouble. Philip's relatives were not invited to the wedding. Also not invited was the abdicated king who loved beauty more than power and was actually related to Germany. The uncle of the current Crown Princess Elizabeth, the former King Edward VIII. The Crown Princess was about to get married, and Mountbatten did not disturb her too much. He asked about the schedule and left. After leaving Windsor Castle, General Mountbatten said to Alan Wilson, "Why don't you say a word? This is not like you. Respected Governor, I still know what authority is." Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. The Crown Prince is widely loved in the Empire. This wedding will definitely be the focus of everyone's attention. How can I have the right to speak? I'm lucky to be able to witness it. Look at Alan, how humble. Patricia said, and then looked at her husband John Brabourne. He felt that her husband had said a lot just now. When the two got married, Crown Princess Elizabeth went to Ramsey Abbey to attend her wedding. Prince Philip of Greece was responsible for the reception. After an extra year, the protagonists changed to the Crown Prince and Prince Philip. The fate was quite wonderful. The Mountbatten family got into their own cars and returned. The destination was the same, but the 3 couples took different cars. The Crown Prince will be married soon. I believe Prince Philip must be very happy now. Pamela Mountbatten looked forward to that day and seemed to be looking forward to the grand scene. It's a pity that when we get married, Princess Margaret may be the only bridesmaid. Oh, I'm very honored. Alan Wilson drove and did not forget to take care of his fiancée's emotions. However, whether Prince Philip is happy is a question worth discussing. It depends on whether the current prince has accepted his fate. Crown Princess Elizabeth is the British Empire, which is still famous at this point in time. As for Prince Philip, because of the political turmoil in Greece, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has been living under someone else's roof. Elizabeth's marriage to him is a standard marriage down, which is absolutely correct. It is not Elizabeth who married Philip, but Philip married into the UK and is about to start his own son-in-law career. This kind of thing is not divided into the East and the West, and it is also a difficult thing to accept in the West. Haven't you seen that women have to change their names after marriage? Not changing one's name is already considered a strong background. What Prince Philip encountered was not the issue of whether the Crown Prince should change his name, but that as long as the day came when Princess Elizabeth ascended the throne, he would have to change his name, and their offspring would also have to change their names and follow the royal family's surname. It is no wonder that Prince Philip had a lover when he was still young and strong. As for being too old to move, that is another matter. Dear, if we get married, you won't let me change my last name, right? Alan Wilson suddenly asked this question as he was about to reach General Mountbatten's house. Whether Prince Philip can think it through has nothing to do with him. After all, it is someone else's business, but this matter involves himself. This is not the time to talk without any pain. No, I won't make it difficult for you. Pamela Mountbatten thought for a while and said, "Can I keep my last name? We Chinese women keep our own last names when we get married." Alan Wilson pretended to be generous and said, "Of course, I have to take care of your father's emotions and cannot erase the traces of the Mountbatten family on you." He sold a penny of face, but it also made Pamela Mountbatten very happy and felt that she had not chosen the wrong person. It must be admitted that the problem of favoring sons over daughters does exist. Alan Wilson saw a news report that Wu Guangzheng, a wealthy man in Hong Kong, made a will, and his son got 500 billion and his daughter got 800 million. This can be attributed to tradition, but Wu Guangzheng is not the first time to encounter such a thing. His father-in-law is actually more famous than him. Wu Guangzheng is the son-in-law of the Charter King. The Charter King has no sons, only 4 daughters, and the inheritance is naturally divided among the 4 daughters. In fact, in their respective eras, the Charter King was much more famous than Wu Guangzheng. But death is like a light going out. After 30 years of his death, how many people can still remember the name of the Charter King? Wu Guangzheng's fame may be remembered because he has a son to inherit the family property. As long as his descendants always have the surname Wu and live a superior life in the upper class, his name will be mentioned again and again. There is no way to avoid this. Therefore, the more powerful and influential the upper class seems to have everything, the less the idea of gender equality. Hong Kong is a disaster area where men are favored over women. The 2 people who got out of the car hand in hand seemed to have sublimated a little bit of their feelings and slowly entered Mountbatten's residence. Alan Wilson, who was suffocating in Windsor Castle, began to look for an opportunity to talk about Portugal's purchase of battleships. Finally, seeing that the women had entered the kitchen, he came to Mountbatten's side and asked questions to find an opportunity to speak. "Do you have something?" General Mountbatten glanced at Alan Wilson. "You civil servants always talk like this. You never get to the point. There will definitely be envoys from various countries expressing their congratulations on the Crown Prince's wedding. After all, this is a big event for the whole world," Alan Wilson said with a look on his face, as if he were his father-in-law saving me. "The Portuguese may take the opportunity to find you, Governor, to discuss something. What did you promise the Portuguese?" General Mountbatten looked suspicious and his tone was full of distrust. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Crown Prince's Wedding. It can't be said that we have agreed to anything. It is mainly to promote the unity of the countries of the Brussels Treaty Organization. The internal reason is that the current fiscal deficit in the country is still serious, and the ruling party on military spending is still under discussion. Alan Wilson began to talk in terms of foreign policy, the consideration of winning over allies. Say something that can be understood. General Mountbatten frowned. Don't say these nonsense to fool people at home. The fiscal deficit will inevitably lead to cuts in military spending. What's more serious is that there are no new warships in service. Alan Wilson changed his attitude and said, "As a naval commander, I believe that the respected governor must have something to say." "That's right." General Mountbatten looked serious. "This is really a very serious matter. Mountbatten's biggest dream is to be the Minister of the Navy like his father. It is well known that the distribution of military spending in the UK has always been dominated by the Navy, and military spending cuts usually cut the Navy's military spending. Is it serious? Now that the Labour Party is in power, it can be said to be very serious." Alan Wilson told the truth. This is not a simple issue between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. If the country's financial problems are serious, both the Conservative Party and the Labour Party will do so. The discussion then turned into the old question of which party, the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, was more traitorous. When the Conservative Party was in opposition, it opposed disarmament and military spending cuts. But when it came to power, it was still the same. As a naval general, Mountbatten became serious when he heard about the issue of reducing military spending, especially naval spending. In the final analysis, this hit his sore spot, because he was really an active soldier and a naval general. On the question of whether I really have a cow, General Mountbatten lowered his voice and said, "What does Prime Minister Attlee think about this?" not firmly opposed. Alan Wilson recalled Prime Minister Attlee's performance in Brussels and gave a positive answer. That is to say, I firmly do not object. Nelson-class battleships, right? They have been parked on the slipway for more than a year. Mountbatten nodded to himself. What's the point of keeping them? They are outdated, and the maintenance cost is still very high. If Salazar is willing, there is nothing wrong with leasing them. It can save costs in terms of finance and manpower. And since there are financial difficulties, the Navy should take the initiative to propose a self-help plan. Is that okay? Of course there is no problem. The Navy can think about the country. What's the problem with that? Alan Wilson was like a yes man, using the rainbow fart method to his father-in-law from multiple angles and with high intensity. The Navy should think about the country and take the initiative to stand up when others are in urgent need, reflecting the responsibility of the Royal Navy to protect the British Empire for hundreds of years. Obviously, General Mountbatten has this responsibility. He just took the time to come back to attend the Crown Prince's wedding and did this by the way. It is very reasonable. There is no problem in this way. Alan Wilson was relieved. In fact, this matter is not difficult. It's just that this difficulty is not difficult for General Mountbatten. It is still very difficult for him as a civil servant. In fact, the aristocracy also has to be divided into different types of aristocrats. After all, even within the aristocracy there are differences in wealth. But obviously Mountbatten is a very powerful figure within the current imperial aristocracy. Mountbatten's father was the Minister of the Navy and was very influential within the Navy. As long as you are good at using this network, you have a great chance of success. As for Alan Wilson, he really didn't have it. Even if the words were the same, the effects of what Mountbatten said and what he said were different. There was no way. This was the reality. November 20th was the wedding day of Princess Elizabeth and her fiancé Prince Philip. For the subjects of the entire British Empire, this was a day that had been waiting for a long time. Whether it was aristocrats, ordinary citizens, or overseas civil servants, they all paid attention to London through various channels. Even for Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, this day could be called a universal celebration. The feelings between several dominions and Britain have not been diluted by time. The entire page of the newspapers in the major dominions was filled with news about the wedding of Princess Elizabeth, and the whole page was full of praise. I hope this is a good sign that can pull Britain out of the haze of the World War. Even the Prime Minister and ministers of the current cabinet, members of the opposition party have expressed good wishes, and the embassies of various countries have expressed their blessings for the wedding of the century. Westminster Cathedral is also a gathering of celebrities, waiting to send blessings to the future heir of the empire. Before the wedding, George VI had conferred the title of Duke of Edinburgh, Earl of Merion and Baron Greenwich. The King of Iraq, Princess Juliana, Crown Prince Bernard of the Netherlands, and the hereditary Grand Duke of Luxembourg, Princess Elizabeth of Luxembourg, were present in person. The BBC will track the entire wedding process and will later make it into a documentary for global broadcast. Accompanied by the Australian band, the Crown Prince arrived at Westminster Abbey and entered the most exciting stage of the wedding with a happy mood. After the music was finished, the composer read the hymn, and after the hymn ended, the cathedral played the wedding march. Crown Princess Elizabeth left the cathedral and accepted the cheers and applause of the citizens of London with the Duke of Edinburgh. God knows how I got in. Alan Wilson asked himself. He didn't know that there were so many nobles in Britain before. Why didn't he see any of them normally? Where did these nobles come from? Alan Wilson also had a mission. He and several civil servants from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were responsible for receiving the Iraqi king and his family. Faisal II is the current king of Iraq. Iraq was allowed to be independent in 1932. This made Iraq the first country established after the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. However, Britain still has military bases in its territory. After the death of Faisal I, Arab nationalists repeatedly asked the British to leave Iraq, but were rejected by Britain. Historically, Faisal II was overthrown by a coup in 1958, but it was obviously too early now. The still very young king came to attend the wedding of the British Crown Prince. Faisal II is only 13 years old now and goes to school in the UK, but the power is obviously not in his hands. Accompanying the king to London was Princess Badiya bint Ali to attend the wedding and watch the young king. Alan Wilson mainly communicated with Princess Badiya. Currently, the rights and interests of Iraq are under the control of Nuri said in the regent, who is Princess Badiya's brother. After a casual chat, Alan Wilson found that Princess Badiya, who lived until Saddam was hanged, seemed to have some potential as Wuzishan. He just chatted with Princess Badiya and fulfilled his reception duties. There is no doubt that Alan Wilson can't get rid of the problem of keyboard politics, but he just started it. After that, it was Princess Badiya's personal performance time. She said that Iraq has experienced many coups in recent years, and the king is still young and doesn't know how to face this complicated country. Listening to the king's Aunt Bibi's chatter, Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, "It's mainly a military problem. There have been several military coups in recent times, which shows that the danger in Iraq comes from within the military. The hostility towards the royal family comes from this, so it is very urgent to build a reliable army." That's right. There have been many military coups in recent years, which is very disturbing. Princess Badiya looked at her young nephew and said, "Especially at this time. According to traditional customs including, but not limited to Arabs, the current Faisal II obviously does not have the ability to rule the country. Therefore, the power of the country is in the hands of the Prime Minister, and the royal family is represented by the Regent Abdullah's royal family. The royal family of Iraq and the royal family of Jordan are one family, both descendants of the Hashemite family who were driven away by the Saudi royal family. In fact, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also discussed the issues of Jordan and Iraq, and many colleagues have their own opinions." Alan Wilson thought as he said, "Considering the kinship between Jordan and Iraq, the two countries should maintain a certain degree of intimacy. But no matter how good the relationship between the two countries is, it cannot solve the anti-royal thinking of the army. In fact, from a religious perspective, most people in Iraq are Shiites, while the royal family and the army are Sunnis. Not to mention what most Shiite people think. First of all, the army, which is mainly Sunni, is actually against its own king, which shows that the problem is really serious. It seems that the British Empire has also seen the seriousness of the problem. Princess Badiya sighed, "Is there any solution? A guard loyal to the royal family is needed. Since the problem comes from the army, and it is an army with the same beliefs as the royal family, and since the army and the royal family are both minorities, but still oppose the royal family, it means that at least some of the Sunni officers in the army are confident that they can control the situation after the coup. Then they must lose confidence." Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject. "I wonder if your highness has heard of the story of Louis XVI and the Swiss Guard? Perhaps you can get inspiration from it. Since the army itself is a minority in the Iraqi faith, then by supporting a minority as a guard belonging only to the royal family to check and balance the army, perhaps a balance can be achieved." This was originally what Alan Wilson wanted to use in his report to Prime Minister Adli to deal with Egypt, but now the national conditions in the Arab world are similar. There are also many Christians in the Middle East in this era, and the proportion is not less than that of Copts in Egypt. The historical trend of Christians in the Middle East is that the number of Christians has decreased over time. In the 1980s, there were 9% Christians in Iraq. When the United States invaded Iraq, there were less than 3% left, and during the Second Iraq War, there were just over 1% left. Chapter 379 The Princess Who Upholds Justice. In addition to the Christian population, there are also Kurds in northern Iraq. During Saddam's time, the ratio of sects in Iraq was 4 to 6, 4 Sunnis and 6 Shiites. But among the Sunnis, who account for 40% of the population, there are Kurds, who account for 1/5 of Iraq's total population. In other words, Arabs who believe in Sunni Islam only account for 1/5 of the total population, not much more than the Christians in Iraq. This population ratio can make Sunni Arabs the main force of the army, so it should not be a problem to establish a smaller royal guard, whether it is selected from the Kurds or Christians. The gap in numbers can be made up with more sophisticated equipment. Iraq is not India, and there is no environment where the main ethnic group has an overwhelming advantage. The current kingdom of Iraq is equivalent to a minority ruling, and the later overthrow of the kingdom can also be understood as an internal conflict among the minority. Since it is a military problem, we should find a solution from the military. The new royal guard can be trained at the British military base in the Middle East. After hearing what Alan Wilson said, Princess Badiya pondered for a moment and said, "This may cause opposition. No opposition is more important than the safety of the royal family. I wonder if Princess Badiya has remembered the fate of the Russian imperial family?" Alan Wilson started the old routine again, with a mysterious look on his face and an uncertain tone. "According to some reliable information, the dangerous ideas of the Iraqi army come from the Soviet Union. I can't show the confidential documents to the princess, but look at the current situation in Greece. The pro-Soviet faction supported by the Soviet Union wants the Greek royal family to get out." He was not lying, at least not completely. The part of the Greek armed forces that resisted the US, Greece and Turkey was supported by Yugoslavia, not the Soviet Union. But who would care about such things? Everyone thinks that the people fighting the Greek government are supported by the Soviet Union. Even if the British know that it is not, they will still publicize it. How can Yugoslavia have the ability to attract hatred like the Soviet Union? At the critical moment, Alan Wilson could only use the same trick again and talk about the Soviet threat theory in front of Princess Badiya. Moreover, the conciliatory policy towards Christians and Kurds can demonstrate the royal family's equal attitude towards all subjects. It is very easy to get support from most countries, including the United States. In fact, these are all ideas derived from the plan of partition of India and Pakistan. Although it is different from history, India and Pakistan have not been divided yet. But after his careful preparation, the number of Malays and deaths can far exceed that of the same period. As long as the religious conflicts brought about by the independence of British India are far greater than in history. The next step is to put on the hat of political correctness and start to operate in the protectorates still controlled by the British Empire. This is all for the sake of the royal families of these countries. No matter how big the ethnic problems are class problems more deadly? Moreover, unlike the United States, Britain is a country with a royal family. Even in the 21st century, the royal families of Jordan and Oman are very close to the British royal family. The United States is a republic, and there is still a gap in the interests of the royal family. Alan Wilson has never regarded the royal family as a decoration, otherwise he would not stand there like a wooden stake and keep silent when he was at Windsor Castle. The British royal family is not a decoration without real power. The monarch is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Legally speaking, the army is only loyal to the monarch, not the parliament. It is almost impossible to reproduce the deeds of Lord Protector Cromwell. In fact, many of the balances in British politics are habits rather than laws, so political traditions are not forever broken. For example, the king does not attend cabinet meetings. This is because the monarch of Hanover did not understand English at the beginning, and could not understand it, so it became a convention. If the current King George VI suddenly wants to attend a cabinet meeting, no one can object. British law is almost blank in the field involving the royal family, especially the king. If George VI wants to kill anyone on the territory of the British Empire, no matter whether this person is the Prime Minister or anyone else, as long as he does it himself and succeeds, he can do it at any time without consequences. Faisal II is studying in London now. If Princess Badiya still hesitates, the young king is studying in London, and Alan Wilson has plenty of time to brainwash the future ruler of Iraq. If it doesn't work, for the sake of the British Empire, Alan Wilson will go directly to the school where Faisal II is. It's not impossible. Alan Wilson is a top student at Oxford University. What's wrong with teaching part-time? This is all for the sake of the next generation of the British Empire. As they walked and talked, the wedding of Princess Elizabeth was coming to an end. There were crowds of people outside Clarence House. The crown princess and her husband waved to the people who followed them with a friendly smile, reflecting their people-friendly style. Princess Elizabeth, wearing a white wedding dress, turned her back to the 5-story Clarence Palace and spoke to the crowd that followed. Every pause was filled with huge cheers. After the speech, the crowd began to disperse gradually, and the subjects of London would leave the rest of the time to the crown princess herself. In any case, today is a big event for Britain. Several dominions, and even colonies and protectorates, that are still within the territory of the British Empire, It will become a topic of discussion for people all over the world in the next few days. You are here? You are with a foreign woman, huh? Princess Margaret ran out from nowhere and said as if she was caught, I don't know how Pamela was deceived by you. Dear Princess, I'm responsible for the reception work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Alan Wilson's face was serious, and he said in a distant tone, Princess Badiya is from the Iraqi royal family. Diplomatic work is very important. According to your academic and experience, you should receive Chinese talents, right? Princess Margaret raised her head slightly and was ready to uphold justice for Pamela Mountbatten. Why don't you receive Chinese people? Find a foreign princess to receive them. I know that a person who gives money on the streets of Paris is not a good person. Sister Pamela was deceived. Alan Wilson's eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to be in a state of recollection. Giving money on the streets of Paris? It seems that he did such a thing 2 years ago, but how did the Princess of the British Empire know about it? It shouldn't be spread to the country. Where did you see it? Alan Wilson just remembered that there was such a thing, and was about to ask. Pamela Mountbatten appeared, trotting over and said, Alan, you are here. Who is this? Iraqi royal princess. I'm the foreign royal family I'm receiving today. Being interrupted by this, Alan Wilson directly extended his hand to introduce Her Royal Highness Princess Badiya, the aunt of the King of Iraq, the sister of Regent Abdullah. Hello, Her Royal Highness Princess Badiya, I'm Alan's fiancée. Pamela Mountbatten performed a British royal etiquette and said friendly, thank you to the Iraqi royal family for attending the Crown Prince's wedding. Our two countries will have a long time to move forward side by side in the future, so the friendship between the two royal families is very important. Hello. Princess Badiya was stunned for a moment before she smiled and replied. Why did this set of words sound like a foreign affairs personnel giving a speech? It didn't sound like what a woman said when they met for the first time. As the saying goes, those who are close to the red are red, and those who are close to the black are black. With Alan Wilson, her fiancé, playing a guiding role, Pamela Mountbatten's speech skills have made great progress, and she had already seen the first signs when she talked about the Comet airliner. I'll take you around. At least today is a good opportunity. Pamela Mountbatten took the initiative to say that she would take Princess Badiya around and take Princess Margaret with her. Before leaving, Princess Margaret did not forget to secretly make a face at Alan Wilson to express her resentment. So what should I do now? Staring at the Union Jack on the roof of Clarence House, Alan Wilson asked himself with his hands on his waist. After a long time, he said, how did Princess Margaret know about my rescue of fallen women in Paris? This can't be blamed on Alan Wilson. He has never stayed in his home country for a few days. He was in Germany when the overwhelming reports were made. He was in British India during the subsequent crazes. How could he know that he would be so famous? To this day, Alan Wilson still doesn't know that he has a place in the top 10 moments of the end of World War II selected by the British media. Pamela, keep an eye on that man. He had an affair with a French woman when he was in Paris. I don't know how he deceived you, but you must be careful. Princess Margaret was still unable to extricate herself from the state of upholding justice. After the Iraqi woman left, she quickly reported, you don't know how close he was to the Iraqi princess just now. He dared to do this, even though you were at the wedding. If you were a little further away, he would be even bolder. Oh, Margaret, I know. Pamela Mountbatten looked empathetic and was happy to have such a sister. Then she said, but don't mention the Paris photo. Although people make mistakes, as long as they correct them, it's fine. That's too easy for him. Margaret said angrily, I still think we should be more careful. Pamela Mountbatten was helpless. Obviously, the photo was extremely famous in the UK, but Alan Wilson didn't know this because he had never stayed in the country for a few days. Then keep this handle in your hand and wait until he makes a mistake for the second time before mentioning it. Pamela Mountbatten said softly, is this a good idea, Margaret? Chapter 380, Britain in Recovery. You must watch closely, don't let love get you carried away. Princess Margaret reminded him without worry. The British royal family was famous for being in love, and she shamelessly reminded others not to fall in love. I know, I'll pay attention. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but smile and took Margaret around. At this time, Alan Wilson quickly took out the small notebook he carried with him. This was a habit he had kept since British India. Although no serious person would write a diary, this was not a diary, but a reminder to remind himself not to miss a good opportunity. Although not all of it has been fulfilled so far, it can be said that it has helped a lot, and being thorough is not in vain. The situation in the Middle East is still quite complicated. The Kingdom of Jordan and the Kingdom of Iraq are from the same family. They are two brothers of the Hashemite family who were hostile to the Saudi royal family. The first king of the Kingdom of Iraq was also the king of Syria, but he was driven away by the French. King Faisal of Syria, who was driven away by the French, was later arranged by the British to be the king of Iraq. In fact, it has been less than 40 years since the Hashemite family's decisive battle with Ibn Saud. It can be said that the Jordanian royal family and the Iraqi royal family should be relatively close. I wonder what the Jordanian royal family thought when the Kingdom of Iraq collapsed. The situation in the Middle East is often like this. It cannot be limited to the perspective of one country, because once something happens, it often involves more than one country. For example, when Nasser called for Arab nationalism, Gaddafi in Libya, the Arab Ba'ath Party in Syria and Iraq were deeply influenced, and the Arab Social Ba'ath Party seized power in Syria and Iraq respectively. At least there is really some trend of unification in the Arab world. Of course, that is a matter for the future. For now, Alan Wilson has to think carefully. He still owes the Prime Minister a detailed colonial analysis report. The wedding of the Crown Prince of the British Empire naturally caused a response around the world. For Alan Wilson, it did not have a big impact. His main job was to wait eagerly for his father-in-law, General Mountbatten, the great British dragon Proud Sky, to solve the problem of the Nasser-class battleships in the short time he came back to attend the wedding of the Crown Prince. From this matter, his trust in Portugal is higher than his trust in Britain. Salazar was a nationalist dictator. For a country like this, the consequences of losing citizen territory were unbearable. Until Salazar died of illness, he did not recognize Portuguese Goa as part of Indian territory, even though India had sent troops to occupy Goa for nearly 20 years. Leaders like Salazar, who received aid from the Marshall Plan, were likely to use it to improve armaments. This was not a problem for Salazar himself. On the contrary, the situation in the country was far less predictable than that in Portugal. I'm back. Just as the whole family was there, Mountbatten pushed the door open and walked in with big strides, directly attracting the attention of his wife and two daughters and sons-in-law. Alan Wilson almost jumped up, thinking that the matter of the Nelson-class battleship was in sight. Before he could say it, he heard Mountbatten say with joy, "I went to the Admiralty, and they said that after I finished my work in India, I could return to the Mediterranean fleet to continue working." Mountbatten's determination to return to the Navy has never wavered. His ambition is simple: to inherit his father's career and eventually become the first Sea Lord. In order to realize his ambition, he had only one way to go: return to the Royal Navy. It's a good thing if my father returns to the Mediterranean fleet, but it seems that you have many subordinates in the Mediterranean fleet. Patricia Mountbatten leaned on her husband John Brabourne's shoulder, first expressed her congratulations, and then said, "The interpersonal relationship will not be indifferent. No, our relationship is very good. Each of us has our own opinions." Mountbatten understood his daughter's meaning and gave an answer. Mountbatten's subordinates in the Mediterranean fleet, he must change his words to call them the chief. After returning to the Mediterranean fleet, Mountbatten served as a supreme commander of the Allied forces in the Southeast Asia theater and is now the Governor General of British India. It is not appropriate to arrange a low position, and the few high-level positions are now crowded. He can't just remove others as soon as he comes back. Besides, others have no dereliction of duty or fault. Judging from the position he holds, Mountbatten can directly become the Secretary of State for the Navy when he returns. But in terms of military rank, there are many people in the Royal Navy who have higher ranks than him. Returning to the Mediterranean fleet would definitely mean reinstatement, a position that seemed insignificant compared to when he was the Supreme Commander or Governor General of a major Allied war zone. The current commander-in-chief of the Mediterranean Fleet, General Arthur John Ball, was the commander of the East India Fleet under Mountbatten, when he was the supreme commander in the Southeast Asia Theatre. Douglas Pennant, deputy commander of the Mediterranean Fleet, also served under Mountbatten. Last time I went to the Mediterranean Fleet, the commander-in-chief always called me sir, and I called him sir, but it didn't matter. Mountbatten sat down next to his wife and said quite relaxedly, I will finish the affairs of British India after I go back. I have finally completed the instructions of the cabinet. Since Ali Jinnah insisted on independence despite the warning that East Pakistan might disintegrate in the future, I have no choice. Well, Governor General, about Portugal? Alan Wilson asked in a roundabout way whether he was worried about the Nelson-class battleships. That matter, in principle, is not a problem. In fact, it is not difficult. General Mountbatten waved his hand casually and said, it's not the first time we sell warships. As long as there is no problem on the Portuguese side, there will be no problem on our side. For this matter, if the Portuguese government does not award the governor a big medal, it will be sorry for your mediation. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got the matter done. Then he turned on the rainbow fart mode with a face full of longing, saying that except for Mountbatten himself, no one could do it so neatly. Only Mountbatten and the entire British Empire could settle things so quickly. Mountbatten was indifferent on the surface, and by the way, he said that, although this was an objective fact, he would not show off. He was doing things for the British Empire, and should not be proud of his own achievements. Alan Wilson said that he had learned a lesson, and would definitely follow Mountbatten's example and work hard for the glory of the British Empire. Is a battleship useful? It depends on how you look at it. It is still useful for colonial empires. Even decades later, battleships are still a very threatening weapon for most countries in the world. The two battleships were in the hands of the Portuguese. Once Goa was threatened, they could bombard Mumbai and replicate the Dutch Navy's brilliant victory in Jakarta. So why were they useless? They bombed Mumbai into ruins. Even if Goa was lost, India would not be able to gain any benefit. Actually, the Prime Minister's worries are unfounded. While the women were cooking, Mountbatten called Alan Wilson, who looked at things objectively, aside, talked about the details of the matter, and then asked, when do you think this deal might be possible? Portugal has no money either, but according to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Portugal is one of the countries that the United States has provided aid to Europe. After the meeting in Paris next month, it will probably be possible. Alan Wilson told the truth. The current job of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is to get the biggest share of the US aid to Europe. Are the domestic financial problems still serious? Mountbatten frowned, but I feel that the atmosphere in London this time is much better than the last time I came back. If we can get aid from the Americans, there shouldn't be a problem. Alan Wilson paused and said, I'll ask Sir Edward. It would definitely be right to ask Edward Bridges about this matter, because Edward Bridges, who gave up the cabinet secretary to Norman Brooke, was also the permanent secretary of the Treasury and directly took control of the Treasury. Oh, Alan. Edward Bridges was a little surprised at Alan Wilson's arrival and immediately asked with a smile, how come you have time to come to the Treasury? Sir Edward, I thought that the financial issues that Prime Minister Attlee has paid attention to must be a mess. I didn't expect you to manage it yourself. Alan Wilson greeted with a respectful smile and waited until Edward Bridges nodded before sitting down and said, what a surprise. Nothing surprising, because the Treasury is important. Edward Bridges said with an expression, as if you don't understand yet, why do you want to be transferred to the Treasury? As long as you are willing, I can arrange it. It's like this, Sir Edward. General Mountbatten asked about domestic financial issues. Of course I know it's not appropriate to disclose it, but he is Pamela's father. Alan Wilson said embarrassedly. All indicators in the homeland have been restored to pre-war standards. The current fiscal deficit is mainly due to the expenditure of the National Assistance Act. Prime Minister Attlee wants to announce the construction and declaration of Britain as a welfare state next year. Edward Bridges said, in the short term, the National Assistance Act will become the source of fiscal pressure, but at the current recovery rate, it is not a big problem. According to the statistics of our Ministry of Finance, the growth rate of the homeland this year is 6%, which is still quite optimistic. Becoming a welfare state next year. It's not even 1948 yet, Alan Wilson complained in his heart, but welfare has its own standards in each era, and it is not impossible to say that it has become a welfare state. What I tell you must be kept confidential. Edward Bridges emphasized with a smile, especially to General Mountbatten, otherwise the Navy will ask for an increase in military spending, and the Prime Minister's hair, which is not much, will fall out. Chapter 381 next time. The reason for coming to the Treasury was not entirely to inquire about the domestic economic recovery, although Edward Bridges did not hide the current recovery situation and even said a lot. By the way, the Prime Minister is going to sell a number of state-owned arsenals. Edward Bridges looked at Alan Wilson with a half smile. Our Prime Minister is not interested in nationalizing all industries and wants to give up the military industry because the war is over now. Now someone needs to take over, but I don't think it's that easy. Oh. Alan Wilson squinted. This may require a responsible company to help the country solve the problem. After all, this involves a lot of employment. Of course, the importance of the military industry to the country is self-evident. Edward Bridges nodded in approval. We can't give up these workers who supported the British Empire during the war, just because the war is over. So this batch of military enterprises to be sold should be handed over to reliable people. Thank you, respected Sir Edward. I believe this batch of military factories will definitely fall into reliable hands. If Edward Bridges hadn't been looking at him, Alan Wilson would have taken out the small notebook he carried with him at all times. As the former cabinet secretary, Edward Bridges now talks about the economy, but not only about the economy. For example, he is also very concerned about the negotiations to be held in Paris next month. Alan, your name is among the negotiators, right? Yes, Sir Edward. Alan Wilson nodded. I will definitely try my best. In fact, given the blood relationship between the United States and Britain, it is completely unreasonable if I don't occupy the largest share. That's right. Edward Bridges sighed. So I still suggest that the Prime Minister should not announce the news of the optimistic recovery, indicating that the current situation in the UK is not optimistic, so that it will be easier to achieve the goal. You British also play this game? Alan Wilson was shocked. He thought that the Labour Party was at least one level higher than the Conservative Party in terms of morality, but now it seems that it is all an illusion. In fact, according to the Soviet statistical method, this kind of data can be created. Alan Wilson lowered his voice and said, what's more, the Labour Party is in power now, and the rationing system has not ended. It is very logical to do this kind of statistics. What's so difficult about this matter? The Soviet Union's material product accounting system combined with the calculation method that only counts industry and agriculture can allow Britain to successfully obtain a data that has not yet recovered. Changing data is not a shameful thing. Decades later, India, the pearl of the British Empire, often changed data. The Soviet Union's calculation method will make the economic data much worse. But if you believe it, it will be no different from stupidity. Can a data with only 1/3 of the US economy fight against the United States and a group of old imperialist powers for such a long time? From the data, Japan is better than the Soviet Union. Let Japan support 5 million troops, the world's first army, and the world's second navy and air force. See if Japan has the ability to support them. Is this okay? But on the eve of economic aid, it is not considered a deliberate deception of the United States. Edward Bridges heard it and said indifferently that socialism still has something worth learning and cannot be generalized. At present, the economic recovery data of the UK this year has not been released. After all, this year has not yet ended, so how can statistics be made at this time? At this time, the Americans will have a meeting in Paris, and the timing is just right. Our attitude between European countries and the United States is still balanced. Edward Bridges said that Alan Wilson should take this as the most basic principle at the meeting next month. In response, Alan Wilson said that he must abide by this bottom line. Isn't this his attitude towards those Indian business families in New Delhi? I took everyone's money, which is equivalent to not taking money. Alan Wilson left the Treasury and informed Mountbatten of the current real domestic economic recovery speed. There is another more important thing. Edward Bridges mentioned that the Prime Minister is going to sell a batch of military industries. It would be best if these factories could fall into the hands of reliable people. Alan Wilson felt that Pamela Mountbatten was that reliable person. Registering a company again. Pamela Mountbatten was shocked when she heard what Alan Wilson said. Registering a company without an industry is not enough. By the way, I want to talk to you about the logo of the medical company. Let's make a simple and clear one. The military industry is so important to the country. Now that we have received the news, we should make some preparations. This involves employment issues. As for the logo of the medical company, what's so difficult about it? I will draw one for you now. Alan Wilson made a righteous statement, then took out paper and pen, concentrated and thought for a moment, took an umbrella, painted half of the leaves dark, and then placed it in front of Pamela Mountbatten and said, "What a good umbrella, it is used as a logo of the medical company, isn't it appropriate?" The umbrella company in the movie is the world's largest company. Its military strength is equivalent to that of a medium-sized country. It has as much money as a superpower. There are several parts that can highlight the strength of the umbrella company. The umbrella company is all underground, and those who watch the movie carefully will find that they are all below 1,000 meters. The Beehive, Kamchatka Bay, and Tokyo. Take tunnels and bridges for example. Bridges are more economical because they are on the ground, while tunnels are underground and are particularly expensive. The same is true for companies, not to mention that they are more than 1,000 meters deep. Umbrella has more branches. France, Britain, etc. Alan Wilson naturally knew that Pamela Mountbatten's medical company could not reach such strength, but it could serve as an incentive to inspire Pamela Mountbatten's ambition. After talking about the logo of the medical company, Alan Wilson began to talk about the Prime Minister's plan to sell part of the military industry and privatize it. He took out the list of state-owned military factories to be sold this time from his arms and said mysteriously, "I haven't stayed in the country much, so I don't know the value, but I believe your father definitely knows. My father has only been back for a few days and is going back soon. You are making it difficult for him." Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson and sighed. "Tell you, this is the last time. Next time, next time." Alan Wilson smiled flatteringly, indicating that I was wrong, and I would dare to do it again next time. Isn't it his credit for the current domestic economic recovery speed? This is absolutely true, not to mention his outstanding contribution to British India. Just giving Germany's post-war fleet to the Soviet Union has created a great contribution to London's shipyards. Even if the fleet is gone, the demand is still there. Doesn't Germany need to import? Then, as the first shipbuilding country in Europe, will this batch of demand fall on Britain? Moreover, during the period of manufacturing new ships, only Britain has the spare capacity to transport German goods. Alan Wilson was embarrassed to take credit. He felt that the Prime Minister was just so-so. Now he has to take over the national military industrial enterprises that have been sold with tears, and he has paid too much for the British Empire. Smiling in the face of Prime Minister Adley's sharp knife of cutting leaks is enough to show his deep love for this country. While Pamela Mountbatten went to her father to ask for the inside story, Alan Wilson still lived his life without touching the ground. At this time, his diligence has improved by more than one level compared with his previous life. The reason is to do everything possible to make a fortune in the shortest time and let the British Empire land smoothly. Alan Wilson, who was standing at the port waiting for the cargo ship to arrive, complained to Ali Khan's housekeeper, "Alim, you know, I'm very nervous every day. It is that sense of urgency that makes me dare not stop. It will cost a lot to store these green stones at the port." Alim did not understand Alan Wilson's complaints and could only focus on more practical things. Is it too fancy to use them to build a house? Alim, you also know that I'm an honest civil servant. Only Pamela's mother knows about these expenses. Alan Wilson said, as if it had nothing to do with me. You know, the Mountbatten family is a big family, and I have suffered a lot. This kind of thing must not be said to be related to oneself, or it is more appropriate to blame the Mountbatten family. As for the value of these stones, it is written in the customs documents that it is 49.5 pence per cubic meter, about £1 per 5 cubic meters. It is completely ordinary stone, and has nothing to do with luxury. There are many mining areas in Myanmar. Has the train been arranged? Are the farmers in Hoxton satisfied with the compensation? Alan Wilson retracted his gaze and decided to talk about something light. Thank you very much, Maharaja, for your concern for my moving into my new home. If there is any important news, I will definitely contact Maharaja. Alan Wilson will definitely remember the help of Maharaja Ali Khan in building his house. Sometimes he thinks that if conditions permit, Ali Khan is also a pacifist. If Hyderabad cannot be saved, he can continue to be the monarch in Malaya. Of course, this is just an idea. With the friendship between the two, there is nothing wrong with it. Of course, Ali Khan must pay a price for the cost of building Malaya. Nothing comes in vain. Pamela Mountbatten also has a mission. She ordered a batch of mine detectors to build houses. Everyone knows that the World War has just ended. It is reasonable from a safety perspective to safely explore whether there are any bombs exploding in Hoxton. Chapter 382. Plans cannot keep pace with changes. As a person who has a beginning and an end, Alan Wilson certainly did not forget his job and carried out the reception work of the Iraqi princess to the end. But God knows why Princess Margaret suddenly had the mentality of royal responsibility and always appeared next to Princess Badiya. Alan Wilson admitted that the appearance of the future Queen's sister greatly delayed his work. After returning home, he complained to Pamela Mountbatten, so he was questioned by Princess Margaret the next day. You can fool Sister Pamela, but you can't fool me, Princess Margaret accused, pinching her waist. If I want to, I can definitely do it, Alan Wilson said helplessly with a poker face. As a member of the British royal family, you can't be so willful. You have responsibilities to the country. You can't do whatever you want. Look at our crown prince, he is much better in this regard. I'm not like my sister, Princess Margaret said disapprovingly. I do whatever makes me happy. Your Highness, you lack a complete childhood. Alan Wilson said tactfully that there is a way to cure the princess's illness, and the beating is light. Then he raised his wrist and took a look. The time was almost up. At this time, Pamela Mountbatten drove up, got out of the car directly, looked at Alan Wilson very apologetically, and stuffed this troublemaker into the car. Dear Princess Badiya, our royal princess is still very young, not as stable as you. Alan Wilson turned around and apologized to Princess Badiya. Princess Margaret, who was sitting in Pamela Mountbatten's car, was still angry. Sister Pamela, what does a complete childhood mean? Oh, haha. Pamela Mountbatten laughed out loud when she heard it. When she heard that this was what Alan Wilson said, she answered a series of consequences about beating too lightly. The car was filled with laughter and Princess Margaret's shouting, I'll take you to Hoxton in a few days. Alan and I are going to settle down there. If the princess has time, you can get familiar with it. The recent military mutual assistance agreement between Iraq, Jordan and the United Kingdom has been discussed in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The royal families of Jordan and Iraq are both benevolent monarchs. I believe that there is absolutely no problem in treating domestic minorities well. The royal families of the two countries are originally a family, and it is appropriate for them to assist each other in defense. Alan Wilson certainly had something serious to talk to Princess Badiya about. Regarding the Palestinian issue, I hope the royal families of the two countries understand that the Jews are backed by the United States and the Soviet Union, which will make the British Empire extremely embarrassed. It seems that the British Empire is still a country at the same level as the United States and the Soviet Union. But the problem of Britain at present is that its navy is inferior to that of the United States, and its army is certainly no match for the Soviet Red Army. It is in a very embarrassing situation. So what is Britain's attitude towards this matter? Princess Badiya asked very seriously. Of course we support the Arabs. But you also know that if it is only one of the United States and the Soviet Union, we can still stop it. If both come together, Britain will also have difficulties. Alan Wilson spread his hands, indicating that Britain has its own national conditions. If a war breaks out because of this, I wonder what the attitude of Arab countries will be. Of course it is war. Princess Badiya said decisively. There is no second choice for this matter. Once the war starts, we must be able to withstand the pressure and carry it through to the end. It is not too late to start the relevant preparations for this. Alan Wilson said this. Princess Badiya, I hope the Arabs can be mentally prepared. I raise a hypothetical question. If the British Empire cannot prevent the ceasefire decision of the United States and the Soviet Union at the United Nations, can the Arab countries withstand this pressure? Princess Badiya pondered for a moment and did not give an answer to this question. So we should do our best at the beginning. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, regarding this possible war, if it is fought well, it can greatly increase the prestige of the royal families of Jordan and Iraq. If the consequences are not satisfactory, since the establishment of the Soviet Union, the revolutionary wave in the world has generally strengthened, and the monarchy is the first to bear the brunt. No system is perfect. For example, in electoral countries like the United Kingdom, there will always be disputes between each other until the most dangerous moment. But in countries where power is too concentrated, the lack of domestic flexibility makes it easy for revolutions to break out. However, Alan Wilson knew that, although Israel was established with the support of the United States and the Soviet Union, at least in the First Middle East War, it passed the most dangerous moment under the protection of the United Nations. There are two ways to withstand the pressure of the United Nations and drive the Jews into the sea, but obviously the Arabs may not have the courage. Another way is that before the United Nations intervenes, the Arab countries participating in the war mobilize all their forces and do not give the United Nations a chance to intervene. Now Alan Wilson has reminded the United Nations that it may be biased towards Israel, and at the same time, told that once a war breaks out, either do not take action, or be prepared before taking action. Alan Wilson does not believe that the Jews thought they would definitely defeat the Arabs before the First Middle East War. Isn't it the confidence that has been nurtured by the victory in the Middle East wars again and again? In fact, as long as the Arab countries change their thinking, such as arms race instead of directly launching a war, Israel will not dare to take the initiative to fight an offensive war with a bunch of Arab countries around it. After all, they don't know the strength of the Arab countries, and Israel's initiative to attack is the behavior of madmen. Princess Badiya is about to return home, and I have one more thing to tell you. Alan Wilson paused and smiled bitterly. Standing on the side of the Arab countries is the official opinion of the United Kingdom, but from a personal point of view, my fiance's mother is Jewish, so my identity is quite embarrassing. If the princess has made a decision about what I just said, when persuading others, don't mention that it was me who said it, which may affect the harmony of my family. There is actually this layer of relationship. Princess Badiya nodded in understanding. I know Mr. Allen's reminder. After I go back, I will definitely have a good talk with my brother and the royal families of various countries about this matter. The Israelis will never dare to take action first. If they choose war, the Arab royal families must ensure that they can deal with various situations. Alan Wilson nodded, and by the way, wished Princess Badiya a safe journey. The matter of arms orders from some Arab countries in the next few months has been explained clearly. Of course, it is about arms orders, otherwise why did he come here? Pretend to be an old friend of the Arab people. The Arabs already have a Lawrence of Arabia. No matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. If you don't have money, you can owe it first, and use oil to pay off the debt. This is a very normal operation. The oil in the Middle East is also very important to Britain at present. There is no doubt about it. Anyway, after the World War, Britain has accumulated a mountain of weapons. Although Alan Wilson dealt with a batch in India, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to the legacy left by the World War. Although it is not as intuitive as the warships waiting to be dismantled in major ports, there are still many weapons left over from the World War in terms of ground-armed weapons. As a loyal imperial civil servant, he has the obligation to find a place for these scraps to play their residual heat. In case the Arab countries suffer losses, Britain can mobilize the weapons and equipment of 20 armed divisions at one go without hesitation to provide assistance, which is no problem for Britain at the moment. After finishing his work, Alan Wilson returned home and hurried to do two things before the meeting in Paris. The first was to perfect the colonial report for the Prime Minister. He wrote and revised it from time to time, which consumed a lot of Alan Wilson's energy. In fact, the main idea was that, if a bloody war broke out after the independence of British India, the partition model of British India would be promoted. It would be best to let all colonies know that once they pursued independence, Britain would do so. The other thing was to prepare for his journey to the tomb robbing lieutenant. This time was different from the last time. Alan Wilson's partner was replaced by Pamela Mountbatten. How to plan it more logically was a great test of his thinking. It would be best to let Pamela Mountbatten discover it herself, and he would assist. But it was not that easy. Alan Wilson entered the kitchen and saw his fiancée busy at work. He asked tentatively when they would go to Harkson to have a look. We drew lots to decide the location. We have to see it with our own eyes. The matter of drawing lots was nothing more than a box for Pamela Mountbatten to draw. However, Alan Wilson prepared two identical boxes, one with many different village names and the other with only Harkson. As expected, Pamela Mountbatten drew Harkson as the location for the construction of their country estate. This was all God's will, and mortals like us cannot violate it. Afterwards, Alan Wilson sent the box filled with God's will back to God. I know you're busy, we'll go tomorrow, Pamela Mountbatten said while peeling potatoes. By the way, Margaret wants to go with us, and I've already agreed. You should ask for my opinion. Alan Wilson's face changed after hearing this, and he said dissatisfiedly, why didn't you discuss it with me? Don't be like this, Alan. She is my sister. Pamela Mountbatten said with a pleading look on her face. She is Elizabeth's sister. Just respect the future queen. Don't mind it. I have to be brave too, Alan Wilson said with a sour face. By then, there will be a bunch of MI6 agents following us openly and secretly. How can we have any private space? Chapter 383 Wilson in Paris. Okay, let's sacrifice our private space for a while. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and comforted, expressing her determination not to do it again. In this way, Alan Wilson felt that he had to delay the date of digging for the treasure. He originally wanted to start before the Paris conference. Since there was a spoiler, and the spoiler had a deep background, there was no way. There is a small village called Harkson in Suffolk, England. The people in the village make a living by farming. Their lives are quiet and plain. The scenery here is beautiful, far away from the hustle and bustle of the big city. So after God's decision, which is actually a draw, Pamela Mountbatten chose to become the country manor, where she and Alan Wilson will live in the future. On this day, she drove here with her fiancée and Margaret, who was hated in the eyes of her fiancé. Such a big man, let a woman drive. Princess Margaret pouted after getting out of the car and complained about Pamela Mountbatten's driving. Margaret, Alan's personality is not suitable for driving. When he drives, his mind is always active, and he cannot focus on the road. This is very unsafe. Pamela Mountbatten closed the car door and saw Margaret, who was hated by her fiancé, talking nonsense. She couldn't help but explain. This place is nice. I believe it will be very pleasant to live here in the summer. As for the sarcasm of Her Royal Highness, Alan Wilson pretended not to hear it, otherwise there would inevitably be MI5 agents in the dark to come out to protect the king. The British royal family does not interfere in politics, because the political structure of the world has changed. The number of monarchies has greatly decreased, and the problem faced by the royal family is to maintain rule, not to monopolize power. But don't think that the royal family has no power to deal with individuals who are hostile to the royal family, even if this person is a politician or a powerful politician. The resignation of Corbyn, the leader of the Labour Party in the 21st century, is a standard political persecution. The leader of the Labour Party is not a small figure. In simple terms, Corbyn advocates nationalisation, opposes constitutional monarchy, opposes the UK's retention of nuclear weapons, and has repeatedly expressed sympathy for the Irish Republican Army, Hamas and other organisations that are regarded as anti-Western armed forces by most Western governments. The reason why Corbyn finally stepped down was anti-Semitism. It would be a big mistake to think that Corbyn is unpopular. After Corbyn became the leader of the party, the power of the Labour Party expanded rapidly, and the number of party members increased several times. The number of party members exceeded 600,000, which is several times that of the ruling Conservative Party. It is absolutely not something that the ruling party can do to get such a leader of the Labour Party out of office. At least it must be approved by the royal family. The leader of the opposition within the Labour Party who has always opposed Corbyn was eventually made a baron and entered the House of Lords. The leader of the largest opposition party can be resigned by internal and external attacks. How can Alan Wilson have time to engage in verbal disputes with Princess Margaret? He said something like the weather is nice today and ignored the annoying Margaret. He found that people named Margaret were unreasonable and he should stay away from people with such names in the future. But I don't know if I will have the chance to meet the leader of the Conservative Party in the school again in the future. With the financial support of Ali Khan, the farmers in Harkson's village did not cause any obstacles to his plan for a country estate, which saved a lot of work. As a gentleman of the British Empire, Alan Wilson would never do such a thing as forced demolition. However, if the Slavs in northern Rhodesia knew that their savior was treated unfairly, there was no telling what they would do. The place chosen by God is certainly good. Pamela Mountbatten was very happy. This is her future home. Although there is no sign of a manor at present, it does not prevent a woman from fantasizing. It can only be said to be comfortable. Not as good as Windsor Castle. Princess Margaret pouted, trying very hard to show her presence. If Alan Wilson had not changed his mind at the last minute and built the Emerald House on his own soil, he would have really planned to let his residents compete with Windsor Castle. However, Malaya was a colony after all, and there was a risk of independence. Such a conspicuous thing might become evidence of his exploitation of Malaya and be used for exhibition in the future to charge admission fees. The thought of it was unacceptable. The Maharaja has helped us a lot. Alan Wilson once again showed his grateful character. The situation in British India is very worrying. I see that the newspapers are full of praise for British India. Princess Margaret found an opportunity to interrupt, saying that after independence, India will become a powerful and influential country. That's just a lie after seeing that India is sure of independence. Congressman Churchill's thoughts are our real thoughts. He once said that Indians are breeding like cockroaches. Alan Wilson snorted and sneered, "Your Highness, you should get in touch with the real world and not live in a bubble." The royal family, relatively speaking, does not understand the thoughts of the grassroots people. This is not right. It is always not good to be separated from the masses. Oh, Margaret, don't listen to what he says. Pamela Mountbatten glared at Alan Wilson, meaning to respect the princess of the royal family. Although she heard what was said and discussed at home, Margaret was at home, but this is outside. Pamela Mountbatten was interested in picnics. As early as the British India, Alan Wilson took her to Hyderabad to appreciate the charm of nature. However, the problem with British India was that it was too natural. Harkson was very good, with a comfortable environment. If you lower the standard of the mountain, it can also be said to be close to the mountains and water. It would be a pity not to have a few drinks in this environment. You can also have an indoor barbecue. You're welcome. Alan Wilson was busy grilling while greeting the Mi-5 agents, handing them mutton and saying, "Actually, we are also in the same profession, but I'm in the external department. So Mr. Allen is from number 6. Several agents thanked with a smile. "If you had told us earlier that we were in the same profession, we wouldn't have been so nervous." Regarding the safety of the royal family, no matter how careful you are, it's not too much. Alan Wilson grabbed a few more bottles of beer and said while busying himself, "But it's good that you work in China. If you were on the front line abroad, the difficulty would be even higher. The key is the lack of financial support, and it's not so convenient to carry out work in a complex environment. What can't be confused about a few agents? Alan Wilson can even deal with the cabinet secretary and the prime minister. The key is to show value. Of course, reliability is the most basic condition, which goes without saying. This is not so bizarre, and no matter how bizarre it is not as bizarre as the founder of Mi-5 being Irish. Although the plan to share the treasure was temporarily shelved, Alan Wilson was not a person who was entangled. He just took it as a way to make up for Pamela Mountbatten's homework. If the Mountbattens had not had their own schedule, he would have wanted to bring his father-in-law over to discuss the plan for the independence of British India and verify whether there were any omissions in his work. He had a good time talking to a group of agents. As for the annoying Princess Margaret, her sister Pamela would naturally deal with her. But after all, with such a royal family member here, Alan Wilson still showed a certain degree of restraint. He also restrained his pursuit of alcohol and took it as a vacation, temporarily forgetting the political career and making some compensation for the busy life without touching the ground. This hypocritical attitude was appreciated by Pamela Mountbatten. He also knew that his fiancée was a little uncomfortable because of a light bulb, so he took the initiative to ask about work problems. I should go to Paris a few days after the governor leaves. Alan will frown slightly. Princess Margaret, who had been enjoying the fruits of the people's labor, sat up straight when she heard about Paris. She was about to say something when Pamela Mountbatten pulled her back. She then glared at her sister Pamela, who stopped her from speaking. "Are you going to Paris to negotiate with the Americans?" Giving the princess a warning look, Pamela Mountbatten whispered, "I heard that there are many countries participating in this meeting. You have to take care of yourself." "I will. Although difficulties are predictable, there are opportunities to strive for them," Alan Wilson answered warmly. As for the strange state of the princess, he pretended not to see it. During the Marshall Plan period, it could only be regarded as an olive branch thrown by the United States. At this time, the United States did not have a dominant consciousness. This was related to the fact that the United States had not yet reached a complete consensus on the decision-making of the Soviet Union, and the two-level structure had just emerged, but it was still in the small moves, etc. It was also related to domestic isolationism, but post-war isolationism also had a market, because American isolationism has remained obvious throughout the 20th century to the present. "Pamela, he's going to Paris." Princess Margaret, who was pulling Pamela Mountbatten out of the cabin, couldn't help it any longer. "What good can he do in Paris? Think about the social atmosphere in France and the character of French women." Regarding Pamela Mountbatten's fiancé going to Paris to attend the meeting, Princess Margaret mentioned the photo of Alan Wilson in Paris, which was widely known by British citizens. "Margaret, it's not that serious." Pamela Mountbatten's tone was quite helpless, and she reminded softly, "Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't mention this again? If I hadn't stopped you just now, you would have said it." Alan Wilson's short vacation was over. To be precise, it was only one day. On the second day, he handed in the colonial assessment report that the Prime Minister had always needed, and went to the airport with Pamela Mountbatten, and Patricia and her husband went to see him off. Governor Mountbatten went back this time to formally initiate the steps for India's independence, letting India, which pursued a colorful life, to toss it out on its own. "What did Alan whisper to you just now?" Edwin Ashley asked after the plane took off. "He suggested that I give money." General Mountbatten chuckled. "How can I give money to Indians?" The Governor General, who had already boarded the plane, had no idea that there really was money, all brand new. Chapter 384 Financial Discussion. Alan Wilson really deals with money, although it seems a bit inappropriate for him, a civil servant of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to attend the meeting of the Ministry of Finance. This kind of thing is a matter of rules. As long as there is a supreme authority willing to make special arrangements, nothing is impossible. After arriving at the meeting room of the Ministry of Finance, Alan Wilson greeted several colleagues from the Ministry of Finance. Not all of them were strangers. Many of them had attended the Whitehall cocktail party, at least they were familiar to them. The meeting room was bustling. After a while, Edward Bridges, the current chief civil servant and permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Finance, walked in, and the meeting room was instantly silent. Edward Bridges sat down, scanned the area with a scrutinizing gaze, and then spoke. "This meeting involves the development and outlook of the national economy, as well as the prospects for economic recovery in Europe, because an important international conference is about to be held, and colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will attend the meeting to prepare for the meeting. So now we are meeting. Everyone knows about the current domestic situation. Although various indicators have returned to pre-war levels, it does not mean that the British Empire does not need assistance from the Americans." Edward Bridges set the tone for this meeting. "Sir Stafford and the Prime Minister are very concerned about this." Stafford Cripps is the current Chancellor of the Exchequer of the Labour Party. The Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Foreign Secretary are the Prime Minister's right-hand men. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are both the second in command of this government. Stafford Cripps has a very good relationship with the Communist Party of Britain, and is considered an extreme left-wing figure in the Labour Party. However, Stafford Cripps is exactly the right person for post-war Britain. Without this Chancellor of the Exchequer, it would certainly not be so easy for Prime Minister Attlee to have both national health care and the Alloy Pipe Plan when the money supply is tight. In addition, it was also with the support of Stafford Cripps that the Trade Committee and the British occupied zone instantly established a rationing system. Therefore, one cannot simply distinguish between the left and the right, and everything is complicated. Just because the Labour Party came to power, and from the resume, they were very extreme when they were in opposition, it cannot be assumed that these Labour Party ministers must not do good things. Otherwise, the Marshall Plan was historically accepted during the Labour Party's rule. How to explain these ministers who participated in the workers' movement in their early years and accepted American aid? Speaking of the concern of the Chancellor of the Exchequer Stafford Cripps, Edward Bridges continued to explain the current situation in the UK and what cards they have in hand to bargain with the United States. There is no doubt that the current developments show that after Congressman Churchill's Iron Curtain speech, the hostility between the United States and the Soviet Union is deepening. From my personal point of view, the most valuable card in the hands of the British Empire is undoubtedly the British occupation zone. As the most essential part of the German territory, as long as it is in hand, Britain will recover sooner or later. Even if the Americans throw money at it, it will be useless. The coastline is in our hands, and the industrial zone is in our hands. The money thrown by the United States will only be sucked into the British occupation zone with a larger industrial scale. This is also the reason why the British occupation zone is better than the American occupation zone that has invested hundreds of millions of dollars without us spending even a pound. Even the US troops in the American occupation zone come to the British occupation zone to purchase some things. The American occupation zone, which is mainly Bavaria, cannot be compared with the British occupation zone in terms of industry. After hearing what Alan Wilson said, Edward Bridges nodded in approval and raised the report in his hand. Alan is right, and the report in my hand can also prove this. The existence of the siphon effect has now become a research topic of the Ministry of Finance. Of course, it is still too optimistic to make such a judgment. The increasingly obvious hostility between the United States and the Soviet Union is a danger as well as an opportunity. When the United States first entered the war, representatives of the British financial community had also made optimistic estimates of the United States. Out of British and American national sentiment, they believed that after the war Americans and British will help each other and lead the world together through the joint adoption of the Lend-Lease Act system and industrial cooperation. But his hopes would be dashed. As Keynes discovered in Washington, Americans saw the coming peace as an opportunity to humiliate the British Empire, not to support it. After the establishment of the Braxton Woods system, Warburg pessimistically concluded that Britain's solution to post-war problems is to be more closely connected with the Commonwealth dominions and Western European countries, and not to rely on the United States at all. He believed that the aggressive economic policies of the United States made him very depressed. After the war, the United States immediately cancelled the Lend-Lease Act, which confirmed that Britain would first have to defend its own security. At the same time, it also confirmed that the United States might invest more resources in helping its former enemies rebuild, rather than helping its former allies rebuild. From the current perspective, if the United States can provide aid, Britain can end the rationing system within a year. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer also want aid. Of course, we also know that nothing comes for free. The Americans have already demonstrated this during the war. After Edward Bridges finished speaking, Alan Wilson replied, "In fact, there is no need for us to wait like beggars. From the example of the British occupied areas in Germany, we can see that industrially concentrated areas have a siphon effect on backward areas. From the perspective of Europe, which is now in ruins, the US industry is intact. It also meets this condition. So the so-called aid plan, rather than saying that the United States has come to the world as a savior, it is better to say that the Americans played a trick to get European countries to borrow money to buy American goods." I think there may be some problems with the wording, but that's actually the case. Just like our two-wing flying plan, it's just a variant. Think about it, everyone. During the war, the United States directed its economy toward war. A large number of companies that produced civilian products switched to producing military products and increased production and scale. Previously, a large number of housewives left their homes to work in factories. As a result, after the war, the army was disarmed and the demand for military products plummeted. The huge production capacity of these companies had no market to absorb it for a while. But at this time, Europe was facing the problem of reconstruction, and there was a strong demand for various types of heavy industrial machinery products. Even countries such as Portugal and Iceland, that did not experience war, had a large demand for construction. Everyone in the Ministry of Finance nodded in agreement. One of the Deputy Secretaries General said, "We also have our own advantages." According to the news from the US Embassy, there are some additional conditions for US aid. This is not surprising. Americans never do business at a loss. Alan Wilson snorted and laughed. The recipient country must purchase a certain amount of American goods, withdraw tariff barriers as soon as possible, and cancel or relax foreign exchange restrictions. These must be included, right? Seeing the colleague who spoke nodded, Alan Wilson said, "To be honest, once foreign exchange controls are lifted, with the current strength of the US dollar, the pound will definitely encounter a run crisis, leading to problems with the exchange rate. We can give up the interests of the British occupied areas, but we must be immune to these restrictions. After all, the current domestic recovery is far beyond expectations. From a larger perspective, the United States also needs us. After all, we don't have a million-scale French Communist Party or Italian Communist Party in our country. To a certain extent, we can cooperate with the United States, but too much concession is not a good thing. That's not the case. If the Americans give enough, we can agree to some conditions appropriately." Edward Bridges finally put forward his own opinion. "It depends on how much aid the United States gives. If you want Britain to cooperate, you have to add money." This is what Edward Bridges meant, and it is also what his colleagues in the Ministry of Finance meant. After the meeting, Edward Bridges informed the Chancellor of the Exchequer Stafford Cripps of the results of the discussion of this meeting. Stafford Cripps then went to the Prime Minister's office. At this time, Prime Minister Attlee was looking at the report on the assessment of the value of the colonies. He happened to see the Persian Gulf chapter, and had not seen the next part of the Suez Canal chapter. "Stafford, you're here." Prime Minister Attlee put down the report in his hand, saw the Chancellor of the Exchequer come in, asked him to sit down. "Is it about the European Recovery Plan?" "Yes, the Treasury has already discussed the results." Stafford Cripps took out the minutes of today's meeting and said, "Is it too optimistic? Although the recovery situation has exceeded expectations, for Britain now, the American aid is also very important. Although it is different from the historical situation, that Europe has clear needs, and is not qualified to consider bargaining. Now Britain has returned to the pre-war level, but huge foreign debts still exist. If this aid can be obtained, it will still be a great benefit in terms of finance. If the Americans do not attach too many conditions, we will continue to resume production in the British occupied area." Prime Minister Attlee shrugged and said, "We have just signed a supply agreement for tin ore and rubber with the Soviet Union. If the United States does not show sincerity, we are not without room for maneuver. The sky in British India is certainly bluer, but the sky in the British occupied area is also bluer. And because of the geographical location and industrial scale of the British occupied area, the sky in the American occupied area, blocked inland, is also higher and bluer." As Prime Minister, Attlee knew the role of the British occupied areas in promoting the development of the British economy. If the Americans took too much advantage, Attlee might not cooperate. Before Alan Wilson was about to embark on a trip to Paris, he received another condition for negotiation. He did not rule out supporting France's annexation of the Saar region. He could use this as a condition to talk to the Americans. That's right. He was talking to the Americans about France's annexation of the Saar region. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385. Britain and France are allies. France has always wanted to annex the Saar region, but it is absolutely impossible for France to do it alone. So it has been seeking support from Britain and the United States, at least to ensure that one of them supports itself. Britain actually supported, or at least understood, France's annexation of the Saar region for a period of time after the war. But the United States has always opposed it. There are several external conditions for this Paris conference. At present, the French Communist Party and the Italian Communist Party are both the largest parties in their countries. Among single parties, France has 25% of French voters supporting it. The Italian Communist Party is more powerful, with more than 1/3 of voters supporting it. Because the winter from 1946 to 1947 was relatively cold, Europe experienced food shortages and material shortages. So the current situation in Europe is indeed not optimistic. But this does not include Britain, because the two wings flew together. In British India, adhering to the original intention that famine would not occur for 3 consecutive years, Britain maintained its domestic food supply and also supported the other wing of the two wings flying together, the German-British occupation zone. At this time, production materials are more useful than money, and it also caused many people in the American and Soviet occupation zones to flee to the British occupation zone. It can be said that the cold winter from the end of last year to the beginning of this year has actually widened the gap between the British occupation zone and other occupation zones. In 1947, the GDP of the American occupation zone was 34% of the pre-war level, and this was the result of the United States throwing money around. The British occupation zone has already exceeded 80% of the pre-war level. Regardless of whether it was because Britain opened up British India or took away all the surplus value of more than 20 million Germans in the British occupation zone, the British Empire had colonies to take over anyway. In fact, in a sense, Britain's two-wing plan is a version of the Marshall Plan without money. Taking away all the surplus value of German industry in the British occupation zone, lowering the price in exchange for raw materials from British India, and Britain mediating in the middle, while allowing the British occupation zone's industry to recover. It should also absorb a bit from other surrounding occupation zones. The Germans in the British occupation zone certainly worked in vain for a year, and had nothing left, but at least they didn't starve. The Germans in other occupation zones are not necessarily the same. Even if the Americans threw dollars in the American occupation zone, they could not close the gap between the American occupation zone's 34% of the pre-war industrial total value and the British occupation zone's 84% of the industrial total value. The British occupied zone was originally the richest part of Germany. In addition to the development gap between the East and West, there is also a gap between the North and the South. Historically, the north of Germany was surpassed by the south before and after the oil crisis in the 1970s. At this point in time, the gap between the south and the north of Germany is still quite obvious. Moreover, the north of Germany is plains, the south is mountainous, and the agricultural conditions in the north are stronger than those in the south. Otherwise, why would the United States want to exchange occupied zones with Britain before the end of the war? There is a reason for that. So after getting economic data from the Ministry of Finance and taking advantage of the French mentality of annexing the Saar region from the Prime Minister, Alan Wilson took the opportunity to formulate a plan. This plan can be called the Anglo-French Coal Community. The British occupied zone has an industrial base, and the French occupied zone, including the Saar region, has important resources for industrial production. Britain and France can share Germany's coal and iron resources. In fact, it is the original intention of France to form a community in history. After the failure of annexing the Saar region, a framework was used to legally allow Germany's coal and iron resources to serve France. The Saar region is an industrial area second only to the Ruhr region in the remaining territory of Germany. If the United States must impose additional harsh conditions on Britain, the subsequent steps of the plan are to merge the British and French occupation zones. At the Moscow conference in the spring, the French raised the issue of the status of the Saar region. France once again proposed a plan for the disposal of German territory, advocating that the residents of the Saar region be given separate citizenship, that the Saar region be under the responsibility of the French High Commissioner for Internal Affairs, and that the French agent be in charge of foreign affairs. As for the Ruhr region, it should be separated from Germany and handed over to the 4 major powers and the 3 low-lying countries for joint management. Regarding this proposition, the Soviets expressed opposition to the Saar region, but agreed to the Ruhr region. Marshall of the United States expressed support for France's Saar plan and opposition to the disposal of the Ruhr region. That is, the Saar region would be politically separated from Germany, and the Saar region would be incorporated into the French economic and fiscal system through the monetary union and the customs union, and the territory of the Saar region would no longer be under the control and protection of an international organization. At the Moscow Conference in the spring, the attitudes of the United States and the Soviet Union were simply that the Soviet Union opposed France's annexation of the Saar region, but the Ruhr region could be transformed from a British-occupied area into a joint management area. The Soviet Union was targeting Britain. The United States supported the Saar plan, but opposed the joint management of the Ruhr. The unsuccessful French plan to sell out Britain eventually achieved some of its goals. For example, in order to keep the Ruhr, the United States acquiesced to a certain extent in France's move to annex the Saar, which it had always strongly opposed. In May, after the Moscow Conference, France formulated the Saar Constitution, which was officially launched in October. Just before the wedding of Crown Princess Elizabeth, the Saar Parliament approved the Saar Constitution, which stipulated that the Saar would be politically separated from Germany, the tariff and monetary system would be incorporated into the French economic system, and France would be responsible for diplomacy and defense. The French commissioner in the Saar was granted great power to prohibit any legislation that endangered the constitution or the customs union between France and the Saar. The franc also became the legal currency of the Saar. The tariff barriers between France and the Saar were abolished, while tariff barriers were set up between Germany and the Saar. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs reviewed the disputes surrounding the Saar over the past 6 months and the original diplomatic trends in history. Alan Wilson was looking for an insertion point. He knew that this was the time when France was closest to annexing the Saar, and it could be said that it was just a matter of time. If Britain re-expressed its willingness to forgive France's claims to the Saar region as it did in 1945 and 1946, there would be at least a 50% chance of success. So this plan, in simple terms, is that France must stand with Britain at the Paris Conference. With the current situation in Western Europe, it can be said that a large number of countries have fallen to their knees. Britain itself has recovered far more than the same period in history, and in this case it stands out even more. If France can stand firmly with Britain and let the United States not impose many additional conditions on its economic aid to Europe, then Britain can support France's claims to the Saar region. But France must also give a guarantee that, if the goal cannot be achieved, the French occupied area must be merged with the British occupied area immediately. In addition to this merger plan as a record, there is also a common language for negotiation with the Americans, and we must talk about the Soviet Union. At this point in time, the recovery speed of Eastern Europe is actually much faster than that of Western Europe. At a time when everyone is in great difficulty and the landlords have no surplus food, it is a matter of who is more fair. Obviously, from this perspective, the Soviet system is obviously fairer than the old imperialism in the United States, which represents the new imperialism. Britain also resolutely implemented the rationing system, and with the colonies as a supplement, the current situation has emerged. Britain, which has recovered, also needs the assistance of the United States, but this kind of assistance can be used for another reason. That is, Britain helps the United States stabilize the situation in Western European countries and prevent revolutions in these countries. After all, the British Empire now has 800,000 troops and the world's second largest navy. It can play a role in maintaining the stability of Europe. This time, accepting assistance is not a request, but a kind of help, as an auxiliary force, to help the United States stabilize the situation in Europe. Since it is not a request but a help, and maintaining European stability on the basis of cooperation, Britain does not owe the United States. After formulating the plan, Alan Wilson went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with the plan, and in the following time, he answered the questions of the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin and gave answers. In the final analysis, the biggest problem in Britain now is not any problem in production, and industrial indicators have been fully restored. The biggest problem is the debt owed during the war, especially the debt of the United States. If the United States does not force the British to pay back the debt, the British economy will not have any problems now. They can discuss using part of the aid to buy American goods, but they cannot discuss opening up the exchange rate control of the British pound. Although there is no problem economically, the power of the US dollar is much greater than that of the British pound. Talk to the French about the Saarland? To make the United States treat Britain more fairly? Ernest Bevin seemed a little exhausted due to his previous illness, and he was weak when he asked the question. France once unsuccessfully sold out our Ruhr region. Now we can use the Saar region to whet the appetite of the French and get them to stand on our side. Alan Wilson replied calmly, the Saar region issue only has the finishing touch. The Americans' attitude has softened after the Moscow conference. As long as we give their support, the French will dare to do so. Use our support on the Saar region issue to guarantee that they will stand on our side on the issue of American aid this time. Of course, we also have to see what conditions the Americans put forward. If the issue of aid is not so harsh, there is another way to solve the Saar region issue, that is, the establishment of the Anglo-French coal and iron community, and the two countries will share Germany's coal and iron resources. Anyway, Germany's industrial areas are in the British-occupied areas, so we still have the advantage. Ernest Bevin breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he did not really support the French annexation of the Saar region. If we start to promise the French, how will it end? The Americans bribed us to oppose the French annexation of the Saar region. Alan Wilson said without thinking. We in the UK were going to refuse, but the Americans gave too much money. You are indeed very suitable for working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ernest Bevin nodded. The draft of the joint French negotiations with the Americans has been finalized, and the coal and iron community will serve as a backup for appeasing France later. Yes, Minister. Alan Wilson nodded. Then I want to go to the British occupied area to collect some materials for negotiation preparations, and I will rush to Paris before the meeting begins. Of course, but don't let our French allies wait anxiously. Ernest Bevin smiled. Why does this chapter look a bit messy? Chapter 386 Kneeling and Punching. In fact, the amount of aid in the Marshall Plan is obviously based on national strength, with multiple factors such as military population and war potential. If nothing unexpected happens, the top few countries in the aid ranking are naturally Britain, France, Germany, and Italy, the only European powers that are not controlled by the Soviet Union. It is correct to say that there are indeed no major countries controlled by the Soviet Union. The relatively powerful Poland and Yugoslavia had a population of 30 million before the war, but this number included Jews. The Jews who died in various concentration camps in Germany were actually Polish Jews. There were not many Jews in Germany. In addition to the casualties of the war, the current population of Poland is only over 20 million. Yugoslavia had a population of 13 million before the war, and after several years of war, it only had a population of over 10 million. Poland is already the most populous country in Eastern Europe except the Soviet Union. As for the remaining four countries in Europe, Britain, France, Germany, and Italy, the three countries have a population of more than 40 million, and the part of Germany occupied by the three countries has a population of about 50 million. Therefore, the strength of Eastern and Western Europe is actually not at the same level, and things like human resources, military strength and war potential are far apart. So this matter is completely negotiable. After all, after many blackmails, London has realized that the Soviet Union is not as scary as it appears. Most civil servants and ministers in Whitehall believe that the direct war deaths of the Soviet Union exceed 20 million. This population loss is not suitable for another war. The Marshall Plan is just the United States beginning to adapt to the role of the world hegemon and starting its first attempt. It is not to say that it must ignore the reactions of European countries to achieve a certain goal. Britain, which has been so difficult in history, has been able to fight for the largest share. Now Britain, which has the British occupied zone in its hands, is much better than its historical situation. There is no reason to end up with a worse result. Now Alan Wilson knows that the biggest uncertainty factor is himself. If he does not reach a better agreement than in history, it means that he has messed up. A few days before the negotiations officially began, Alan Wilson arrived in Bonn again, taking into account both public and private interests. On the one hand, he obtained the data of the British Occupied Zone Trade Committee to judge the role of the British Occupied Zone in promoting the mainland and increase the bargaining chips. Another thing is to go through Brandt's recent investigation list and release the prisoners who Brandt has found to have committed obvious crimes during the war. Of course, before that, he also needs Brandt to sign to leave evidence for future negotiations with Brandt. As for the personal side, it is much simpler. He misses the little dragoon Anna and his son, so it is not too much to come and visit. You plunder our German talents. Anna hooked her hands around Alan Wilson's neck. Oh, these German talents have no room to display in a short time. They can't go to farm, right? Huh. Alan Wilson found that this little dragoon has many tricks and teased, "Don't be afraid of it again." I said it was tainted by the British occupation forces again. Anna blinked her big eyes and blurted out the tiger and wolf words. Before Pockina came back, the two had been there with a sanctimonious look, as if nothing had happened. But as an excellent agent, Pockina still found clues, and she couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. She now felt that Anna was in danger of being corrupted by sugar-coated bullets. Actually, I'm very happy if you two live well. Germany's hard days are almost over. The Germans will definitely have a share of the American aid. Enjoying the food made by the Dragoon sisters, Alan Wilson couldn't help but whet his appetite. Of course, there will be some restrictions at the beginning. As time goes by, at least the economic restrictions will definitely become less and less. I heard that this time the United States aid to Europe also includes Eastern European countries including the Soviet Union. Anna held the baby, her eyes blinking with innocence. That's just a show. Who would believe the Americans' pretentious statement? This is destined to have nothing to do with the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson laughed and said, if the Soviet Union opens up its economy and abandons the planned economy, will the Soviet Union accept it? Not to mention the Soviet Union, even Britain, which has blood transfusions from the British occupied areas, is unwilling to accept it. Let's see what conditions the Americans offer. Alan Wilson expressed toughness on the one hand, and at the same time expressed that only the United States could make Britain bow its head by spending money, and expressed the mentality of kneeling on the ground and shaking his fists vividly. Let's not talk about this for now. Once the German economy is unrestricted again, the exchange assets in your sister's hands will be valuable. Don't look down on me as a civil servant at that time. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and grabbed the hand of a dragoon, implicitly expressing his idea of killing two birds with one stone at night. Seeing that Pockina was reluctant to accept, Anna secretly curled her lips. It was like that last time. Why was she still pretending to be sacred and inviolable? Would a good woman do that? Although she would agree, if this man made the same request to her, it was different. It was the fruit of their love. There was no interest relationship involved. The Dragoon sisters of the Herman family had already had differences in their ideas, and Alan Wilson naturally didn't know about this. Not only did he not know, but the two women didn't have a clear understanding of this mentality at present. Alan Wilson didn't want his career in the occupation zone to end so early. What's wrong with being able to ask for anything from the sisters? What does the Cold War have to do with him? It's all nonsense made by a bunch of bastards who have nothing to do. Of course, the nominal end of the German occupation is not the same as the actual end. The standard is relaxed. Germany's economic and political autonomy was not yet in the 1950s, and the British, American, and French commissioners in Germany were all very authoritative. How much cash do you have? Alan Wilson, who was hugging one on each side and enjoying the blessing of having two wives, lived a comfortable life and expressed his concern for the future development of the Herman family. Not counting the exchanged German industries and company shares, the cash and stocks are more than $10 million US. We didn't touch that money. Pockina glanced at Alan Wilson and whispered, without you, we would never have thought of today. So much, so I don't worry, you two will definitely have a good life in the future. Alan Wilson said with a sense of accomplishment. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. As long as I understand, I will definitely help you. In fact, you can take out a batch of money to recruit talents, which can be regarded as taking from the people and using it for the people. The value of many talents cannot be measured by money. The steel market will definitely be good in the next few years. When the restrictions are completely lifted, I think you can also get involved. I believe that the tobacco company is now the memory of a generation of Germans. If you can maintain it, you will make a profit. Looking at the accumulation of the Dragoon sisters, they have made a lot of money under the care of the British Occupied Trade Committee. However, even the German men who are the backbone of the country are like this, and women cannot be accused of being unpatriotic. The Dragoon sisters are still smart. They send a little to the US stock market. When they accumulate a little, most of the wealth in their hands is made up of stocks. This is very much like Chan Gong's style, which is very gratifying. Seeing you and your children live a good life gives me more motivation to work. In fact, I don't pursue much. It should be said that for a man, this is the greatest pursuit. After a few days of balancing public and private affairs, Alan Wilson dealt with the materials and talent issues needed for the talks and prepared to go to Paris. Pamela Mountbatten would send someone to deal with the rest of the talent issues. Because Bokina was also a well-known person, she didn't see him off. Anna came out to send Alan Wilson, who was not sensitive to directions, to the station and watch the man get on the train and return. When she got home, she saw Bokina had already dressed. Anna asked, "Where are you going? Are you going to pass on a message?" Of course. Bokina, who had short hair, looked capable and was about to go out. You have to think clearly about how he treats us. You know it clearly in your heart without me telling you. It's understandable to convey confidential information for the motherland, but you can't harm him. Anna put away her innocent face and said sternly, "He is the father of my child. There must be some feelings for him after such a long time." After getting dressed, Bokina went out without looking back and closed the door directly. She stopped and looked back at the door. She could guess that Anna did not leave. She waited for 2 seconds before taking another step and silently said in her heart, "I will." People always have feelings, especially women. Because of the existence of the Cambridge Five, the Soviet Union will definitely know clearly the difficulties it will face and know that it has no share in the Marshall Plan. Alan Wilson sighed, but what does this have to do with him? After all, it is a hostile country. 2 days later, he arrived in Paris. Paris was not the destination when he came last time, and Alan Wilson did not have time to observe the originator of modern cities and what charm it has. This time is different. It is early before the formal meeting, or even the preliminary meeting. He has plenty of time to see what Paris is and make people all over the world yearn for it. Walking along the Rue de Rennes and the Rue Saint Victor de Fossey from one end of Paris to the other, the journey is fast and convenient. The highway was completed in 1932 and was entirely funded by the state. The new highway combines the advantages of speed, convenience, and comfort. Since its opening to traffic, the service of the capital's railway has been well received. The lights of the luxurious big stores are projected into the distance, and the bright city flickers through the lighting system. Electricity is transmitted from the wire network to the street lamps, emitting an unparalleled dazzling light. Even though the situation in Europe is not good now, as the capital of France, Paris is still worthy of its reputation all over the world. In this situation, Alan Wilson has a real emotion in his heart that he wants to express. "I don't know what the difference is between French cars and German cars." A more literary way is what Prime Minister Ko said. "Are there prostitutes in this city?" Chapter 387 Embassy in France. There is no doubt that the hostility between the United States and us has become increasingly intense in the past 2 years. On the contrary, the hostility of Britain also exists, but the Labour Party is in power after all. The Conservative Party, to which that bastard Churchill belongs, is currently in opposition. In Stalin's office in the Kremlin, he was telling Stanov and Beria, Britain and the United States are indeed converging, but the situation is slightly different from that in 1945. Roosevelt is dead, and Truman is obviously more confrontational. Britain is led by Attlee, and Churchill will not be able to make an impact at least in the short term. According to reliable information, the US plan to aid Europe this time will openly invite us, but it must be at the cost of fully opening up the market to allow the United States to impact. At the meeting, Britain and France will definitely come forward on behalf of the United States to accuse our country. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Should we protest? Stanov frowned and said, "Expose the American conspiracy. No, use some smart methods." As I said, compared with 1945, the current situation has changed. At that time, Churchill was more hostile to the Soviet Union, and now Truman is the biggest enemy. So our strategy must also change. Stalin shook his head and smiled. The British still want to save the British Empire. I can help them gain a foothold. Eastern European countries can order British machines as substitutes for the United States. Admittedly, because of the serious damage, it may not change the British people's desire for help. But it does have an effect. The improvement of the overall environment can give Britain hope of revitalizing the prestige of the British Empire. As long as the British have this hope, they will not be willing to be completely manipulated by the Americans. Asterisk 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 SINCE the decision has been made. I will arrange how to do it. Beria nodded after listening. In fact, it is to open a hole, to allow British goods to enter Eastern Europe. And from a technical point of view, Eastern European countries do need to update advanced machinery and technology. Czechoslovakia and Finland can be countries that have contact with Britain. Anyway, they can't go against our will. Didn't the United States only provide aid if the Soviet Union opened its market? The Soviet Union would not open its market, but it could cause trouble for the Americans from another direction. But even if we show goodwill to Britain, the British will still blame us for loans and let the United States exclude us. Stanov pondered. Is there a better way? At present, there is no way. It is good enough to prevent Britain and the United States from uniting so quickly. Stalin smiled bitterly. Let's take it one step at a time. In fact, the British look very powerful, but their territories are all overseas. Sooner or later, they will not be able to play. In the current situation, it is really not a good thing for the Soviet Union to weaken too early. As for accepting American aid, Stalin had no choice. After all, the Soviet Union and the United States could not be compared in terms of financial resources. However, since he had known the general direction in advance, he could make some preparations for a response. Then, Stalin asked Stanov and Beria to leave, picked up the phone on the table, and said, "Put me in Molotov." Alan Wilson, who was in Paris, the ancestor of the current city, had a camera hanging around his neck, just like an ordinary tourist, traveling through the corners of Paris, under the pretext of finding the true side of Paris. Of course, as a diplomat, it was very normal for him to bring a gun. After all, he was very self-aware, and had no confidence in his own military strength. Alan Wilson, who was in the worst district of Paris, enjoyed the prosperity of Paris. The walls of the old city were extremely thin, only a little thicker than a matchbox. In order to cover the gaps, the walls were covered with layers of pink paper, but it was loose, and the bed bugs were densely hidden inside. Near the ceiling, there were long teams of bed bugs marching all day long, like teams of soldiers. There were all kinds of people in this district: shoemakers, plasterers, stonemasons, coolies, students, prostitutes, and rag pickers. Some were penniless, and some had a good life. In one of the attics in Kyazhan lived a student who made beautiful shoes for the American market. Every day from 6 to 12 o'clock, he sat on his bed and made 12 pairs of shoes, earning 35 francs, and spent the rest of the time attending classes at the University of Paris. The slums of Paris are a place where strange people are gathered. They have fallen into the lonely half-crazy track of life, and no longer strive to live a normal or decent life. Poverty frees them from the general standards of behavior, just as money frees people from work. Deputy Secretary General Daniel hesitated, wondering whether it was the right behavior for him, as a staff member of the embassy in France, to accompany his superior here. Alan Wilson was taking pictures of a couple. The couple was old, ragged, and short. They were sitting on the side of the road selling postcards. Alan Wilson was very unhappy to be interrupted. He turned around and said in a bad tone, "What are you doing? Is our behavior inappropriate?" Daniel was ashamed and did not understand the behavior of his new boss. "Why is it inappropriate? We are recording the real Paris," Alan Wilson said confidently. "Only by understanding the real Paris can we understand the real situation in France, know ourselves and the enemy, and jointly deal with the United States." After saying a bunch of illogical words, Alan Wilson continued to fiddle with the camera. Although he had not found a French luxury car to drive, of course that was not important. The important thing was to understand the environment in which the French Communist Party grew through the current work. This was all preparation for jointly dealing with the Soviet Union. It was obvious that the embassy staff who were arranged to help him did not understand this level of spirit, and the future development was not optimistic. While saying this, a naked and dirty boy ran out of the alley. Alan Wilson found a new target and quickly took out the camera around his neck to record this moment. For example, the important meeting of the Marshall Plan would not produce results in 1 or 2 days. If nothing unexpected happened, it would take at least several months in Paris. When everything was almost done and the important moment of signing was approaching, the foreign minister would come to Paris with glory. So Alan Wilson must find something to do. Otherwise, let the foreign minister stay in Paris for a few months first. Moreover, he was not satisfied with the accompanying personnel arranged by the embassy. He only needed to chat casually, and he would know who Daniel was. Key politics. It was just about military affairs. He claimed that he had read countless books on strategy and military history. He talked about the theories of Napoleon, Kutuzov, Clausewitz, Moltke and Foch very well. Anything related to being a soldier made him happy. His favorite cafe was the Lilac Garden in the Montparnasse district, just because there was a statue of Marshal Ney outside. You are a British, why do you go to see the statue of Marshal Ney? Don't you know that it was the Marshal of the French army during the Napoleonic period? Based on this one, the life assistant arranged by the embassy has already labeled Alan Wilson as unreliable. If Daniel knew that his boss thought so, he would definitely feel very wronged. Marshal Ney was the commander of the French army in the Battle of Waterloo. Why couldn't he go and see it when he had nothing to do? Daniel, who was labeled as unreliable because of his boss's insufficient knowledge accumulation, would definitely feel very wronged if he knew what Alan Wilson thought. With the regret of not taking pictures of French luxury cars, Alan Wilson finally left this old town. The British Embassy in Paris is not far from the Élysée Palace. After the Battle of Waterloo, the Duke of Wellington bought the Duke of Cherist's mansion and made it the British Embassy in France. Needless to say, the official celebrations held by this embassy every year are naturally not to be mentioned. In fact, Alan Wilson is more interested in the history narrated by the embassy staff. Napoleon's sister Pauline Bonaparte was the first owner of this official residence. After getting up, she likes to walk around naked to show her enviable body. Strong black people accompany her to take a bath. If she feels cold, she will cover her feet in the chest of the maid who has been lying on the floor for a long time. After Napoleon was defeated, this official residence was sold to the commander of the British Army, the Duke of Wellington. Alan Wilson, who learned of this history, was in awe, as if he could see the heavy history contained in it with his own eyes, which had absolutely nothing to do with the life of Napoleon's sister. Alan, we have received news from the country that Finland, Poland, and Czechoslovakia will join this meeting. Sir Prince, the ambassador to France, called Alan Wilson over and said, do we support them at the meeting? Especially Czechoslovakia, they hope to get our support. Of course we support them, the Soviet Union will oppose it anyway, Alan Wilson said with a righteous smirk. In fact, from our perspective, we should pay more attention to Canada's interests. Canada is similar to the United States. It also did not suffer much damage in the war, and it was also one of the largest economies in the world in 1945. However, unlike the United States, Canada's economy is more dependent on European trade than the US economy. Therefore, after the war, Canada's economy began to show signs of being in trouble. Alan Wilson felt that, if Europe could recover soon, if Britain could take the lead in the European community, Canada would also benefit. After all, Britain and Canada still have feelings. Who is the foreign minister of Czechoslovakia? Although Alan Wilson did not care much about the attitude of those countries influenced by the Soviet Union, he still asked politely. Jan Masaryk is the son of the first president of independent Czechoslovakia. He is now the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and was the ambassador to London before the war. Sir Prince shrugged. Chapter 388. The pressure is all in America. Oh, so there is some connection. Alan Wilson nodded. This foreign minister of Czechoslovakia, like the provisional governments of Yugoslavia, Poland, France, Greece and other European countries before the war, set his place of exile in London. On the one hand, this reflects the international status of the British Empire before the war, but at this moment, it is somewhat sad that the two young people of the United States and the Soviet Union are not moral and bully the British Empire, which is in decline. However, Alan Wilson knew that with Czechoslovakia's position, Britain could not pull it out of the hands of the Soviet Union. Not to mention Czechoslovakia, Britain had already given up Greece and Turkey in the Near East, so the other country he cared about most was Canada. As for Czechoslovakia, you Slavs should solve your own problems. I will speak for Czechoslovakia, but there is no need to care too much about it. The embassy is indeed a magnificent building, but it is not suitable for living. It is just a part of the constantly running British diplomatic machine. Just like the status of Czechoslovakia in the eyes of Britain. When did Canada become completely independent? This is actually a long process. The British colonies in America have rebellious sons like the United States, and there are also places like Canada that want to help their old father. The British North America Act of 1867, which established Canada's autonomy, is not within the scope of Canada's legislative sovereignty granted by the Statute of Westminster of 1931. As Canada's basic constitutional document, the right to amend this law is still in the hands of the British Parliament, but the British Parliament needs to request or agree to amend the law with the request of the Canadian Parliament. According to history, the flag of British Canada will be used until 1965. It was not until 1982 that the United Kingdom agreed to allow Canada to have its own constitutional system, diplomatic power and military power, while maintaining its loyalty to Britain under the negotiation and insistence of Trudeau Sr. with the British royal family and Parliament. At this time, Canada can be regarded as having obtained the national power that all countries should have. In fact, among the countries that emerged from the British dominions, the United States is a born rebellious outlier. The problem is that this outlier is a bit too strong. Australia, New Zealand and Canada all miss the good of Britain, but even if they are tied together, they cannot compare with the strength of the United States. So decades later, although the three countries were closer to Britain in spirit, they still followed the United States in body. But Canada, New Zealand and Australia are different. In fact, Canada and New Zealand are the same kind of countries, and Australia should be listed separately, because it is located in the southern hemisphere, surrounded by oceans, and without strong enemies. The national character of Australians is a bit close to that of the United States. Although Australia is not as big as Canada in terms of economic volume and population, you can feel Australia's momentum and ambition by comparing Sydney and Vancouver. This can also be seen from the development of the Australian Navy. The character of Australians is similar to that of Americans. However, Australia has momentum, but in fact, the conditions are far worse than those of the United States. Moreover, although Australia is far from Britain, it is not far from British Malaya, and it is not close to the United States. As long as Britain can recover, it is still possible to hold Australia. Historically, until the 1960s, Britain still had the ability to command Australia and New Zealand, and Malaya faced the invasion of Indonesia. At that time, Britain, as the sovereign country, called Australia and New Zealand to join the fight, so the armed forces supported by Indonesia were beaten, and the Indonesian paratroopers who could not bear it were also beaten. Later, when Australia and New Zealand participated in the Vietnam War, they threw the people who had fought against Indonesia into Vietnam. Alan Wilson now feels that Pamela Mountbatten can send an exploration team to Australia, but he does not know how many nobles Pamela Mountbatten has tied up now. Anyway, the more the better. In the first few days after arriving in Paris, Alan Wilson's life was relatively comfortable, because the Americans had not arrived yet, and they were in that position now, so it was okay to show off. Anyway, reading newspapers to kill time, Alan Wilson did not feel bored, and by the way, he found a place to watch American cartoons, such as Popeye, Tom and Jerry, and the Three Little Pigs. It was still a series with a strong propaganda atmosphere, all of which were versions with connotations against Japan and Germany. The World War had only ended a few years ago, and the screening of such cartoons was considered politically correct. While he was watching cartoons in Paris and thinking about finding a French luxury car to drive, the Foreign Office in London was very busy. It was like the glorious era had returned. Diplomats from Yugoslavia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Finland came to the door one after another, expressing their interest in American aid in both open and covered ways. Foreign Minister Jan Masaryk said that, if Britain could help Czechoslovakia, he would be willing to negotiate with Moscow to open up trade with Britain and import British machinery. These could all be discussed. The Czechoslovak ambassador to London said this when he met with British Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin. Comrade Tito is willing to put aside the previous hatred and jointly promote peace in Europe. This was the statement of the Yugoslav ambassador. As for Finland and Poland, they also took out the attitude of I can also talk, I can also be patriotic. They said that they did not reject the sequelae of escaping the war with the help of the United States. Alan Wilson, who was at the Paris embassy, soon received news from London, and always felt that something seemed wrong. Moscow would watch these countries being influenced by the United States. Alan Wilson could understand Yugoslavia's attitude. In the original history, Yugoslavia almost accepted the Marshall Plan, and it was very independent. As for Poland and Czechoslovakia, the two countries had already negotiated, but it seemed that they were finally stopped by Moscow. As for Finland, Alan Wilson actually had no impression of the Marshall Plan, but Finland did not seem to dare to go against the Soviet Union during the Cold War. After all, Finland and the Soviet Union were neighbors. Because the history in Alan Wilson's mind was too different, out of imperialist ethics, Alan Wilson expressed doubts about the attitudes of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Finland, and Yugoslavia in the telegram back to London, and said whether this was a conspiracy of Moscow. For the sake of the British Empire, Alan Wilson, who was concerned about the British Empire, angrily denounced this timid behavior when he received a call back from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs again, saying that it was a doubt of the international influence of the British Empire. The British Empire has relations with these countries, who supported these countries to fight against Germany in the World War. Now in the Polish and Czechoslovak governments, there are many people from the exiled governments who are leading the country. As for Finland's suspicion of the Soviet Union, it was just that it dared not speak out. At the same time, this was also a good opportunity to improve relations with Yugoslavia. Alan Wilson's current task was to maintain the influence of the British Empire as much as possible, rather than having conspiracy theories about Moscow in his mind. Does the British Empire still have influence now? Alan Wilson, who was angrily rebuked by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, could only admit his mistake. But since this was London's intention, Alan Wilson could only do as he was told, hiding the so-called conspiracy in his heart, thinking in his heart, did Philby leak the news? Even if it was, it shouldn't have made such a big difference. Or did my appearance really make Britain change the trajectory of its free fall? If it was the latter, it would of course be the best. Who doesn't want the country they serve to become stronger? Don't say that the special relationship between Britain and the United States is just a slogan. Even if it is true, it is better than Britain eating and drinking well. In the following days, delegations from various countries arrived in Paris, including Yugoslavia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Finland, which were supposed to be under the influence of the Soviet Union. Historically, Poland and Czechoslovakia did participate in the Paris conference, but were stopped by Moscow at the last minute. Although Yugoslavia did not come to Paris, it fell out with Moscow later, and the United States took the opportunity to win it over. Therefore, although Yugoslavia was not nominally among the 8 countries of the Marshall Plan, it was actually treated as an aid country. As for Finland, Alan Wilson really couldn't find an excuse. Was it out of considerations of balanced diplomacy? In any case, Alan Wilson, whose conspiracy theory had been extinguished by London, and the French welcomed these countries that were ready to abandon darkness and join the light. The Polish delegation and the Czechoslovak delegation were both led by the foreign ministers themselves. Polish Foreign Minister Stanislaus Krzyzewski and Czechoslovak Foreign Minister Jan Masaryk had already arrived in Paris. Since the Paris Peace Conference, Paris has not had such a grand political event. For a time, all countries have gathered in Paris, which has also aroused the political aspirations of the French. Unlike the optimistic French, Alan Wilson sympathized with the fate of the two foreign ministers. Apart from anything else, Soviet Marshal Rokossovsky was a Pole. With this great god, Poland had no ability to resist. Everything was not a matter of a word from Moscow. Of course, on the surface, Alan Wilson was still cheering for the friendship formed during the war like the French. Even if Czechoslovakia, which was betrayed at the Munich conference, was here, as long as the French were not embarrassed, Britain would not be embarrassed either. It was because of the Munich conference that Alan Wilson understood London's difficulties. You can choose not to do practical things, but you must not be stingy when you can talk. Representatives from Finland, Poland, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia have arrived in Paris, as well as Austria, Belgium, Denmark, France, Britain, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey. A total of 19 countries' delegations gathered in Paris, waiting for the arrival of the American delegation. Chapter 389. $. For a generation. This was a grand event in Paris in recent years. Since the Paris Peace Conference, Parisians have never seen such a scene again. As for the American delegation, they are now rich after all, so of course they have the privilege of being late. There was no doubt that the citizens of Paris were excited because this international conference opened in Paris, and the fireworks on the river proved this. Houses and shops closed their doors very early, and groups of citizens, men and women, poured into the streets from all directions. Everyone had already had a plan in mind. Some went to watch the fireworks, and some went to watch the opera. Without having to feel the expectations of the French, Alan Wilson could also see clues from the cold data. Industry has always been a pain point for France. After Germany began to rearm, Britain began to prepare for war in secret. Before the outbreak of the war, steel production increased by 64%, while France's decreased by 5%. That is to say, before Poland was eliminated by Germany, France not only did not increase steel production due to the approaching war, but its industry was weaker than before the Great Depression. After the war, France's steel production is still weak. This year, France's steel production is 7 million tons, Britain's is 15 million tons, plus the 7 million tons in the British occupied area. As for the steel production outside the British occupied area, France crushed this data. Because of the two-wing flying plan, the British occupied area unlocked the steel industry. According to the plan of the British Occupied Area Trade Committee, the British occupied area will start reconstruction next year and prepare to increase steel production to 10 million tons. So it is true that steel production has always been the pain point of French industry. If there are problems in responding to domestic demand, then what is the point of export? Historically, under such circumstances, Germany's competition after the war became more acute. He snatched away Egypt's dam materials, Australia's steel plates and bars for railways, and China and India's business. Some products even compete with Britain and the United States. This is still based on the framework of the coal and iron community. Germany has established an advantage over France under an unfavorable framework. If there is no such framework for direct competition, it is just a replay of World War II in the economic field. So it is understandable why France is obsessed with annexing the Saar region. Alan Wilson took the initiative to invite the French to watch the opera and decided to see if they could reach a certain consensus before the Americans arrived so that they would have more room for bargaining. In the theater, the upper board can be seen throughout the hall, and it will be used as a stage. The cage is surrounded by curtains, and the inside will be used as a dressing room for the characters in the play. Outside, there is a ladder connecting the stage and the dressing room. The actors climb up and down the sturdy steps to go on and off the stage. Randomly assigned roles, mechanical scenery, sudden plot changes, etc. It looks a bit messy, but it does not affect Alan Wilson's good mood at the moment. He does not mind other countries being dirty and messy, especially this country is France, so he chose such a theater that is close to the people. There is no doubt that Britain is now stronger than all European countries. If Alan Wilson were to say, except for the situation in the Soviet Union, which is not very clear, the countries that can be observed at this time should not be as good as Britain. Several actors on the stage are reciting poems, and the audience is more interested in the actors' costumes than the roles they play. The Americans are coming soon. We all know the purpose of their coming this time, but how to divide the money and how to get the biggest share is what you French people are most concerned about. Alan Wilson took advantage of the poetry recitation to negotiate with the French negotiators. Of course, we undoubtedly have some ideas, and we are not opposed to communicating with the UK to discuss this matter. Peer said a typical nonsense, which seemed to be a speech, but in fact he said nothing. Then I'll take the initiative. Alan Wilson smiled and said, there is no doubt that the only remaining big country in Europe will take up the bulk of this aid. Don't look at the fact that there are no Germans coming. I dare to conclude that there will be a German share. So the representatives are not 19 countries, but Germany. According to the calculation of the British Trade Commission, the war reduced the industry in the Ruhr area by only about 10%. So after the reconstruction, the Ruhr area quickly recovered to more than 80% of the pre-war level. The progress of post-war reconstruction is certainly gratifying, but it also proves the war potential of the Germans. I believe that people in the position of us Britain and you France are not all happy. Before the war, Germany was the second largest economy in the West after the United States. During the war, Germany's industry expanded again. According to rough estimates, the reduction in industrial production capacity caused by the war in the entire three-country occupation area was only about 10%. Germany's original scientific and cultural level was relatively high, and once it resumed production, its indicators recovered very quickly. Alan Wilson also took the initiative to mention that Germany must have a share in the Marshall Plan. Although it was very difficult at one time, the $2 billion in aid to Germany in the first 3 years after the war eased the crisis in the occupied areas. Of course, the effect of the US's money spending so far is not good, and it can even be said that a lot of it has been absorbed by the British occupied areas. It has become the capital that Britain can barely stand and make money. But obviously this time the Marshall Plan is definitely not the previous tactic of adding fuel to the fire. If the money spending is ineffective, then spend more money. The United States will not do such a thing as treating the symptoms without addressing the root cause. With such a large amount of aid, the United States will definitely set up an institution to track the use of this large amount of aid. Germans? Pierre frowned. I just don't understand why we have to rearm the Germans. On this point, the United States thinking is just like you British, very short-sighted. Dear Mr. Peer, this is no longer a British problem, it's an American problem. Alan Wilson blushed when he was implied in person about Britain's long-standing continental balance policy, but he immediately pushed the blame on the Americans. Times have changed. Britain is not opposed to France's occupation of the Saar region, but Americans cannot say it out loud, so we oppose it. If you can remember Britain's statement in the past 2 years, you will know that we understand France's occupation of the Saar region. It turns out that the United States is already able to command the British. Pierce sneered, this is unlike you. We owe the Americans a lot of money, and there is nothing we can do about it. There is no need to laugh at us. Once the Americans arrive, you French will be in the same situation as us. What will you do if the United States uses the amount of the Marshall Plan as bait to make France give up the idea of merging the Saar region? Alan Wilson looked straight at the French in front of him, and Pierre froze for a moment. This was indeed a difficult problem. You see, there are some things that we cannot completely control. Chamberlain thought he could control Hitler at that time. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, can you refuse American aid for the Saar region? Even if you can, the French can do it. Yes, it is indeed a difficult choice. Pierre hesitated and finally said sarcastically, just like Chamberlain claimed to have gained peace for a generation after returning to Britain. And the goal of you and me is to get a generation of dollars. Alan Wilson turned a deaf ear to the French sarcasm and whispered without any disguise, in fact, I don't trust several Eastern European countries. The matter is very simple. The more countries we help, the less we can get. So Poland, Czechoslovakia, Finland, Yugoslavia, these countries that have been deeply influenced by the Soviet Union, it is best to kick them out and use the money that belongs to them on us. It should have been used on us. With the population of their countries, how could they have the ability to resist the Soviet Union? Only our 2 countries plus Germany and Italy have this ability. There are too many countries involved, and it is easy to reach an unfavorable package. So on the issue of a generation of dollars, Britain and France should be consistent. That's true, but you British don't expect to help France just by talking, right? It's well known that the British were not so open and above board during the war. Dear Mr. Peer, let's calmly think about how to face the future. Europe is the birthplace of modern civilization, there is no doubt about that, but now we are under the pressure of the two giants, the United States and the Soviet Union. If we don't think of a solution, what will be the consequences? Let me tell you a story. There were several beverages on the market, and two of them were stronger. These two companies were hostile and always went against each other, so the other beverages on the market gradually disappeared. Alan Wilson modified the story of the eldest and the second fighting, and finally the third was defeated. But it did not damage the clarity of the story, and it was even very suitable for the current situation. The United States is anti-Soviet, and the Soviet Union is anti-American. In the long run, the impression of people all over the world will only be the United States and the Soviet Union. Britain and France are just friends standing next to the United States. If France can stand firmly with Britain, London will not be as indifferent as it seems on the surface regarding the integration of the European market. I even have a plan in my mind, of course. This plan is a backup plan after France fails to obtain the Saarland. I'm very interested in this backup plan. Pierre said in a low voice, indicating that France would not release the eagle without seeing the rabbit. Don't say some ambiguous words to prevaricate, just say it directly, if you have a plan. Well, Alan Wilson sighed lightly, and gave a general idea of how to suppress Germany's coal and iron community plan to show Britain's sincerity. Chapter 390 Anti-Soviet Pioneer Wilson. The establishment of the European Common Market was also supported by the United States, and was one of the conditions of the Marshall Plan. If it was established at this time, the Federal Republic of Germany had not yet been established, and France had not yet recovered, then there was no doubt that Britain would be the boss of the European community and the future boss of the European Union. This was Alan Wilson's idea, but although this was a good thing, it was not as easy as imagined. Britain has always had a policy of continental balance, and is used to watching the fire from the other side of the river. The last time it took the initiative to intervene in European affairs was the First World War. As for the Second World War, it was a war of revenge for Germany, and had nothing to do with whether Britain intervened in Europe. Britain's continental balance is just like the isolationist thought in the United States. Supporters have never been small. It is not easy for Britain to just plunge in and lead Europe. Alan Wilson was actually not sure that he could convince the London government to do so, so it was not impossible to lead Europe, and looked like it was balancing Europe. When Churchill came to power for the second time, he proposed a strategy called three-ring diplomacy, which divided Britain's diplomacy into three parts: Europe, the Commonwealth and the United States. First, maintain the special relationship between Britain and the United States, military and interest alliance. Second, maintain relations with major Commonwealth countries, especially Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, which share the same culture and ethnicity with Britain. Third, maintain economic and military cooperation with EU countries, but at the same time, keep a certain distance. As for other countries in the world, it is difficult to form a military alliance by developing economic relations, unless there is a common enemy or a considerable common interest. But such a three-ring construction already has enough partners. If Churchill's idea is followed, as Britain and the United States get closer, the United States will form a siphon effect on Britain. Britain's fate should be similar to that in history. Therefore, the three-ring diplomacy is not desirable, and a new diplomatic strategy should be adopted. At least for now, the United States supports European integration, and in fact, it especially supports Britain to integrate. However, because of the traditional thinking of continental balance in history, the United States finally rejected the suggestion of supporting Britain to integrate Europe. The three-ring diplomacy was adopted, but in the end the Commonwealth followed the United States. Now in a similar choice, Alan Wilson already knows the consequences of the three-ring diplomacy. Then it is naturally not adopted. Since the United States supports Britain to integrate Europe, Britain should integrate Europe. In the previous 2 years, whether it was a fluke or not, the two-wing plan he formulated was at least effective. Then plunging into Europe would easily be criticized by supporters of continental balance and the opposition. Then add the Commonwealth, follow the previous relationship between the German-British occupation zone and British India, and carry out an expanded version of two-wing flight. The attitude is not static. Just like when Prime Minister Attlee first came to power, the United States had already called for aid to Europe. If it had started at that time, Prime Minister Attlee would definitely shout that the special relationship between Britain and the United States is unbreakable. But when Prime Minister Attlee first came to power, it was the United States that cut off aid and told him that Britain had so many colonies and would have no problem recovering from the war. As for France in 1945, it did not hope for aid from the United States at all. Until the initial contact, it would occasionally sing the opposite tune, which was very different from the attitudes of Britain and the United States at that time. Now the time is approaching 1948, and Britain has returned to its pre-war level except for its foreign debt. There has been a change in attitude towards the Marshall Plan. They still hope for it, but even if they don't give it, it seems that there is no loss. Without the US dollar aid, Britain can still use the British occupied zone in Germany to recover. France's attitude is not as tough as in the first 2 years, and it has turned to expect US aid. This is the difference between Britain and France at present. Alan Wilson found Peir's common position. In summary, it is actually very simple. Establish a principle of money sharing to ensure that Britain and France occupy the largest share. There are two principles for money sharing. The United States has more allies than neutral countries, more neutral countries than Axis countries, and countries with more people get more than countries with fewer people. Britain and France are allies of the United States. Although the population of Italy and Germany is not less than that of Britain and France, the two countries are Axis countries. As for Britain and France, the population of France is 40 million, and the population of Britain is 49 million. There are nearly 10 million more people than France, so it is not excessive to get a little more. Alan Wilson spoke from data, and did not mention the blood relationship between Britain and the United States. Peir kept nodding, indicating that this common position was very fair. In return for Britain's support for France's use of the resources of the Saarland, France could take the initiative to propose that the 4 Yugoslav countries affected by the Soviet Union be kicked out of the aid list. In fact, this is what the Americans mean. Only fools believe that the United States will use dollars to speed up the recovery of the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson let out a long breath. The less their aid, the more our aid. In fact, the most important thing about the common market is a European army. Peir suddenly said this. Well, we already have a foreign army. Alan Wilson pretended not to understand what the other party said and used the Foreign Intervention Army of the Brussels Treaty Organization as an excuse. It is so difficult to reach a consensus in the economy. How can it be so easy in the political and military fields? And to be honest, with the armies of Britain and France, excluding the military support of the United States, and confronting the Soviet Union, Britain must first maintain the existence of the Royal Navy, and has no energy on the army. Counting on France to take the main responsibility and confront the Soviet Union. There is everything in the dream. Even if Germany has recovered, it will not submit to France. Even if it is assumed that Germany has recovered, with Germany's military strength, it seems that it cannot fight against the Soviet Union. It is impossible to confront the Soviet Union without the United States. Alan Wilson is not naive enough to think that Britain and France can compete with the Soviet Union after they have recovered. Even if the United States is really excluded, it will become Britain and France being beaten by the United States and the Soviet Union at any time. He knows that the idea of a European army is definitely not Peir's personal slip of the tongue. There must be voices within the French government. In fact, the concept of a European army did not appear in the 21st century. At least 2 voices of a European army have appeared in Europe. The first time was in the early post-war period, when France advocated a European army in order to stop the expansion of the United States' influence in Europe. The second time was in the early 1990s after the end of the Cold War. A 50,000-man force had been established. Both times failed, not to mention that Britain and France have not recovered yet. It is better to wait for the American delegation to arrive in glorious Paris. It would be best if NATO could not be established, but judging from the current situation, the situation is not optimistic. It would be a victory to limit the US military to Germany. It would be acceptable to sacrifice Germany and prevent other European countries from being kidnapped by the US. If this cannot be done, France will be sacrificed together. Anyway, Charles de Gaulle will drive the Americans away when he comes to power. The French are more suitable than the British for this villain. After an exchange of interests, Alan Wilson, who returned to the embassy, sent a telegram to London, indicating that he had reached a consensus with France and determined a common begging position. There should be more allies than enemies, and more people than fewer people. Under these two premises, Britain will definitely get the biggest share. On December 13th, the US delegation arrived in Paris. Representatives from 19 countries were waiting at the airport. When the US delegation appeared, representatives from various countries cheered in unison. It's just a group of beggars, acting as if they have some kind of intimate relationship. Alan Wilson pouted at Daniel beside him. Just as Daniel was about to nod, a gust of wind blew by and Alan Wilson disappeared from sight. The next moment, Alan Wilson embodied the demeanor of the British Empire, shook hands with the Americans who arrived, and kept talking about the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Blood is thicker than water, friendship cemented by blood, etc. Other countries mention close relations just like begging on their knees, but our British Empire is different. Britain and the United States really have a special relationship. So far, the American delegation has finally arrived in glorious Paris, dealing with these stinking beggars with the attitude of a savior. After the discussion here, the country will promote the passage of the bill and officially start aid to Europe. At the first meeting held that day, the Americans packaged the significance of this aid with their usual moral ideals. At the same time, they expressed the hope that the Soviet Union would not be stingy and could attend. Everyone sat down and had a good talk to restore the prosperity of Europe together. After this false lie ended, it was the turn of Britain and France. Pierre, the French representative, stood up directly and angrily denounced the Soviet Union for its destruction of European peace. If the Soviet Union did not stop its hostile behavior, such as its expansion policy in the Middle East, France would firmly oppose the Soviet Union's joining. As soon as Pierre finished speaking, Alan Wilson stood up, gestured to the representatives present, walked to the podium, and gave a speech at this meeting. From any perspective, the current Soviet Union does not meet the definition of the free world. The spirit of protecting the civilized world is more valuable than so-called money. The Soviet Union must relax its supervision over Eastern European countries and allow Eastern European countries to regain their freedom under the supervision of the United Nations. The spread of Soviet ideology and the resulting violence have caused great harm to European countries. Before this trend of thought is curbed, it is meaningless to talk about cooperation. For this reason, Britain and France have a consistent attitude. The market must be opened unconditionally. Free trade and political reforms must be carried out. Otherwise Britain will oppose any similar country from providing assistance. Alan Wilson's voice echoed in the hall and reached the ears of representatives from various countries. Finland, Yugoslavia, Poland, and Czechoslovakia were all furious after hearing his words, and the hall became noisy. Chapter 391: A meeting to sabotage each other. This was not Alan Wilson's own opinion, but the United States could not say it and use the British to formally block the Soviet Union's way to join the Marshall Plan. He was just following the American script, but the difference was that as a tool man, he also had emotions. When Alan Wilson spoke, his hostility towards the Soviet Union was particularly obvious, just like Churchill himself was giving a speech. He also expressed distrust of Yugoslavia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Finland. Of course, this cannot be too straightforward to express the attitude of wanting to kick these four countries out. Things should be done in a way. So Finland, the soft persimmon among the four countries, was selected by Alan Wilson to be criticized. There are two main reasons for choosing Finland. First, Finland is not a country with a Soviet system, so it is less psychologically burdensome to criticize it. Second, although Finland is not a country with a Soviet system, it is now submissive to the Soviet Union, which is more suitable to be used as a target. Sacrificing it can also show the solemn position of the British Empire and pretend that it is still very influential. Finlandization is the fate that all free countries in Europe must avoid at all costs. Alan Wilson shouted loudly and explained to the representatives of many countries with earnest words that they must protect their sovereignty and not let the Soviets take it away. Finlandization refers to a weak country that obeys the policy decisions of a powerful neighbor almost without any bottom line. It is basically a derogatory term. It is similar to the relationship between Finland and the Soviet Union. Although this term was invented by conservatives in the Federal Republic of Germany after Brandt came to power to stop Brandt's Eastern policy, it was not long before it appeared. But it was not unreasonable for Alan Wilson to say it at this time. Why did Mannerheim leave Finland? This is something that all countries in the free world should be vigilant about. In the next half an hour, Alan Wilson fiercely criticized the Soviet Union for Finlandization. The most direct evidence is that Mannerheim was forced to leave Finland. If there was a choice, Alan Wilson did not want to specifically rub salt into Finland's wounds. But other countries are all Soviet allies, which can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. How can a person like him who bullies the weak and fears the strong really dare to learn from Churchill and point fingers at countries with the Soviet system? So Finland can only suffer. After half an hour of concentrated fire on Finland, as for the Soviet Union and countries with similar systems, they are all in the ranks of etc. countries. Alan Wilson, who appears to be a defender of the free world, but is actually a coward, walked down the podium amid the applause of most countries, which also set the tone for excluding Eastern Europe. The United States aid is not unlimited. Just as he said before, that he and the French took a common position, the more countries received aid, the less the amount received by each country. So after Alan Wilson finished his speech, the French representative Pierre also strongly expressed his support for Britain's proposal. Not only should the 4 Eastern European countries that came to Paris this time be excluded, but the remaining countries must also be determined to be reliable. Pierre pointed the finger at Italy, saying that the situation in Italy is very worrying. The Italian Communist Party is already the largest party in Italy. If Italy becomes a country modeled after the Soviet Union, it should also be excluded from the aid countries. The French may have forgotten that the strength of the French Communist Party is only slightly weaker than that of the Italian Communist Party. When Pierre was speaking, Alan Wilson covered his mouth and secretly followed his colleague next to him to imply France. If Italy is not trustworthy, France is not trustworthy either. Then should we revise the French opinion? Express reservations? Asked the recorder next to him. No, we firmly agree with the French attitude. Anyway, it was the French who first excluded Italy. We, Britain, have no responsibility. Alan Wilson shook his head solemnly. We just agree with the French opinion. Pierre's criticism of Italy was actually just a side note. In his subsequent speech, he showed that France's attitude can be summarized as that the amount of aid from Germany should be reduced, or even should not be provided. For the countries participating in the meeting, this meeting was undoubtedly a brainstorming. It is not easy to adapt to the remarks of representatives of other countries and not to hit oneself in the face. In response to France's remarks advocating restrictions on Germany, representatives from the Netherlands and Belgium spoke out to oppose it. The relationship between the Netherlands and Belgium and Germany is quite complicated, although they have all joined the war against Germany. But they did not advocate restricting Germany's development. It was not that Belgium and the Netherlands had learned the British fault and played the continental balance. It was that Belgium and the Netherlands had long been closely linked to the German economy. If Germany could prosper, the two countries could also take a ride. Luxembourg also supported Belgium and the Netherlands. As for the attitude towards Italy, since they did not border Italy and the three countries did not have economic ties that they could empathize with, they did not say anything. The three countries opposed restricting the German economy, and Alan Wilson supported France from another perspective. He used the Italian Communist Party, the largest party in Italy, as an excuse to say that the results of the Italian general election should be used as a criterion for whether to provide aid to Italy. We respect democracy the most. If the Italian Communist Party comes to power in the Italian election, it means that the Italians have made their choice. Alan Wilson said with saliva flying, the entire free world is watching. If a convincing party cannot be elected, the aid plan cannot be carried out. The members of the American delegation looked at each other and appreciated the British statement. In fact, this was the case. The Marshall Plan itself was to prevent Europe from falling into the arms of the Soviet Union. Now it seems that Britain and the United States have a consensus on this point. Although it is a bit direct to say this, it is actually the case. If the Italian Communist Party was in power in Italy, Italy would definitely not be included in the Marshall Plan. Alan Wilson and Bill Emmons, representing Britain and France, attacked Italy, which made the Italian representative so angry that he immediately ridiculed. It's as if the American aid is up to you two countries. Axis members are not qualified to use such despicable means to split the friendship between the allies. Alan Wilson tilted his neck and sneered. Italy should compensate for the losses caused to the British army in the prisoner of war camps. Britain and the United States are blood brothers, and other countries can't say anything about it. Members of the British delegation stood up one after another and attacked the Italian representative personally, saying that Italy was fortunate to be on the side of the Axis and therefore contributed to the victory of the Allies. Otherwise, Italy will dance with the Soviet Union. At least in this way, we will know who is right and who is wrong in the choice that concerns the future destiny of mankind. Alan Wilson's voice rose 8 degrees when he said this. Victory will belong to the free world. The hall became noisy in an instant. As for whether it is wise to attack Italy in conjunction with France, and whether it will push Italy into the arms of the Soviet Union, Alan Wilson is not very worried about this. Let's take a step back and say that there are no US troops in Italy. Even if the Italian Communist Party really won the election, the United States can also not recognize it. As long as the United States does not recognize it, the United Kingdom will not recognize it and directly start the military intervention mode. If it were in the 1950s and 1960s, when all countries had already walked out of the war and entered a period of prosperity, interfering in the internal affairs of a European power and launching a military invasion, Europe might have exploded directly. But now, even having enough food is a problem. Who would care whether the Italians are looking for death? Without the material foundation, how can there be soil for white leftists? While Britain, France, and Italy were accusing, implying, and mocking each other, the American delegation was also whispering and commenting on the behavior of the country where the meeting was held. Is this what many people in the country think of as European civilization? Look at what it looks like now. A bunch of beggars with only their clothes still bright and beautiful. Look at this for the amount of aid, accusing each other, scolding and mocking each other. At this point, the Americans had to speak up to stop the argument, but did not say who was right or wrong. Next, it was the Swedes' turn to express their position. The Swedes' attitude was simple. They wanted American aid, but did not want to change their neutral status. They reservedly expressed their desire to stand and make money. World War II did not affect Sweden. Sweden has always adhered to the principle of armed neutrality and avoided joining any military alliance, which even had an impact on American history. During the American War of Independence, France and Spain declared war on Britain on the side of the United States. At the same time, initiated by Imperial Russia, Denmark, Sweden, the Netherlands, Prussia, Portugal and other European countries formed an armed neutrality alliance to jointly use naval forces to escort merchant ships and safeguard the rights of neutral countries. The armed neutrality at that time was actually a support for the independence of the United States. Since then, Sweden has never participated in any military alliance. The first meeting ended in a chaotic environment. The attitudes of various countries were not consistent. France opposed aid to Germany and Italy, and Belgium. The Netherlands and Luxembourg opposed France's proposal to limit aid to Germany. Britain partially agreed with France's opinion, saying that Italy was unstable and money should not be wasted. It also partially recognized France's position that the Allies should naturally get more than the Axis members. The Nordic countries represented by Sweden hope to make money while standing, and the UK and France are consistent in their positions on Eastern European countries. Alan Wilson also used the first Finnish term to indicate that Eastern European countries are not trustworthy. After the meeting, the countries at the meeting, including the United States, contacted the country to discuss solutions. At the same time, countries with similar positions began to exchange information and formed national groups. London, Paris, Rome, and Moscow, which seemed to have nothing to do with each other, were all discussing countermeasures. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Big Brother is watching me. Alan Wilson is also like a hard-working bee, making alliances with representatives of various countries. This is an unfamiliar field for Britain, but fortunately he himself has no historical burden. Yes, historical burden. In fact, American exceptionalism is not a mentality unique to Americans. This mentality of thinking that one is superior to others, but in fact not that superior, exists in all countries. Arabs are proud of the glorious Arab Empire, Indians call Hinduism the mother of religions, and Egyptians like to mention the Egyptian pyramids. Of course, the next side effect is a questioning of other civilizations, so there are new party members. It must be admitted that this small side effect like conspiracy theory does not hinder the overall situation, but this mentality exists. The British believe that Britain cannot be compared with other countries, so they show their persistence in the continental balance policy. In the final analysis, this mentality was developed since the bourgeois revolution. From the Magna Carta clearly limiting the power of the monarch to the soaring industrial revolution, it is easy to say, as if any country on the earth can copy it, but in fact it is just a psychological comfort for other countries. Not to mention other civilizations, even if there is only one European country separated by the English Channel, the British think that Britain is more advanced than them. When the revolution took place in Britain, the monarchy and the aristocracy and the balance of their respective rights gradually became clear. At this time, the European continent was just the opposite. The monarchy of each country gradually got rid of the constraints of the past and became almost absolute autocracy. In France, Spain, the German Empire and other places, the monarchy has suppressed the feudal aristocracy and no longer protects the freedom of civilians. The originally arrogant nobles did not even have a sense of failure. They gathered around the king, watching the king's gorgeous pomp and taking pride in it. The people, who were timid by nature, were more willing to live under such an order because the monarch's rule brought them happiness that they had never enjoyed before. They worked hard to get rich and increase their knowledge, but they did not have the idea of seeking an official position in the government. When the British Revolution took place, the divine right of kings was popular in Europe. Of course, it was not only in Europe. The monarchy of other civilizations had no boundaries. This was the overall situation of the world. Britain was just an outlier in a corner of the world. But even Britain, which was a marginal country in Europe, used the countries that stood in front of it as stepping stones in the following days, and gradually built the empire on which the sun never sets. With this mentality, it is clear why Britain lost its throne as the world hegemon after the end of the World War. It was like losing its soul, sitting on a bench and watching other countries surpass it one by one. It is not easy to shrink once you reach the peak. Britain is still a somewhat sober person. The United States decades later never thought of shrinking. Faced with the same difficulties, the current Prime Minister Attlee chose to shrink, letting go of British India, which had the largest income, but also the highest investment, and drawing out strength to defend the places that could still be defended. London's work requirements for Alan Wilson are only two simple points: get the largest number, while striving for the least additional conditions. Alan Wilson did the same thing. The fewer competitors there are, the better. He doesn't care about the ideas of Eastern European countries. Anyway, the Marshall Plan in history didn't have them. In Paris, he focused on winning over the three Low Countries, namely the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg. Because in name, every country is equal, the three Low Countries are a natural political group, and it is very easy for the three countries to unify a common consensus. In addition to the three Low Countries, there are the Nordic countries represented by Sweden. The large number and small differences of opinion are the advantages of these countries. In front of the Swedish representative, Alan Wilson loudly praised Sweden's defense policy and survived the World War. At the same time, he also said that he admired Swedish culture very much and knew that Greta Garbo and Ingrid Bergman were Swedish. Mr. Allen is polite. Britain's leadership over the world for hundreds of years is very admirable. The Swedish representative, in turn, praised Britain and expressed the hope that Britain would support Sweden's neutral policy. There is no leadership. After all, in the eyes of many countries, any country can have an industrial revolution. The industrial revolution just fell from the sky and happened to hit Britain. Alan Wilson said with a reserved look, although when the British nobles were fighting with the king, people from other countries crawled at the king's feet and kissed his shoes, but what does it matter? Anyway, it's all in the past. They can forget history and pretend that they have fought for their rights. After appropriately expressing the attitude of traditional British people towards other countries, Alan Wilson also expressed the realistic side and expressed understanding for Sweden's neutral policy, although it can't be said to be supportive. Don't look at the Nordic countries in a few decades, biting at Russia like crazy. But now the Nordic countries will never show such a terminal illness. Russia is not the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is too strong. The attitude of the Scandinavian countries during the Cold War was that Norway and Denmark were pro-Western, Finland was pro-Soviet, and Sweden was in the middle and carried out armed neutrality. Among them, Norway and Denmark were not strong in national strength. The tough guys among the Nordic countries were Finland and Sweden. These two countries have industrial layouts and their defense industries are very strong. Alan Wilson expressed his understanding of Sweden's armed neutrality policy, and at the same time, he also instilled a little private goods, saying that Finland, which is also capable of fighting in Northern Europe, is now submissive to the Soviet Union, which is a lesson for Sweden. If a war breaks out in Europe, who does Britain think is the winner at present? The Swedish representative asked with some ill intentions. The United States. The United States has nuclear bombs. Alan Wilson gave a straightforward reply and highly praised the role of system zeroing bombs. After exchanging views with the three Low countries and the Nordic countries, Alan Wilson arrived at the residence of the US delegation, talking about the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and now there are pro-Soviet political forces in European countries. The prospects are very worrying, and only the joint cooperation of Britain and the United States can maintain the values of the free world. Others are really begging for food, but Alan Wilson is different. He sincerely maintains the special relationship between Britain and the United States. It means that the strength of the Soviet Union has been rising, and the United States must not ignore this situation. The French are justified in their concerns, so before the results of the Italian election come out, we should not put Italy on the aid list, otherwise the US money will develop the Soviet Union, which I believe is not what Washington wants to see. Assistant Secretary of State McCall nodded solemnly. We have long noticed the worrying development trends in France and Italy, so this aid plan is also to prevent Europe from such consequences. Sure enough, Pierre's performance was in vain. The United States would not pay attention to the Italian Communist Party in Italy and ignore the French Communist Party because of his two words. Alan Wilson pondered for a while and decided to say a few words for the French ally. Although it seems that the French Communist Party is also very popular, there is a condition that Italy does not have. Although Charles de Gaulle is annoying, as long as he is there, France will not become a country like the Soviet Union, but Italy does not have such a person. In comparison, the leaders of the Italian Communist Party seem to be the most popular ones, if they are taken out alone. Alan Wilson knew that the Italian Catholic Democratic Party was the main party to suppress the Italian Communist Party in the next few decades. But the Americans did not know, so Alan Wilson said that the situation in Italy could not be said to be safe, because in the last election, the support rate of the Catholic Democratic Party was 35%. The Italian Communist Party also has the support of 1/3 of Italians. Judging from the election results, the Christian Democratic Party cannot be said to be a sure win. Who knows what the next election results will be like? With only 35% support, the Christian Democratic Party has already kicked the Italian Communist Party out of the government with the support of the United States. What if the Italian Communist Party makes a comeback in the re-election? McCall nodded. Numbers don't lie. The situation in Italy does look a little more dangerous than France. When representatives of various countries were forming alliances, the Soviet Union also began to fight back in public opinion and attacked the term Finlandization. The rebuttal article on Pravda stated, "From the current situation, there is no country in the world that fits the definition of Finlandization better than Britain. For a little bone, it is wagging its tail to the United States." It also mentioned Churchill's previous Iron Curtain speech, saying that Britain's incitement to war is destroying the hard-won peace. Because of the term Finlandization, European countries started a war of words, and Eastern European countries also began to support the Soviet Union and questioned the Marshall Plan, questioning that it was an advanced version of the United States' plunder of Europe. Although this is true, countries that urgently need dollar injections will not admit such accusations at all. The UK, in particular, said it had not received any pressure from the US. While London was making its statement, Alan Wilson was discussing foreign exchange controls with the US. The Soviet bloc is now watching every move of the UK. If we give in too much, we will not be able to explain to our citizens at home. The UK currently has a fiscal deficit problem, but it depends on who it is compared with. Compared with the gold reserves obtained by the United States through the World War, the UK does not have much gold. But it is still the most in Europe. The current treasury has 1,500 tons of gold, which is 3 times that of France. The country with the largest gold reserves in Europe besides the UK is Switzerland. As for what role Switzerland played in the World War, and whether it was truly neutral, all countries know it clearly. Taking advantage of the Soviet bloc's collective attack on the UK because of a Finlandization rhetoric, Alan Wilson said that now the UK's every move is magnified under the microscope, and now all European countries are clear about the influence of the Soviet Union. He hopes that the United States will understand London's current difficulties. Chapter 393 Attlee's 3-ring diplomacy. Britain is the only remaining major country that has not been influenced by the Soviet Union. Compared with the German Social Democratic Party, the Italian Communist Party, and the French Communist Party, the 2 seats of the Communist Party of Britain in the House of Commons are not very noticeable. Although there are some pro-Soviet members in the Labour government who serve as ministers before the war, they are not the same as the Communist Party of Britain. Alan Wilson emphasized the importance of Britain and the United States' control of the situation on the European continent. As a country across the Atlantic Ocean, it is too difficult for the United States to confront a continental power like the Soviet Union. After all, it must seek help from trusted countries in Europe. There is no doubt that Britain is such a country. In terms of trust and national strength, it should be more trusted than other countries. This is beyond doubt. The Americans said that, although what you said is right, it is better to agree to the conditions of the United States to open the foreign exchange market. Otherwise, there may be problems with the amount of aid. In response to this, Alan Wilson's answer is that in terms of population, Britain should get the largest share. In terms of state relations, the blood between Britain and the United States is thicker than water. Now the Soviet bloc is watching. If Britain agrees to the conditions of the United States, it will definitely be labeled as Finland. It seems that we have to ask for instructions from the country. McCall sighed and said that he had understood the difficulties of Britain now, but the decision was not his, but Washington's. Alan Wilson was very grateful and said that if the United States could not insist too much on the conditions of foreign exchange control, he would be willing to talk with London and make some efforts on the road of European integration. In real history, the United States supported Britain in promoting European integration, but in the end Britain was still under historical baggage. It just followed the United States in calling for European integration, but did not participate in it. Finally, more than 10 years later, when the empire's capital was almost exhausted, it was forced by the United States to ask the French to join the European community. It ended up in disgrace, and France and Germany had already developed at that time. Britain was not as appealing as France in politics, and was not a rival of Germany in economy. It did not get much benefit, and had to bear the responsibility. If it did some work on integrating Europe with the support of the United States at this time, even the worst would not be worse than history. Oh, Mr. Allen, it would be great if Britain could do this. McCall was obviously interested. Finally, there was a British who was not so stubborn. To be honest, this is such a great opportunity. With the support of the United States, it is a good thing for Britain to integrate Europe and establish a common market. But after Washington proposed it, London has been vague about it, which puzzled Washington. Are the British crazy? Sure enough, it is still necessary to force Britain appropriately to achieve the goal more easily. Although thinking so, McCall still said with great respect on the surface that European integration is also a good thing for Britain. The United States still trusts Britain more and does not trust France, which is obviously more committed to integrating the European market. After Alan Wilson left, the assistant came over and whispered, "Assistant Secretary of State, the British are obviously beggars, and they still say that blood is thicker than water. It's ridiculous. At present, we need Britain to integrate Europe. Opening up the European market will make our aid worthwhile. If Britain is willing to handle this matter, it is not a bad idea to give Britain a little sweetness." Now the attitudes of the countries coming to Paris are very different. We also need to keep in touch with Washington. McCall said calmly, if Britain cooperates, we don't have to take off the emperor's new clothes on them, otherwise it will be bad for everyone. Alan Wilson, who left the US delegation, also hurried to contact London. It would be a waste not to take this money, because 90% of the aid amount in the Marshall Plan does not need to be repaid. Historically, Britain naturally got the largest share, which is $3 billion US. What kind of change is this? No one knows the exact amount of Soviet aid to China, but most American scholars believe that it is at least more than $2 billion US. The Soviet Union and the wealthy United States are indeed incomparable. The total amount of the Marshall Plan is more than 6 times the Soviet Union's aid to China. It can be seen how huge the economic advantage of the United States is after the war. In the face of the Soviet Union's covetous premise, the United States very much hopes that Europe will not go back to the old path, and no conflicts between Britain and Germany, France and Germany, and Britain and France will appear. The establishment of a European common market is the United States' way to make these conflicts disappear. It's just that Britain is not interested. Under the repeated hints of the United States, it only supports it on the side without taking any actual action. In the end, it became France and Germany that took the lead. The easing of Franco-German relations is something that Germany needs both economically and geographically. On this basis, some cooperative ideas for European integration are carried out with France and Germany as the leader. In the later period, they wanted to use this to get rid of the situation of complete obedience to the United States and have their own voice, which led to the birth of the European Union. Alan Wilson's idea is very simple. As long as the United States does not put pressure on Britain, but puts pressure on other European countries, Britain can help the United States to put pressure on other European countries together. The condition of opening up foreign exchange controls can be exchanged for supporting European integration. As long as the United States does not regret it in the future, Alan Wilson will definitely not regret it. Now he has to make money, and in the future he will have to establish a new mountain and rebuild the glory of the British Empire. After all, the British mainland does not have a large market and population. It is not certain whether the Commonwealth can be replaced by the United States. Even if the Commonwealth can be preserved, it does not conflict with leading Europe. A person needs to walk on 2 legs, let alone a country. There is no reason to put all eggs in one basket. Since the United States very much hopes that Britain will support European integration, it is okay to use support for European integration in exchange for relatively favorable conditions. After all, 90% of it is donated aid, and it is a waste not to take it. The European Economic Integration Organization and the European Community. These organizations were strongly promoted by the United States at the beginning of their establishment because of the needs of the Cold War. This is mainly because of the existence of the common enemy of the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson did not know why Britain had always been resistant to the European community and was eventually forced to join by the United States. But now the United States said in front of him that it attaches great importance to this matter, so he can use it to negotiate conditions. Alan Wilson even took a plane back to London and went straight to Whitehall to explain the current situation. The telegram was not clear after all. Because he had submitted a report on the value of colonies before, Alan Wilson could submit the report directly to the Prime Minister. After all, there were countless times after the first time, and he already knew many civil servants in Whitehall. The purpose of returning to London was to explain his attitude towards the current negotiations, and talk about his understanding of the Marshall Plan. The first day he talked about the ideas of various countries at the Paris conference and the communication with the Americans. The next day, a report was sent to Prime Minister Attlee. In simple terms, this report denied that Alan Wilson himself supported European integration. In fact, the two wings of the European Community and the Commonwealth flew together, and it was announced to the outside world as a three-ring diplomacy. The explanation of 1, 2, and 3 was very clear. Britain would not accept the birth of a European community. It would not work if it was not led by itself, and it would not accept it if it was led by itself. So Alan Wilson said that he did not support leading the European community. But the two-wing flying together is different. The British India and the German British occupied area have been implemented once before, and the effect is very good. The Commonwealth and the European community can be regarded as an expanded two-wing flying together. The European community on the left hand and the Commonwealth on the right hand, with Britain mediating in the middle. This is balanced, which is very consistent with the traditional British continental balance policy. As for external propaganda, he plagiarized the three-ring diplomacy of the former Prime Minister who had become a member of the Churchill Congress, indicating that it is still necessary to shout about the special relationship between Britain and the United States. As for whether the opposition Churchill Congress has come up with the so-called three-ring diplomacy at this time, whether he will despise Prime Minister Attlee's plagiarism is not Alan Wilson's business. He is a civil servant. Civil servants only stand on the side of the winner. Now the Labour Party is the winner. Norman, do you civil servants in Whitehall look down on us elected leaders? In the Prime Minister's office, I saw the Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke coming in. Prime Minister Attlee asked. Norman Brooke is different from his predecessor. He has a good relationship with ministers of various departments. For this reason, Prime Minister Attlee sometimes jokes with Norman Brooke. How can I start? We are all executors. Norman Brooke sat down with a formulaic smile and said, Dear Prime Minister, is the situation in Paris a bit difficult? Alan said that the Americans very much hope that Britain can play the role it should play in the European common market. Attlee frowned and said, for this reason, Alan talked to the Americans about foreign exchange controls on this condition. But I haven't thought about it yet. You have to know that once we agree, we can't regret it. Norman Brooke thought of a lot of things at this time, such as the sale of the Mysore iron ore and the medical license of British India. One by one, he came to his mind and finally said, we still have to consider our own interests in the end, and then the European affairs. Yes, foreign exchange controls involve our British economy. Prime Minister Attlee nodded solemnly. At this week's parliamentary questioning, Prime Minister Attlee faced more than 600 MPs and stressed the significance of post-war economic recovery to Britain. He then changed the subject and dropped a bombshell, saying that Britain would invest more in diplomacy. There are three main parts. I personally call it three-ring diplomacy, focusing on developing relations with the United States, the Commonwealth and Europe. Chapter 394 Victory Ending. Of course, we are still open to the Soviet Union and jointly maintain peace in Europe. Finally, Prime Minister Attlee still mentioned the role of the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson was a civil servant who was doing cashing out, but Attlee was different. He was the Prime Minister. The French Communist Party and the Italian Communist Party were just numbers in Alan Wilson's eyes, but in his eyes, this number was too terrible. The past 1947 was a terrible year for Europe. Britain was better off. After all, British India was doing its best to fight back at that time, but the situation in France across the strait was not optimistic. The French Communist Party has more than 900,000 formal members this year, making it the largest party in France. 1/3 of the votes in the country are in its hands. The French Communist Party is everywhere in the French Ministry of the Interior and the Ministry of Defense. The Deputy Prime Minister of the coalition government is a chairman of the French Communist Party, Thorez. It really seems that Alan Wilson is busy cashing out, and it is not okay to devalue the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries. Although Alan Wilson has explained after returning that he was speaking for the Americans, which is not easy for the Americans to say, as the British Prime Minister, Ali cannot express his attitude in this way and still expresses his goodwill towards Eastern Europe. This will not cause difficulties for Alan Wilson's work. Prime Minister Ali will communicate with Truman to explain it later. After all, with the French Communist Party and the Italian Communist Party, even a deputy secretary general of the civil servants who were negotiating in Paris knew about it. As a prime minister, he could use this to negotiate with Truman. As a young man, Alan Wilson still took the opportunity to test drive the domestic car in a short time when he returned to the country. If it were not for the winter, he even wanted to take Pamela Mountbatten to dig for the Harkson treasure. Didn't forget to come back to take advantage during the negotiations in Paris. Pamela Mountbatten hugged Alan Wilson's body, and the joy on her face showed that she was still very satisfied with her fiancé's performance. How can he be a civil servant serving the country? After finishing this matter, I will apply to work in the colonies. Alan Wilson said with a face full of longing. That is the place to show talent and let the world see that the economy of the colonies is not that it cannot develop, but the national problems of the Indians that hinder our development. As for the Pearl of the British Empire, which is about to become independent, if it does not develop well in the future, it will inevitably be compared with British Malaya. Since India has a larger population, a larger country, but a poor economy, while British Malaya's economy is stronger than yours, it means that India's failure is its own problem and has nothing to do with Britain. As long as Alan Wilson can prove this, he can establish this stereotype of India. For the Asian economy in later generations, Alan Wilson objectively said that China is strong because China's population and area cannot be contained, and it is not like the Indians who enjoy life in the moment. In terms of scale, it is a very powerful country compared to China. As of the end of his memory in his previous life, the only thing that can be praised is the scale. Excluding China, whose scale cannot be compared, just talking about Japan and South Korea, compared with European countries, South Korea is not only more beautiful in numbers, but actually at the level of Spain. Japan's level is actually not comparable to Britain, France, and Germany, and is probably at the same level as Italy. He absolutely does not mean to insult Japan and South Korea, but it is a very fair comparison. Japan and South Korea are at the level of Italy and Spain. In terms of per capita disposable income, even in 2020, Spain will be at the same level as Japan. The Japanese per capita is $40,000, while Spain is $26,000. The nominal figure of South Korea is several thousand more than that of Spain, but the actual amount of money received is not as much as that of the Spanish. In other words, the Japanese, who are the richest people in Asia, actually have a quality of life similar to that of the Spanish, and are far behind those of Britain, France, and Germany. Otherwise, how could the theory of involution be so popular on the internet and later generations? If the Plaza Accord did not exist, no one knows what level Japan will eventually reach, but the Plaza Accord exists, resulting in the fact that in the 21st century, the quality of life of the Japanese will be equivalent to that of Spain and Europe. At the current time point, the start time of British Malaya must be the same as that of Japan, and it depends on who is more diligent. Alan Wilson wants to lead Malaya to compete with Japan, and by the way, he also has to step on Scam Island hard. For example, the most cutting-edge industries have never been related to most people, so although the chip industry of Scam Island is in hand, it does not reflect the senses of most people. From the perspective of promoting employment industries, Formosa Plastics is far more important to Scam Island than TSMC, because the former creates dozens of times more jobs than the latter, but the market value is just the opposite. So the reason why Scam Island was so angry when it was banned for fruit is also due to this. The number of employed people in fruit farmers is more than that of TSMC. No matter how powerful TSMC is, it is impossible to solve the employment problem. If Alan Wilson went to Malaya, his long-term goal must include the plastic industry, which must be earlier than Scam Island. Even if it is a national system, Malaya, which is supported by Britain, is not afraid of Scam Island. Alan Wilson has sufficient confidence in going to work in British Malaya. After all, he is an Orientalist and should go to the most important colony after the independence of British India to make contributions. Besides, he is Mountbatten's son-in-law. However, from the Prime Minister to the Cabinet Secretary, no one thinks so, which he does not know yet. In the Colonial Report, Alan Wilson used the process of Coca-Cola and Pepsi to show that the confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union is not necessarily a good thing for Britain, as Congressman Churchill said, and it is also very likely that the United States and the Soviet Union will confront Britain and France. Now, in the eyes of Prime Minister Attlee, if it weren't for the age issue, Alan Wilson should be the Prime Minister's chief private secretary. In the eyes of the two civil servants, Alan Wilson should work in the Foreign Office, which lacks talents like him the most. No matter where he is, it conflicts with Alan Wilson's idea of becoming an administrative official. On the plane back to Paris, Alan Wilson went from being alone to being with Pamela Mountbatten. Christmas is coming soon. His parents are not around. Only his sister and brother-in-law are in London. Pamela Mountbatten is quite lonely and said that she would accompany Alan Wilson to Paris to take care of him. Of course, he would not object to this, so that he would not always want to walk around the streets of Paris to see if he could find a French luxury car to test drive. He didn't know that this was also the purpose of Pamela Mountbatten following him. After all, her fiancé had a criminal record and was known to all British people. At present, Britain is the most powerful European country with aristocracy. Even after 2 world wars, Alan Wilson still felt very accomplished when he led Pamela Mountbatten to Paris. Alan Wilson, who returned from London, was obviously much calmer, as if he had figured out a lot after returning home. In fact, he just maintained the same caliber as the Prime Minister. There were changes in words, but the essence did not change. On the issue of Eastern Europe, Alan Wilson's advocacy of excluding Eastern Europe changed to a new tone, which was softer and more in line with American expectations. That is the European Common Market. An important reason for the United States to promote the Marshall Plan is to form a European Common Market. This is absolutely unacceptable to Eastern European countries. As long as Alan Wilson holds on to this point, the United States will naturally exclude these countries. Day after day, the US Assistant Secretary of State McCall's impression of Alan Wilson is getting better and better. When he saw Pamela Mountbatten, he was amazed and said that the two of them were so suitable together. Not as suitable as Joan Crawford and Bette Davis. Listening to the false friendly speech of the US Assistant Secretary of State, Alan Wilson could only numb himself with a spiritual victory, thinking back to the 2 American female stars Joan Crawford and Bette Davis. He would never forget the kindness of the United States in using the Lend-Lease Act to almost make Britain's brains boil. In fact, whether it is the Conservative Party or the Labour Party, they do not have one-sided trust in the United States in this era. There is no way out. The situation is stronger than people. So Alan Wilson had to swallow his anger and act like no one is closer to the Americans than Britain and the United States, and perform the special relationship between Britain and the United States in front of representatives of France and other countries. After Christmas, with the strenuous efforts of Britain and France, the United States recognized the 2 prerequisites of aid, that is, more allies than enemies, and more countries with larger populations than countries with smaller populations as the standard for the amount of aid. This made Alan Wilson breathe a sigh of relief, and he put his arm around Pamela Mountbatten's shoulders and whispered, "Dear, do you think I should go back to the country and get off the plane at this time?" Waving the agreement in my hand and saying that I brought it back. "Do you also want to fight for a generation of peace?" Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her fiancé. Of course, she knew that Alan Wilson was talking about the then Prime Minister Chamberlain. "I'm fighting for a generation's money." Alan Wilson straightened his back and praised himself. "It's much more important than peace." After the principles were determined, the foreign ministers of various countries came to Paris one after another. William Clay became the signatory of the United States, and he signed together with the foreign ministers of various countries. As for the 4 Yugoslav countries, they were naturally excluded because they could not fully open their markets. Before the arrival of New Year's Day, the Paris Conference on Promoting European Economic Progress, Promoting European Production Development, Providing Support for the Issuance of Currencies by European Countries, and Promoting International Trade was successfully concluded. The only thing left was to wait for the approval of the US Congress. Just before the signing, the British Rolls-Royce company quickly sent the engines that had already been shipped to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union gave money, and Rolls-Royce could do anything except return the money. After all, the US aid was given to Britain, and the Soviet money was given to Rolls-Royce. This is not the same thing. Chapter 395 The Road Ahead. Although there were occasional twists and turns during the period, Alan Wilson believed that the operation of exchanging foreign exchange control for support for European integration was still a win for Britain. Europe would have been integrated anyway. Without Britain, France would have promoted it. Britain could not have suffered more losses than in history on this issue. As for the condition of foreign exchange control, it was definitely a win for Britain. So the result was that Britain intervened in the European situation more strongly. Some other consequences were that Britain's reputation might have become worse in the eyes of Eastern European countries. But it didn't matter. How many years could the attitude of excluding Eastern European countries be remembered? It would definitely be forgotten with time. Alan Wilson himself had no sense of guilt. The Marshall Plan had no share in Eastern Europe. He was just maintaining the established results of history and selling out something that should not have appeared in exchange for actual benefits. The United States also received a definite guarantee from Britain to promote the European Common Market. Although it did not do its best in the subsequent construction of the Common Market, if Britain pretended to obey but violated it, the United States could stop the Marshall Plan at any time. France also received a guarantee for the coal and iron community, which was actually a concern of the United States. Once the framework of the coal and iron community was established, it could also be used to report to the United States. Alan Wilson even felt that the Soviet Union should thank him. After all, although he could not say that he helped the Soviet Union to extinguish the hope of Eastern European countries to enter the Marshall Plan, he at least gave the Soviet Union an opportunity to fight back in public opinion. He himself did not need to be thanked. He hoped that the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries would not sever their economic and trade relations with Britain in the future. After all, Britain had always relied on Eastern European countries in agriculture, and it was okay for the political relationship to be cold and the economic relationship to be hot. Although Alan Wilson did not think that the Soviet group was so mean, it was okay to follow the Japanese model. There was no political contact, but economic exchanges could still be possible. Alan Wilson, who left Paris, was mentally prepared to strike hard in the Third World. First, he brought Pamela Mountbatten to the British occupation zone and handed the list of released German chemical talents to his fiancée face to face. "Dear, this should be done quickly. I don't know when the British occupation zone will be gone." Alan Wilson reminded that Germany could not maintain the status quo for a long time, even though it had just entered 1948 3 days ago. It is necessary to seize the window period that is still there and grab as much wealth as possible in the British occupation zone, which of course also includes talents. "Are you saying that Germany is going to establish a coalition government?" Pamela Mountbatten asked back with her head tilted. "I didn't say that. It's possible to be similar to Japan. This is also the best choice for European countries." Alan Wilson mentioned Hokkaido, which was occupied by the Soviet Union in this time and space. He admitted that the Soviet Union had a gambling element, but the Soviet Union won the bet, so Hokkaido became an area occupied by the Soviets. The Japanese archipelago, which is already very poor in resources, is even worse. There are very few real islands with rich resources, and there are very few islands like Java that can bear a large population. The real island should be an island with poor land like Kalimantan, which can only be called a name by area. But Japan's already poor resources are even worse, which is a good thing for British Malaya. After cutting off Thailand, the area of British Malaya is around 500,000 square kilometers, nearly twice that of Japan after losing Hokkaido. It is naturally admirable to rely on hard work, but if you can meet a noble person in your life, who would object? Just like the sisters of the Herman family, if they hadn't met this British man, would they have lived a good life so quickly? So Alan Wilson felt that sometimes making excessive demands was not really excessive. Your fiancée is wandering around the British occupied area, and you dare to come. Bokina cleaned her body, put on her clothes, came down from the crime scene, made the bed flat, and kept muttering, "What's wrong? Jealous?" Alan Wilson said with a grin, "It's mainly because there are too few men like me, and all the women I meet love me. What can I do about it? Don't forget how you got Anna." Bokina glanced at Alan Wilson, reminding him that the statement that Anna was taken by the British occupation soldiers was at least partly true. "Look, I finally came to Bonn, and you always mention embarrassing things." Alan Wilson said helplessly, "Tell me yourself, is this the attitude of a woman to treat her husband? Are you my husband?" Bokina pinched her thin waist with her hands, not caring at all that, because of this action, her upper body was completely exposed to the air. "But I want the same treatment as my husband." As she spoke, Alan Wilson was about to reach out and rubbed it twice, but the woman smiled and pushed it away. "I hope you have the courage to do this in front of your fiancé. The days of a time management master are not something that ordinary people can handle, but at least so far, Alan Wilson has not made any major mistakes, and he also took the opportunity to have a group 6 when Pamela Mountbatten didn't notice. After settling the matter in the British occupied area, the two returned to Paris. It was not that the two of them were wandering around like headless flies. They did this purely from the perspective of time management. Before leaving Paris, the two registered an exploration company in France, but it took time to handle it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Alan Wilson, who never wastes time, took Pamela Mountbatten to Germany again. After completing the process in Paris, the two returned again. It would be better to register in China, and it will be faster. Looking at the documents that she finally got, Pamela Mountbatten complained a little, "I can't stand you running back and forth like this. One cannot eat alone, just like money is not earned by one person. The French have a tradition of speculation." Alan Wilson explained, "The more complicated the shareholders of the company are, the more people are tied to it, the safer it is. There is a saying that the law does not punish the masses, which is probably what it means. When you really have money, more people will support you and protect your money. Dear, just do what I think, and you will never suffer in the future." The exploration company was registered twice in London and Paris. Although it was a bit cumbersome, it did not affect the overall situation. The one in London was to tie up the domestic aristocracy on the Australian iron ore, and this one tied to France was to explore Libyan oil. Libya has the largest oil reserves in Africa. Since the discovery of oil, the oil mining and refining industry has developed rapidly, becoming the economic lifeline and main pillar of Libya. Its crude oil is of good quality, low sulfur content, and high wax oil production, which is widely favored by crude oil importers. From the geographical location, we can see that Libya's oil must be mainly from European countries. Libya without oil is a small Egypt. As we all know, except for the banks of the Nile River, 97% of Egypt's land is desert. Libya does not even have the Nile River. The land that can be used for agriculture is only 1% of its area. Without oil, it is worse than Egypt. Later, Libyan oil attracted the attack of France. In addition to the reason that France seized the control of oil, it was related to the attitude of the then French President Sarkozy himself. According to the French tradition, Sarkozy was a standard traitor. He was a yes man of the United States, and deviated from the independence of de Gaullism. Sarkozy himself had a very close relationship with the Qatari royal family. Together with the Platini corruption case in football, when Platini was in European football, Barcelona won several very controversial championships, and even had the title of Barcelona's godfather team. As for Sarkozy himself, he became the manager of Qatar's sovereign fund after he stepped down. Without mentioning what happened decades later, from the perspective of the colonies, Alan Wilson himself felt that the French were far more reliable than domestic politicians. Although France had changed 7 heads of the Council of Ministers in 3 years, the attitude did not change. France had experienced many political chaos, and it was estimated that it had formed its own set of mechanisms that would not delay foreign policy. It was definitely worth the money to take Pamela Mountbatten on a round trip, and then he could go to the colonies to work with peace of mind. He believed that even political persecution would not fall on him, using Libyan oil to bind the French and Australian iron ore to bind domestic nobles and local Australian dignitaries. After completing this matter, Alan Wilson returned to London with Pamela Mountbatten. Now there was no rush, so the way back to London was by boat. Edward, little Alan will be back soon. This time he should be given a position. He can't always be used temporarily, but you and I both know that he will definitely choose to work in Malaya. When Alan Wilson and his fiancée crossed the English Channel, the two heads of civil servants in the Cabinet Secretary's office also mentioned this matter. As the heads of the civil service, it is normal for the two to care about the future of their subordinates. The subordinates who are being cared about should be flattered, although Alan Wilson himself does not think so. Edward Bridges hesitated for a moment and said, "We have discussed this issue last time. Either he can directly manage the British occupied zone as you said, and serve as a commissioner in Germany. It seems that Sir Mayor is very interested in the British occupied zone." Norman Brooke hesitated for a moment and said, "There are many people who support it, and you also know that once the commissioner in Germany is established, it will be very conspicuous. He is too young. Then as I said, give him a glorious and arduous task, let him retreat when he knows the difficulty, and work hard in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Edward Bridges said calmly, "Of course, the choice is always in his hands. He can choose to do it or not. The conditions in that place are too bad. He probably won't choose it." Norman Brooke remembered the last conversation between the two and shook his head and smiled bitterly. "That's not necessarily true. He likes power so much. He made Baron very embarrassed when he was the commissioner's assistant. Would he not want to be the governor?" Chapter 396 British Newfoundland. "But that place is now considered a burden by Londoners," said Norman Brooke with a wry smile. "It's such a cold place with a small population and huge financial pressure. From previous reports, we know that Alan knows all the major colonies. Anyway, even if I go there is no other way except to apply for assistance from London. That's why he gave up." Edward Bridges said calmly, "British Malaya is so important, and the Malacca coast is as important as the Suez Canal. How could he go to such an important place just like that? Isn't it right to find a place to prove his ability? Edward, you also know that as a cabinet secretary, I have a lot of things to do, so you should communicate with him in person about this matter." After Norman Brooke finished his polite remarks, his speaking speed suddenly increased. He turned around. As soon as he finished speaking, "I'll go back first. I'll come if you have any difficulties." Alan Wilson, who still knew nothing about his future destiny, had just crossed the English Channel and set foot on the land belonging to Britain. He said shamelessly, "Let's build the Harkson estate first. With the house, we can have a lively wedding. When spring comes, the construction of the estate will begin. Actually, I don't want any manor." Pamela Mountbatten couldn't hide the smile on her face after hearing the heartwarming words. "The main thing is that we want to have our own home, which belongs only to the two of us. Dear, we are still very similar in some places." Alan Wilson praised with a smile, "Such as the mentality of begging for food, which is exactly the same." From returning to Europe to now, Alan Wilson believes that, although he has not completed the tasks assigned to him by the superiors 100%, at least there are no major mistakes. Now he wants a free place to show his talents, which is not too much. In the plan of the two civil servants, there is indeed a free place, but it conflicts with Alan Wilson's understanding of freedom. At the same time that Alan Wilson returned to his homeland, Governor Mountbatten, who was far away in New Delhi, officially announced the time point for the transfer of power. At the same time, the Mountbatten plan has been delivered to London and handed over to Prime Minister Attlee for approval. In order not to go to British India to take office, Mountbatten specifically asked the cabinet for full power, but now, Mountbatten has come to his senses. This matter must not be done as he says, and must be approved by the cabinet. On January 10th, the plan for the partition of India and Pakistan was officially delivered to London. The main idea of this plan was that after the independence of the subcontinent, two independent countries would be formed, namely India and Pakistan. The provinces of Bengal and Punjab could be separated and then merged into India and Pakistan, or they could be added to India and Pakistan as two entities, or exist independently. Regarding the status of the princely states, the plan was very vague, implying that they would decide their own future. Mountbatten asked the cabinet to consider and pass the plan within a few days. The Labour Party cabinet completed its reply in 1 week. The revised part of the plan was made according to the requirements of the British Parliament, which hoped to clarify several ambiguous places. The revised plan more clearly stated that different regions of India could decide their own destiny. Apart from this, the plan did not add any new content. Mountbatten believed that the only new issue in the plan that would cause confusion was the suggestion that the Northwest should also have the freedom to choose independence, but he also believed that this must be done, and some hidden dangers should always be left for the former colonies, otherwise it would definitely not be in the interests of Britain to develop too well. Governor Mountbatten in New Delhi was waiting for a reply from London. When the reply from London arrived, he said to Commissioner Beran and Secretary General Ismay, "I have a feeling that Nehru will go crazy. In fact, he should have been prepared." Sir Beran said calmly, "Ali Jinnah will not compromise. By the way, we had a plan before, that is, to give money before leaving, and now it is time to implement it." Give money? Governor Mountbatten was stunned. He seemed to have heard similar words several times, but now British India was financially empty. Where would the money come from? The new banknotes have just come off the production line, and the ink is not dry yet. Sir Beran said calmly, "The purpose of this time is to give 100 rupees to every resident of British India, regardless of his faith and caste. Everyone will get a share." As for Governor Mountbatten's desire to communicate with Nehru first, the two strongly opposed revealing the plan to one party in advance. They said that it was unfair to give the plan to only one party and not to the other. "The plan is of great importance, and we cannot be picky about the procedural details. In any case, the one who may oppose the plan is the Congress Party, which is committed to the subcontinent as a country, rather than Jinnah's Muslim League." "Do you think so?" "That's right." Baron and Ismay nodded. "The bubble is destined to burst, and it would be good to let the Congress Party wake up. It is very normal that Ali Jinnah knew the exact news about the partition of India and Pakistan before Nehru. After all, there was Alan Wilson, a good friend of Pakistan. He also stated in the telegram that Pakistan should prepare for the worst. He was not only a good friend of Pakistan, but also had an unbreakable friendship with the Maharaja of Hyderabad, Ali Khan. Naturally, the ruler of Hyderabad also knew about it. At this time, Alan Wilson was working for his future, trying to find out whether he could complete the two tasks of the engine and the Paris conference successfully, and whether an opportunity to benefit the public would come to him. "Alan, Norman and I have seen your ability to work. To be fair, there are not many young civil servants who are as open-minded, honest, and sharing as you, especially reliable." Edward Bridges met Alan Wilson in his office and directly expressed that he has always been very optimistic about his development. He even said that his support is in practice. For this reason, he took out a meager salary and subscribed to the shares of Pamela Mountbatten's exploration company, which was enough to show his love as a boss. Alan Wilson was stunned and thought to himself that you made a lot of money. Whether you subscribe to London or Paris, the future is an opportunity for you to bow down to the underground money. Alan, you know, for a place as important as Malaya, your qualifications are still very questionable. Although Norman and I are very optimistic about you, some things cannot be decided just by being optimistic." Edward Bridges pondered for a moment and said, "In view of this, in fact, from the perspective of the future, you should settle down for a while, so that you can better benefit the public in the future. As for Malaya, the cabinet now has a plan to merge all the local colonies and unify their management. You must know that once merged, it will be a large colony that is more than twice the size of the United Kingdom. If you want to go, there are still many competitors. Respected Sir Edward, but what I have learned is definitely good at dealing with Chinese people, and I have also lived in Hong Kong." Alan Wilson is still fighting in vain to show that he has advantages and can definitely contribute to the British Empire. He is not bragging. No one in the whole of Britain is more suitable than him in Malaya. If that colony cannot be maintained by itself, others will be lost sooner or later. Looking at Alan Wilson, who looked like he wanted to make progress, Edward Bridges said noncommittally, "Whitehall attaches great importance to your arrangement. There are currently two options. One is to be the Deputy Secretary General for Europe, responsible for the follow-up work of the Marshall Plan. That's still in London. To put it nicely, he is in charge of the work. There are so many big Buddhas in London, so it's his turn to make the final decision. Alan Wilson said tactfully that diplomatic work is not very compatible with his personality. After all, he made a mistake at the Paris conference, publicly accused the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries, and said something about Finlandization, which even led to Prime Minister Adley personally showing goodwill to Moscow. Now being in charge of European affairs is slightly not conducive to European unity. That's true. Edward Bridges nodded in approval. If it weren't for this incident, then this arrangement would be a sure thing. But now Alan Wilson has indeed just scolded half of Europe as not worth a penny. If Alan Wilson was put in charge of Britain's European affairs when the person concerned was still in the limelight, it would indeed easily arouse the hostility of the Soviet Union. Edward Bridges did not want to let his promising junior take such a big risk. After coughing softly, Edward Bridges said slowly, "There is currently another position, which is similar to colonial work. It can be said that it is actually colonial work, but the conditions are a little bit more difficult. If you can prove that this is a job that combines diplomacy and administration, and prove your own ability, I believe your colleagues will have a new evaluation of your work ability." Sir Edward, just say it's there. Alan Wilson patted his chest. As long as he could be the top leader, and not be the Deputy Secretary General in charge of European affairs, asking for instructions from a group of big Buddhas every day, anywhere would be fine. That's what you said. Edward Bridges retreated tactically, indicating that this had nothing to do with him. Don't let General Mountbatten come back and make it difficult for us. Then where is it? Alan Wilson was a little unsure when he saw Edward Bridges' attitude, and his momentum also dropped a lot. First of all, the area is not smaller than Malaya. If you can manage such a large place, I believe you will be able to adapt if you really go to work in Malaya one day. Edward Bridges made a high-profile evaluation. In fact, the British Empire has a good foundation in the local area. There is no cultural barrier. So where is it? Alan Wilson waited silently. Finally, after Edward Bridges mentioned a lot of advantages, he finally said, "Newfoundland is in need of a governor. If you don't mind." Chapter 397 Facing the Challenge. Newfoundland? That place is going to be independent soon. Alan Wilson was still thinking about what Edward Bridges said. He thought of one thing that didn't match, and then he thought of another thing that still didn't match. He just didn't think of Newfoundland. That place is indeed large enough. 400,000 square kilometers. It is indeed a colony. If there is a place among the major British colonies that can be called a filial son, there is no other place except British Newfoundland. Even the final joining Canada was barely passed by referendum, and it was only when Britain had made up its mind to let go that such a result occurred. Because the Great Depression led to an economic collapse, Newfoundland gave up its autonomous status in 1934 and returned to British colonial rule. So Edward Bridges was right to say that it was a colony, and Newfoundland was indeed a colony. But the problem is that according to history, Newfoundland will vote to join Canada next year. This is not the first time that Canada wants to annex Newfoundland, but because Newfoundland is the first overseas colony of Britain, it has a longer history and a tradition of political autonomy. Since the 19th century, Newfoundland has participated in almost every war that Britain has fought against foreign countries, and these wars have not benefited Newfoundland at all. Newfoundland was so keen on the wars led by Britain not because the Newfoundlanders were warlike, but because they really identified themselves as British, and participating in these wars was serving their country. Australia and Canada, which also followed Britain to fight, had larger populations and stronger economies, and participating in these wars did not have a particularly large impact on their home countries, but the population of the Dominion of Newfoundland was less than 200,000 at the time, and it could not afford such war consumption at all. After World War I, 1/3 of the population of Newfoundland died in the war, most of whom were men, which directly caused the Newfoundland government to go bankrupt. You can't say that, although some of what you said is true. There are heavy debts in the local area, and a sparse population. Edward Bridges also knew that the situation in Newfoundland was very bad, and it was indeed a huge burden on Britain, but he still emphasized, there is no cultural barrier, so you can show what you have learned. I studied Oriental studies. Alan Wilson opened his mouth, but in the end did not refute. His face was uncertain, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I wonder if Pamela's father has affected my luck. The future of that place is uncertain. If Newfoundland becomes independent in the end, it won't be my fault, right?" "Absolutely not. Alan can rest assured about this," Edward Bridges repeatedly assured. "This will not affect the reliable evaluation of you by the people in Whitehall." Alan Wilson remained silent. Although Edward Bridges' words had a huge comforting effect, he still had to think about it. There is a lack of population, not a lack of resources. "Dear Sir Edward, do I have the absolute power to implement my own policies?" Alan Wilson asked solemnly. "No matter what decision I make, I can make my own decision without asking London. Except for taking Newfoundland to join the United States, you can have the final say on everything." Edward Bridges added a premise. He also knew that the situation Alan Wilson was facing now was almost the same as before General Mountbatten went to British India. It was really not a good job. The environment was similar, but the other things were very different. The financial burden of Newfoundland was too heavy for the local population. Although the war offset most of the debts during the Great Depression, Britain's financial problems were also serious. Now there was no time to fill the whole of Newfoundland. Newfoundland was indeed a hot potato for London. In the end, Newfoundland was incorporated into Canada because Britain was really unwilling to bear the financial problems of Newfoundland and was afraid that the locals of Newfoundland would want to join the United States to prevent the United States from annexing Newfoundland, so it decided to let Canada merge Newfoundland. Alan Wilson was thinking about whether there was a possibility of revival. He did not want to do anything on his own, but he must prove his ability. Edward Bridges was also waiting for Alan Wilson's statement. Seeing that the young man was hesitating, he was full of surprise in his heart. Although he seemed calm on the surface, he was actually considering it. "Is this the courage of young people?" Alan Wilson suddenly said. "Sir Edward, the Marshall Plan does restrict our trade with the Soviet Union. Currently, Britain's imports from the Soviet Union are mainly raw materials, with two major categories being wood and food. Yes, the Marshall Plan does want us to control trade with the Soviet Union, but Britain has traditionally relied on Eastern European countries for food, so we can try with wood." Edward Bridges nodded. "As far as I know, Canada and the Soviet Union are at similar latitudes, so the wood should be about the same." Alan Wilson nodded. "The food problem can't be taken as a joke, but we can get rid of the dependence on wood. In the Rolls-Royce engine incident in history, the Soviet Union was already angry at Britain's flip-flopping. If Britain did not deliver the engine to the Soviet Union, then the Soviet Union would ban wood and food from Britain. Oh, but you have to know that it is very difficult to reduce the cost to the same price as Soviet wood. Newfoundland does not have so much manpower." Edward Bridges sighed, and he already understood Alan Wilson's decision. "I'm willing to try, as long as you give me full authority over British Newfoundland," Alan Wilson said firmly. "Of course, a certain amount of financial support is needed. As the current permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Finance, Edward Bridges was not surprised by this request. He nodded and said, "How much financial support do you want? You also know that there are many places to spend money in the country. Don't make it too difficult for me. £1 million should not be a very excessive number," Alan Wilson said cautiously. "If there is no such support, then there is really no way." "Okay, I will talk to the Chancellor of the Exchequer." Edward Bridges agreed at once, and at the same time said, "This amount of money is not excessive. Norman and I will discuss it with the Prime Minister. You go back and wait for news." After all, Alan Wilson's work in British India has made great contributions. The annual fiscal revenue of £200 million has made British India bloom with the most beautiful brilliance before independence. His work in iron ore and medical licenses has also made Whitehall optimistic. Now that Alan Wilson is going out to work, Whitehall must give some support. And this is indeed not a very high number. Alan Wilson really wanted to leave Whitehall. He wanted to go back, to collect information about Newfoundland, to see how serious the current financial problems were. Britain and the United States both established military bases in Newfoundland during World War II. The investment of Britain and the United States on the island promoted the recovery and development of Newfoundland's economy. The local governor of Newfoundland was Joseph Robert Smallwood, whom Alan Wilson did not know, because Newfoundland's presence was not high. He also did not know that it was this man's efforts that barely allowed Newfoundlanders to pass 50% of the support rate to join Canada. Alan Wilson, who left Whitehall, sent a telegram directly to Bonn, asking the Dragoon sisters to prepare 10,001 chainsaws immediately. The chainsaw was invented by the Germans, and the steel group was the world's largest chainsaw manufacturer. Alan Wilson himself drew a sketch on paper and calculated how low the cost could be reduced. Pamela Mountbatten was no longer surprised that her fiancé was calculating something mysteriously for no reason. After he came back, she did not ask what had happened. It was not until the meal was ready that she was shocked and asked, "You want to be the governor?" "Almost," Alan Wilson said without raising his head. "Don't think it's a good thing. Newfoundland has a debt of tens of millions of dollars. If the World War had not broken out, the number would have been $30 million. But you are the governor, and my father is only the Governor General of British India." Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth, still unable to believe the fact. "Are governors the same as viceroys?" Alan Wilson looked up at his fiancée. "Your father and I were in a similar situation before we went to British India. We both went to a place that had been abandoned by the locals psychologically. Maybe he was the last Governor General of Newfoundland. That's also a Governor General." Pamela Mountbatten stared at her fiancé in amazement. "I've never heard of a governor your age. Please help me. Do you know a company that does foreign trade? Help me order 10,000 sets of winter clothes from the Soviet Union." Alan Wilson held his forehead and said, "I guess the price in the Soviet Union will be cheaper. We should save as much as we can now." 10,000 sets. Why is this number so strange? Pamela Mountbatten said puzzledly. "I'm going to recruit 10,000 Chinese workers. As for the extra set, it's mine." Alan Wilson shrugged and sighed. "I haven't used a chainsaw for a long time. I don't know if my hands are rusty." "When have you ever used a chainsaw?" "I've never seen one." Pamela Mountbatten felt that her fiancé seemed strange today, but she couldn't tell exactly what was strange about it. "I didn't know you at that time," Alan Wilson answered absent-mindedly, calculating his age in this life. "It has been about 30 years since he last used a chainsaw. I'm going to fly to Germany tomorrow." "So urgent? You don't usually take a plane." Pamela Mountbatten was really shocked this time. She knew that this man would avoid flying if possible. "No hurry." Alan Wilson quickly filled his stomach. "Go to Germany first, then go to Malaya to recruit workers. I'll come back after these two things are done, and then go to Newfoundland to take office." Perhaps knowing the difficulties of her fiancé, the noble lady was quite proactive that day, hoping that her body would relieve Alan Wilson's stress. Okay. After listening to Norman Brooks' words about Alan Wilson's public servant spirit in volunteering to go to Newfoundland, Prime Minister Attlee also agreed to the appointment of the Governor General with great admiration. Now it seems that not all civil servants are just there to eat and work. There are always one or two individuals who are worthy of the Empire's training. The Prime Minister has decided that Alan Wilson will be the Governor General of Newfoundland. Chapter 398 Arrival in Malaya. The matter of Alan Wilson has been decided. As long as the preparations are completed and he takes up the post, he will be officially appointed as the British consul in Boston. This is a formal appointment. So far, whether it is Prime Minister Attlee or Edward Bridges and Norman Brooke, they all believe that the independence of British Newfoundland is inevitable, so Alan Wilson's visit is just a transition, and the appointment of consul in Boston is more important. "Pamela, your fiancé is going to be the governor now?" The young ladies around Pamela Mountbatten sighed in a flurry, of course, mainly praising the strength of the Mountbatten family. "It's so annoying. It must be very hard to go to such a remote place." The governor's wife, who was very happy, waved her hands with a distressed look on her face and complained to her girlfriends around her. "That's also the governor. You are the governor's wife." A group of ladies praised Pamela Mountbatten generously, making her the focus from multiple levels and angles. Alan Wilson, who had already arrived in Bonn, didn't know that his fiancé's vanity had expanded, but this was also human nature, and he wouldn't say anything even if he knew. "I need simple living supplies for 10,000 people, such as bed frames and the like." Alan Wilson, who had just gotten off the plane at Bonn Airport, met the Dragoon sisters and discussed small matters first, saying that the serious matters could be discussed later. I have contacted the Steele family about the chainsaw. Last winter was unusually cold for heating purposes, and coal cannot solve all problems. Many people cut wood for heating. Chainsaws are not a very sensitive product, and production has been resumed long ago. Bokina looked at Alan Wilson, who was following him into the room, and said, Andreas has already said that there is no problem with production capacity, but where can we get the bed frame? What about the pre-war German military barracks? If there are not enough, the concentration camps will do. I don't believe that people in concentration camps slept on the ground. Alan Wilson said without thinking, Germany doesn't need it now, so it's just right for me. People in concentration camps almost all sleep on the ground. I'll think of a way to deal with the pre-war military camps. Bokina sighed and said, it's such a far place. What else is there besides being cold? You go to. That's not a problem. It's definitely warmer than Siberia. Alan Wilson made a joke, but he didn't notice the slightly unnatural expression on the woman's face. He thought he had discovered something. A few hours later, after some explanation, Alan Wilson skillfully pulled the chainsaw open and gestured twice, and said to Andreas Steele, the head of the Steele family, I'm not used to it. I want a high-handle chainsaw. You can add an integrated handle in this position. At least in his memory, it seems that the people around him, whether working or civilian, are all old-fashioned high-handle chainsaws from Liuzhou. The high-handle chainsaw is green all over and is the most commonly used chainsaw in forestry production. There is no problem with the weight. Just add a high handle. There is no need to be so picky about a single person chainsaw. If the cost can be reduced, I want 10,000. Alan Wilson said happily, Mr. Andreas, it should be no problem for me to give me one more. Of course there is no problem. I will control the cost as much as possible. Help Mr. Allen solve the problem. Andreas Steele said there is no problem. Just ship it directly to Newfoundland. No need to collect enough before shipping. Alan Wilson nodded and said, we will use it directly when the time comes. I'm very grateful to Mr. Andreas Steele for his help. If there is anything you need, I'm willing to help within my ability. By the way, there is also a bandsaw. Don't worry, I'm definitely not trying to rob you. Buy it at a normal price. As the world's #1 chainsaw brand in later generations, it is not a loss for Alan Wilson to help the other party once. In the field of machinery, German manufacturing has a good reputation, and it is only a matter of time before it recovers. As for the bandsaw, the British Newbury invented the bandsaw machine in 1808. Because the manufacturing and welding technology of the saw teeth were not up to standard at that time, it was not adopted. After 50 years, France first successfully produced a woodworking bandsaw machine for production, and it was widely promoted and applied. Although the bandsaw machine appeared later than the circular saw machine and the frame saw machine, it is the most widely used. As for the biggest advantage of the bandsaw machine, Alan Wilson believes that it is powerful. The efficiency of the circular saw is far behind that of the bandsaw machine. After the other party left, Alan Wilson lowered his voice and said to Bokina, have you bought shares in this company? No, you didn't say it either. Bokina was a little surprised and whispered, isn't it just a chainsaw seller? Now you can find a way to talk about it, and don't force it. Keep your patience and you will have a chance sooner or later. Alan Wilson also gave a few more instructions, fearing that this woman would really take advantage of the support of the British Trade Commission to seize and rob. Because of the war, there are more women than men in Germany. Alan Wilson personally solved the problem of the needs of the dragoons. This is not too much, it's not him. Many British people have come to Germany and have achieved transnational marriages. Anyway, it was the women in the country who were unfaithful first. These retired soldiers found women in Germany who were younger and more progressive, so they naturally divorced without hesitation. Of course, for the British and the Trade Commission, the cost of marriage is still too high, and mistresses are obviously more cost effective. Although there are many cases of German girls giving birth out of wedlock, who knows, as long as they are kept secret? In fact, I have absolutely no intention of blaspheming you. After eating and bathing with the Dragoon sisters, and finally taking a rest, Alan Wilson began to express his reluctance to go to Newfoundland. Is this not blasphemous? Anna gave Alan Wilson a blank look, thinking in her heart, how could he blaspheme? Post-war reconstruction actually also requires wood. I estimate that the next few years will be the peak of construction in Europe, and the demand for wood is huge. If Germany can express goodwill to Newfoundland, I believe it will be appreciated by the residents of Newfoundland. Alan Wilson did not forget to advertise the place where he was to be appointed. What's the benefit for me? Bokina pretended to be displeased. Even if I'm grateful, it is still a British colony, not a German one. Whatever benefit you want, I can do it, as long as I can. Alan Wilson swore, and said that for the welfare of the people of Newfoundland, any price would be spared. Really? Bokina stretched out her scallion-like finger, and touched the man's lips, hesitantly saying, "Actually, I don't have any special requirements. I just want to experience the eloquence of the imperial civil servants. I wanted to. Anna on the other side heard it, and said that she must have her share. Alan Wilson got on the plane to Rome, and had to go through constant transfers to reach Malaya. Looking at the sea below, his eyes were very calm, as if he could smell the smell of the sea through the window. For the welfare of the residents of Newfoundland, the Governor General sacrificed too much. As for the Indians and the subcontinent, this was a happy day. There was a rumor that the Governor General's Office of British India was going to give out money, and they didn't care where the news came from. The illiterate Indians didn't care about the consequences of the so-called universal money distribution. They only knew the authenticity of the money distribution. Whoever blocked it would be the enemy of the entire India. All this has nothing to do with Alan Wilson after all. India is a thing of the past for him. He now has to fight for the future of Newfoundland. He has no idea that he must keep Newfoundland as part of the UK. He can do his best. If he can't do it, the head of Whitehall has already guaranteed that it will not affect his future. In fact, since he knew about his appointment in the Boston Consul, Alan Wilson knew that London really didn't care about Newfoundland. To be fair, this attitude is very infuriating. Next to British Newfoundland is the French St. Pierre and Miquelon Islands. Compared with the more than 400,000 square kilometers of Newfoundland, the St. Pierre and Miquelon Islands are only more than 200 square kilometers. After decades, they will not be self-sufficient and need subsidies from the French government. Because the soil and climatic conditions are not suitable for agricultural production, there are only a small amount of vegetable planting, pig farming and egg poultry production. Even so, France is willing to pay the money. It would rather support the residents of the island than let this more than 200 square kilometers of land become independent. Although France was defeated by Britain in the colonial era, at least there is no problem with its attitude. Sometimes I think, if France had not lost the 7 Years' War, perhaps the main body of France would have already moved to North America, and it would be engaged in a North American Cold War with the United States. It would certainly not be like Britain, which gave up the fruits of its ancestors' struggle. Britain suffered heavy losses in the 2 world wars, but it was nothing compared to France. France was able to retain many overseas territories, but Britain, which had a better foundation, lost everything. Is it really that the island nation's thinking has a natural defect? Since Malaya was made the colonial center of British India after independence, together with the Isthmus of Kra obtained from Thailand and Myanmar, the local colonies have been merged. Malaya is divided into the Straits settlements, the Federated Malay States, and the unaffiliated Malay States, together with Sabah and Sarawak in East Malaysia, merged into British Malaya. Alan Wilson's plane landed in Kuala Lumpur, and he went directly to the local colonial institution. After getting off the plane, there was no governor in British Malaya. After the war, the British Malayan High Commissioner exercised power as a representative of the British Empire. The High Commissioner was Jared Edward. Alan Wilson was looking for this British representative who was not a governor. On the way to the commissioner's office, Alan Wilson also observed the living conditions in Kuala Lumpur, but time was tight, and he was not the manager here, so he just took a quick look. There was no need to be polite. After meeting Jared Edward and shaking hands to show friendship, Alan Wilson's first words were, "Commissioner Jared, we have contacted each other many times through telegrams. I hope you can help me when I come to Malaya this time." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Application of Qing Dynasty Law. Oh, Alan, although you were in India before, your suggestions for Malaya are also very constructive. When the Malayan Commissioner Jared Edward heard the other party introduce himself, he directly and proactively extended his hand to show friendship. Of course, this was not all for Alan Wilson. To be precise, it was to give General Mountbatten the face. This has to start from the beginning. As we all know, General Mountbatten was the commander-in-chief of the Southeast Asian Allied Forces during the war. After the surrender of Japan, Mountbatten also accepted the surrender in Singapore. When Alan Wilson returned to Europe for the first time, Mountbatten was the highest military commander of British Malaya. Until he returned to the Mediterranean fleet to serve, British Malaya was under military control. Before Jared Edward, before Mountbatten lifted the military control, British Malaya still had a governor. But after Jared Edward took office, the governor of British Malaya was revoked, and Jared Edward became the High Commissioner here instead. Now there are constant protests here, especially the nearby Dutch East Indies are not at peace. Although it was not a military administration in name, the British troops stationed there had great power, and the local British troops had once been subordinates of General Mountbatten. With this kind of relationship, it was not Alan Wilson's turn to take the initiative to protect his family and bring up General Mountbatten. Alan Wilson did not expect that he would come to Malaya, which he had been thinking about, in this capacity. Although he was given the title of Governor General, he knew better than anyone that London did not attach importance to Newfoundland, otherwise the appointment of Boston Consul would not be put in the front. Alan, you are going to be the governor of Newfoundland? Jared Edward was also surprised when he heard of Alan Wilson's appointment, but he immediately said, that is a very difficult place, and it is not easy to achieve results. I know, so I wanted to look around for help before I went. Alan Wilson held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Newfoundland is very short of manpower. Even if there is no war, it cannot be called rich in manpower. This is the purpose of my coming to Malaya, to form a labor team to develop it. If you want to summarize it more accurately, it can also be called the Newfoundland Production and Construction Corps, and its functions are roughly similar. Jared Edward pondered for a moment and solemnly reminded, Alan, the local white people live there. If you bring a large number of Chinese workers into the area, it is likely to arouse the rebellious psychology of the local residents. If a colony is unstable, there is no way to talk about any development. Take Malaya for example. If there were not tens of thousands of British troops watching, things would become very troublesome. Of course I will not let the Chinese workers settle there. I will just carry out a short-term development. Let them come back when Newfoundland is through the difficulties. Alan Wilson denied it flatly, saying that he would never make such a principled mistake. Alan Wilson has a clear understanding of this behavior. If his hometown in his previous life had only hundreds of thousands of residents and 10,000 black people came in to settle down all of a sudden, would he be willing? Of course not. So the condition was set to let 10,000 Chinese workers live in Newfoundland permanently. Even if Newfoundland had a good impression of Britain, it would immediately become independent. Therefore, this recruitment of workers to Newfoundland is defined as a large-scale overseas employment. It is not the home of the Chinese. The Chinese will naturally come back after they are used up. This attitude will not change because of his identity. If not handled properly, it may appear in history books as a negative image. Didn't the prisoners of war build 100,000 apartments in Malaya? How about picking a few places to live and letting me handle them? They're empty anyway. Alan Wilson explained, I'm not asking for it for nothing. When these Chinese workers make money from the development of Newfoundland, they can buy these apartments with their own money, so that the local colonial government won't suffer any loss. Alan Wilson was ready to promise the property as a condition for this overseas work trip. Of course, if it was not enough, he could pay in installments. Anyway, these apartments were built by the prisoners of war of the Japanese Southern Army, and in principle, the cost was not high. Besides, the apartments were built to be sold, and it didn't matter who they were sold to. Anyway, the prisoners of war had not been repatriated, so at most they were under construction. It would be a pity to send back such obedient and hard-working prisoners of war. Alan Wilson was also doing it for the good of these Japanese. Japan was not having a good time now. The resources in Japan were not as good as those in the British Malayan colony. Not impossible. Jared Edward frowned. In principle, this was not a problem. The apartments were built to be sold. What's the problem with selecting a few settlements and selling them to people in need? I'm just afraid that you can't gather enough people. Isn't the law for the Chinese in Malaya the Qing dynasty law? Just issue a notice saying that corvée labor will be imposed and 1 in 5 men will be selected. The Chinese will definitely understand what it means. Select the first batch. I'll screen the rest. Alan Wilson couldn't find 10,000 people one by one, so he had to let the Malayan colonial government screen them first. The number of people should not be a problem. Since Hong Kong returned to British rule in 1945, the border has been undefended. Instead, the refugees entering Hong Kong were thrown into Malaya. Tens of thousands of refugees cross the border every month, and it has been almost 3 years now. This is far from the peak period. The 3 major battles have not yet been fought. The farther south the front line is, the more people there will be. When asking local Malays about their views on the integration of Chinese, Jared Edward said, "Of course they are dissatisfied. At the beginning, the commotion was quite fierce, but since the Dutch bombarded Jakarta with battleships, killing thousands of people, it has calmed down a little." In addition, many people were exiled to the Andaman Islands on charges of being pro-Soviet element. In the past year, their attitude seems to have changed. Based on the lessons of British India, we must maintain a balance between the 2 major ethnic groups. We don't want to see the consequences of the MIC being too big to be eliminated. Alan Wilson almost laughed out loud. If a nuclear bomb is developed in the country, the test site will be placed in Malaya. Please invite the prominent people of the 2 major ethnic groups to observe in person. Talking about the situation in Hong Kong, the two chatted for a while. Alan Wilson said that Hong Kong is just a window, and it is not worth investing energy. It can be used as a pipeline to deliver nutrients to Malaya. A place with a big nose is of no help to Britain. Britain's rule over Hong Kong is a typical way of making the best use of everything, and its typical manifestation is the overheated financial market and soaring housing prices. In the era before the economy developed, the British consortium, relying on its monopoly and privileges, had an absolute advantage in the fields of finance, real estate and public utilities. Along with the rise of the economy, British capital expanded. British companies also monopolized the land business as colonial landowners, selling at high prices to obtain rich land income, which was impossible in the UK. The most profitable industries in a prosperous economy are finance and real estate, so the two became the best way for British capital to expand, and the stock market also entered an irrational boom. However, this overheated financial industry is an equal opportunity for everyone. In the long run, Chinese people will naturally accumulate enough capital to challenge the status of British companies. Of course, by the 1990s, 30% of the valuations in the Hong Kong stock market, a total of more than 1,000 companies, were still controlled by British capital. Alan Wilson insisted that Hong Kong was not important, and Malaya was the place where development should be focused. Jared Edward also agreed deeply. After all, he was the High Commissioner of Malaya, and he knew where to eat. By the way, the people I want to recruit are Chinese, not local Chinese in Malaya. Alan Wilson slapped his head and added, compared to some Chinese who already consider themselves locals in Malaya, I still trust the Chinese more. What the British Empire needs is help to assist in the colonization of Malaya, not Chinese who are in collusion with the Malays. The former can be won over, and the latter can be labeled as pro-Soviet element and shot directly. If they like to stand with the Malays, give them the treatment of Malays. They are not afraid of death, so why should we be afraid of wasting bullets? Okay, I will officially issue a notice tomorrow. Jared Edward was still thinking about Alan Wilson's words and instinctively agreed. The next day, the British Malaya Commissioner's Office officially issued a notice, citing the provisions of the Qing dynasty law on the conscription of corvée labor. Men who meet the standards should report to the colonial institutions. If they are 3 days late, they will be reprimanded, and 10 days late will be fined. British troops in various places will carry out auxiliary work. If I had more time, I would never bring up the Great Qing Law to scare them. Alan Wilson, holding a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, looked at the telegrams sent to Jared Edward from all over the country. Don't look at their opposition now. If they really have houses and accumulations, they will have more savings than the average person. Maybe they will be the ones who oppose the abolition of the Great King Law. Is it because they can marry several wives? Jared Edward said with a smile. That should be the reason. Oh, don't say that. You can only have one wife, but you can have many mistresses. Alan Wilson corrected calmly, then sighed. Excellent traditions should indeed be carried forward. How about we combine the Great King Law with the Malaya religious laws? If the opposition is too loud, we can abolish them at the same time. Of course, this may be more difficult. Alan Wilson thought this was a really good idea. In this way, neither law could be abolished. He could not personally select the Chinese workers one by one, so naturally he needed the colonial institutions in Malaya to conduct a screening. He would screen the remaining people as much as possible. In the second round of screening, Alan Wilson put forward a condition: age, personality, and occupation. It would be best if he had served in the military. Those who met the conditions could be selected as managers. Chapter 400 Lord Zhangtang. But can the Chinese workers here adapt to the climate of Newfoundland? Jared Edward raised another difficulty. Malaya is near the equator, while Newfoundland is near the North Pole. Although it cannot be compared with Alaska, it is still a huge test for people who grow up here. So we recruit Chinese, not local Chinese. Alan Wilson replied after hearing this. We must find a way to stop the convergence of local Chinese and Malaya immediately, preferably the relationship between the Muslim League and the Congress Party. It will be convenient for us to establish influence. As for Jared Edwards' question about latitude, Alan Wilson remembered that in his previous life, it seemed that the widespread online saying was that the South was colder and wetter than the North, and if the saying was true, it would not be a problem. Even if the cold and wet could not smooth out the temperature difference of 50 degrees, he had no choice. In the current situation, Northeast Asia was too dangerous. It was hard to say whether he could come back safely. If he appeared again in this way, the imperialist spy Alan Wilson was shot dead by my brave soldiers. It embodied the Chinese nation. To prove his talent, Alan Wilson was of course willing to make certain sacrifices, but this sacrifice was a bit too great. A few days later, Alan Wilson had his first meeting with the Chinese labor representatives who volunteered to perform corvée and met the criteria he listed. These people were not very old, no more than 30 years old at most, and they had served in the army before coming to Malaya. Let me introduce myself. You can call me AI Zhangtang. This is my Chinese name, although I have never been to China. After Alan Wilson came in, he nodded and introduced himself to the dozen representatives in front of him. I'm the governor of British Newfoundland. According to your Chinese custom, you can also call me Lord Zhangtang. Without further ado, everyone introduce yourselves, so that we can continue the conversation. Suyang, Shankai and Qiu. The people who came introduced themselves one by one. Hearing Shankai and Qiu's name, Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. This seemed to be the name of a historical celebrity, the Han Dynasty minister who redressed the grievances of the Prince of Emperor Wu of Han during the Witchcraft Rebellion. After these representatives finished introducing themselves one by one, Alan Wilson motioned them to sit down, and then continued. I wonder what you think of this recruitment, and why you came here. I heard that, if you join the recruitment, you will be exempt from land tax, and get a house. I don't know if it's true. Suyang couldn't wait to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, Alan Wilson nodded and said, yes, you don't have to pay taxes on the land you reclaimed during your work. When you return to Malaya after the work period is over, you will get a house. This is what I talked about with Commissioner Jared, and he also agreed. I want to know about the local environment. Cheyenne and Qiu asked about the workplace. Mr. Cheyenne is still more pragmatic. It should be similar to your North China region. Alan Wilson lied very straightforwardly and without any psychological burden. The climate in Newfoundland is definitely not at the level of North China. But in order to let these people follow him, he had to tell a little white lie this time. It's not that he was lying completely. Except for winter, the temperature in the rest of the season is similar to that in North China, but the winter is slightly longer. Because no one knows Chinese better than me, the communication between the two sides seems to be effortless. Alan Wilson first has no racial discrimination. After all, he was Chinese in his previous life, and he would never discriminate against himself. Moreover, he got along well with these Chinese representatives, and was even willing to sign a contract in advance, using the reputation of the Malayan Commissioner Jared Edward as a guarantee. Fortunately, Jared Edward is not here, otherwise he would definitely have to argue with the governor of Newfoundland. Why don't you use your own name to guarantee? It's not for any other reason. The key is that the county magistrate is not as good as the current one. Jared Edward is the commissioner of Malaya, and his words are definitely more credible than his governor who doesn't know where. I don't know what everyone thinks of the Malays. Alan Wilson brought the topic to the issue of ethnicity. There was no special reason, so he wanted to ask these new immigrants about their intuitive views. We don't understand them. Cheyenne Kyan Kyu hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his intuitive views. Good. Alan Wilson secretly sighed in his heart, and agreed. In fact, I don't understand them either, but it seems that I'm not a minority. In fact, there is room for cooperation. You are all Chinese. In principle, you are not a local ethnic group. The British Malayan colonial government decided to let you in, based on objective conditions. As for the original intention of letting you in, Alan Wilson certainly couldn't tell these people directly, but what he thought in his heart was to change the proportion of native Chinese and make them a minority. After all, after living in a place for several generations, it is very likely that you will not be able to distinguish between enemies and ourselves. Assimilation is not the patent of any ethnic group. The main ethnic group in any place will assimilate outsiders to a certain extent. Coincidentally, the ethnic group that believes in the Peace Church has a particularly high assimilation ability. If Alan Wilson said it directly, the assimilation ability of the Peace Church is far greater than that of the Han people. If you don't believe it, start from the emergence of the Peace Church in the 600th year of the park. Calculate the expansion speed of the Peace Church in the agricultural era, and compare it with the expansion speed of Confucian culture in the agricultural era. It is obvious that the comparison can be made. Whether in terms of population or land, the Peace Church is the dominant party. Without mentioning other places, let's just take British Malaya under Alan Wilson's feet. The mainstream belief here is peace. The influence of Chinese culture in Southeast Asia is limited to half of Vietnam. It cannot be compared with Hinduism, let alone the more influential peace. He is sure that in a place without a foundation, the Chinese will definitely lose to the peace believers in terms of assimilation ability. From the British perspective, the native Chinese are no longer trustworthy. These new Chinese immigrants have not yet come up with the idea of considering themselves as local Malayans. Therefore, Alan Wilson's idea of opening up immigration is essentially to make the new Chinese immigrants the mainstream and let the native Chinese who think they can live in peace with the Malays stand aside. Then supplemented by education from an early age, ensure that these Chinese will not repeat the same mistakes as the original native Chinese when they grow up. If I manage British Malaya, I will definitely give the Chinese fair treatment, including complete Chinese education. Alan Wilson talked about the fighting friendship between Britain and China during the two world wars. It's not that he wanted to mention it this way, but it seems that there was no time when they stood on the same side except for the two world wars. Don't think that his current guarantees seem to be necessary, and that Malaysia after independence will definitely not be able to do so. Learning and speaking Chinese in Malaysia is not an easy task, and it is a thankless task. First of all, the government will not subsidize Chinese schools. Secondly, the diplomas of Chinese schools are not recognized in Malaysia, even if they are recognized in other countries around the world. Students who study in Chinese schools are not eligible to study in local national public universities in Malaysia. Therefore, these public universities have more or less racial discrimination in Malaysia. Every year, 75% of the admission quotas for new students are allocated to Malays. It is almost impossible for students who graduate from Chinese schools to study in local public universities. Therefore, students who graduate from Chinese schools can only study in foreign institutions or some local private universities. Even though the reality is so cruel, the Chinese in Malaysia insist on letting their children study in Chinese schools, learn Chinese, and speak their own dialect. In terms of education, general national universities implement a racial quota system based on the interests of the Malays. The proportion of Malays admitted is very high, and professional fields such as medicine, engineering, law, pharmacy, and biotechnology are allocated to Malays. Even if Chinese students have excellent grades, they may not be able to enter their ideal universities smoothly, and most of the government's overseas study scholarships are awarded to Malays. In terms of housing, Malays can buy low-priced public housing, while Chinese do not. If this is the situation of Chinese in Malaysia after independence, Alan Wilson thinks it is better not to be independent. At least without independence, Chinese and Malays are equal. After independence, the British, who were originally few in number, will leave and be replaced by a Malay population with a larger population. Because the official language is clearer than these Chinese representatives, Alan Wilson finally succeeded in deceiving the feelings of these representatives. Of course, verbal promises include, but are not limited to, education guarantees, housing guarantees, and property protection guarantees. He even took the initiative to mention that today is such a great day, why not kill a few Japanese prisoners of war to help cheer. Today, we can meet the Lord Zongtang and get these guarantees, so we feel much more at ease. An hour later, Alan Wilson was surrounded by a dozen big men and came out of the commissioner's office, and there was a lot of joy. It's still early today, why don't we find a place to eat and chat? Alan Wilson followed the local customs and said he wanted to drink something. I tell you, when we get there, as the governor, I will definitely guarantee your legal rights and interests. We will eat and live together, share happiness and hardship. This will not be a problem. With what Lord Zongtang said, what do we have to worry about? Xian Kai and Qiu and Su Yang patted their chests. What Lord Zongtang said, no matter how poor you are, you must not be poor in education. It really touched my heart. It would be great if you were the governor of Malaya. I think your prime minister has no vision. You should be the governor of Malaya. Don't dare to talk nonsense. Alan Wilson waved his hand to remind Shenyang, and then said with a gesture, I hope that one day, I can benefit the people of British Malaya. A group of people walked out of the commissioner's office arm in arm, which happened to catch the eye of Gerard Edward, the British commissioner of Malaya. Although he should be happy about this, why did he always feel that something was wrong? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.